Mr. Mayor, it's now 5 o'clock. Are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, April 21, 2025. If you wish to provide a public comment tonight on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the room, and if you bring it to our clerk, who's in the front of the room, that would be wonderful. And now I'd like to invite Monica Aparicio and Mariana Riverola to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish this evening.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mónica y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mariana. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted se está conectando con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si se está conectando con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y a continuación elija su canal de idioma. Thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. And we do have plenty of good seats right up front, best seats in the house if anybody wants to move from the back on in. And may we have our roll call for the evening?
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you. And now let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I can't remember the last one.
And now a moment of silence. Okay, getting started on tonight's agenda. I'd like to see if any of the council has comment on the agenda tonight. Seeing none, I will note to the public that our item 10, which was regarding an annual housing element progress report, has been pushed off to a future date. But other than that, we'll be following the agenda as written and distributed. To lead us off on this, we have proclamations tonight. And our first proclamation is for Arbor Day, and I'd like to invite Carolyn Lucera, the Programs Manager for Relief Petaluma, Chair Darren Rakusin, and Vice Chair Bill Cover of our Tree Advisory Committee to the podium while I read. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. Whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind, water, cut heating and cooling costs, they moderate temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, and wherever they're planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Petaluma partners with community organizations such as Relief to plant more trees, educate our community on the importance of trees, and take stewardship of establishing newly planted trees. And whereas the City of Petaluma is recognized as Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue to be its tree planting practices, therefore be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in the City of Petaluma and urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Thank you.
Hello. Relief is honored to be receiving the Arbor Day recognition for our tree planting efforts. Thank you so much. This year we planted 616 trees in total, and during the 4 years of operation, Relief has planted a total of 2,273 trees. This year, we planted 272 on residential properties, 274 in open spaces through our reoaking program, 43 in schools and parks, 6 in a landscape assessment district, and 21 in our first street median planting on Sonoma Mountain Parkway. We would like to acknowledge and share this honor with our many community volunteers who give their time and sweat to planting trees, our partners who contribute time and materials to support us, and that includes Rebuilding Together Petaluma, Petaluma People Services, Daily Acts, Cool Petaluma, and Point Blue, and especially to the City of Petaluma, because we couldn't have achieved this success without the help and guidance of the City Council and staff. We think it is wonderful that the city values the benefits of trees, the benefits that trees bring to all the members of our community. Thank you so much.
Just a follow-up for Carolyn. On behalf of the Tree Advisory Committee, we really appreciate the city's commitment to urban forestry. This Saturday, in celebration of Arbor Day, we are going to be having our second annual Tree Fest right here in City Hall grounds. And while Relief has done so much great work in planting trees, we kind of figured out a place to celebrate tree maintenance. And so we're going to be going around to city properties year on year and maintaining trees, whether that's mulching or whatever needs to be done. And this year it's City Hall and our 2 beautiful redwoods right out front. So I invite everybody to come to Tree Fest, to celebrate trees and celebrate Arbor Day. And I also encourage all of our council members to really make tree policy a priority this year, because we are right in the midst of our urban forestry management plan. We are also expecting our tree preservation ordinance that's kind of been in the works for a long time, supposed to come before planning in, I believe, May or June, and then obviously onto council. So this is really a huge year to get some of these tree policy items over the finish line, answer some of the hard questions, and really, make Petaluma a true Tree City USA. So thank you all.
And in a not so incredible coincidence, we also have a proclamation for Earth Day today. So I'd like to invite up Amy Ashley, the chair of our Climate Action Commission, and to help with us, we have this proclamation. Whereas,
Mayor, if I could just interrupt really quick.
You may.
There has been a slight change of plans. Amy's not able to make it here in time. But even better, we have Hannah Thors, our Climate Action Commission youth member, here to accept the proclamation.
Thank you for joining us, Hannah. And here's the proclamation. Whereas Earth Day is an annual event designed to educate and promote advocacy about the environmental movement worldwide. April 22nd, 2025 represents the 55th anniversary of the first Earth Day. The theme for Earth Day 2025 is Our Power, Our Planet, inviting everyone around the globe to unite behind renewable energy and triple global generation of clean electricity by 2030. And whereas according to earthday.org, a nonprofit organization promoting and organizing Earth Week events, over 1 billion individuals and 75,000 partner organizations in over 190 countries participate annually in environmental protection and education events. And whereas the blueprint for climate action was adopted by the City Council on November 4th, 2024, and contains a myriad of actions related to municipal operations, clean energy generation, building energy use, transportation and land use, water resource consumption, and natural systems and sequestration to significantly reduce Petaluma's climate pollution contributions. And whereas the City of Petaluma Climate Ready webpage lists the upcoming Future Fest event as taking place at the Community Center on May 4th, 2025, the blueprint for climate action and the information about community members can now take. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of the Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby declare April 22nd, 2025 as Earth Day and encourage Petaluma community members to take action to reduce climate pollution. Thank you.
I would like to say first, sorry if my voice is terrible. I'm going through allergies. I also did not prepare anything, so I'm also sorry for that. I think the climate is just such a big opportunity that we have, especially me as youth coming into this, trying to make our Earth a better place, safer for not only my generation, but future generations after me, as well as past generations. And I think Earth Day is just such a big thing, especially like nationally and here in our local town, just making sure that we take care of our planet and make sure we have it for years to come.
Thank you. Now we have a presentation, a special presentation. This is a good one here. 2024 California Water Environment Association award winners, Jeanette Lugo and Lace House Linen Supply, Inc. Now I'd like to invite Patrick Pulis, the Environmental Services Supervisor, and Brittany Rossi Worthen, our Laboratory Supervisor, to the podium to help present this.
Thank you for having us. It's on. Perfect. Patrick and myself are, oh, we got rid of the slides. Where did they go? Sorry, I'm going to get it up. Are grateful to have you, and we really are grateful to be able to present these awards to these two, a company and a Petaluma employee. Yeah, all the words are on the slide. You can just go to the next slide. So, oh, we skipped some. There you go. Perfect. Yeah. So I'm going to be presenting the award to Jeanette, and I'm super grateful to be able to work with her and have her work for me in the laboratory at Ellis Creek. She is our senior lab analyst at Ellis Creek. She's been with the city for 4 years. She has her grade 2, and the lab has come into upgrading its quality control systems, and Jeanette has been instrumental in getting these standards to where they need to be, and the processes that we need to do to make them lean and efficient. She also has been helping keep us compliant with all of our NPDES permits. She's extremely hardworking and takes initiative and assists like all of the lab staff with any questions or anything they need at the same time. So we are grateful to have Jeanette here and present this award to her. This is her photo op. Both of us?
And I'll be presenting the award for Lace House Linen Supply. For this year, they won the Northern California Industrial Facility of the Year for Northern California. For Northern California, that's north of San Luis Obispo all the way to the Oregon border. So that's a very large area for them to win the award for. Lace House Linen was founded in 1915 and continuously operated within Petaluma since. As I have learned, not the same location, but they must be one of the longest continuous businesses within the city of Petaluma. The award was issued for their energy reuse and efficiency initiatives and also innovative wastewater treatment. Some of the energy reuse and efficiency includes heat exchanging system, where they're basically taking the hot water that's been used for washing laundry and then using it to heat water that's about to get used to wash laundry again. Also extensive water reuse, where sometimes they're washing clothes with water for their lightly soiled linen and then using it on heavily soiled linen. So the same water twice. And also have recently installed highly efficient boilers to help them save energy. For their wastewater treatment, which we call pre-treatment, this award was given for innovative technology that they've put in place to help them get well below the limits of what the city allows for discharging wastewater. That includes adding aeration to their dissolved air flotation system and also adding a filter press, which for laundries is something that I haven't seen before, but it was very thinking outside the box and very innovative. So yeah, Lace House Linen has been a great example of an industry and really investing not only in their equipment, but in their staff. It's a very great honor for them to win this award for this year, and Petaluma is very proud of them. Podium is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Richard Marzo, and I am representing Lace House Linen here tonight. It's a pleasure to see you all. First and foremost, especially with all these proclamations, we're grateful and honored to be part of this environment today of what we're trying to do, and what we're trying to do as good citizens. So it's been a long journey, but it's been a great one. And this award happened because the city nominated us. And it really is, working with Patrick and his team at the wastewater with the Ellis Creek crew has been a journey, but it really is a public and private partnership that we don't see very often these days. So to have the city nominate us was a great honor, and we thank you for that, because we enjoy working with you and we enjoy learning from you, and oftentimes we learn things together. I also want to thank all of you for honoring us, because the business community is sometimes a little bit more quiet than the residential community here in town, and we certainly appreciate your support. And the support is important for us because we are celebrating our 110th anniversary this year. And thank you. And the spirit of being a corporately responsible citizen is very important to Lace House Linen. And it couldn't happen without, first and foremost, the owners of Lace House Linen, which are Dan and Carol Ann LaBarre, and their daughters, Phoebe Ellis and Nicole Marzo. I want to recognize them, as well as our Director of Operations is here, Rodrigo Patron, and his wife. And again, it's important to us. We want to be good citizens, and we hope to continue that tradition for many years to come. And again, thank you for acknowledging this, and it's an honor. It is very special to our company. So thank you, Petaluma.
Thank you. So the city wants to congratulate Jeanette and Lace House Linen for helping protect our environment and also our wastewater treatment plant. Thank you very much.
And thank you. That moves us into general public comment for the night. And I'd like to note that during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council. Time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And so I'd like to ask our clerk if we've had online comments coming in, cards and letters.
Yes, we have received 4 general public comments ahead of time, and those are posted to the website.
Will you read our messaging for this?
Absolutely. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. So during these 30 seconds, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Thank you. We have 19 public speakers tonight, all wishing to comment. And so with 19, that gives us 1 minute per person for the speaking. I'd like to start with Leanne Yanez and Carrie DeLuca. Are you sharing time? And then Chris Brown will follow.
Go first. Hello, we are Sonoma State nursing students, and part of our capstone project, we are bringing awareness to childhood obesity, and we wanted to present a quick minute, just bringing awareness of what our thought was. I'm Carrie DeLuca, this is Leona Yanez, and we are nursing students. We are here today to speak on the issue that directly impacts the future health and well-being of our children. Childhood obesity, according to CDC, is 1 in 5 children in the U.S. have childhood obesity. Childhood obesity is not just a matter of appearance or lifestyle, it's a public health crisis. It's become increasingly prevalent over the last 2 decades, and we now know it leads to serious lifelong complications such as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and even early mortality. What's even more alarming is that childhood obesity often leads to adult obesity, setting up a lifelong struggle with chronic health issues. It is further connected to the health of our future generations because maternal obesity is connected to increased risk of gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, gestational hypertension, larger babies, miscarriages, and congenital anomalies.
As nursing students and advocates, we're advocating for more awareness, education, and support within our city school systems, not just for children, but for families and educators too. These are the people shaping our next generation, and if we want a healthy, thriving future community in the future, we must invest in prevention now. We ask for your support in expanding access to health education in schools, increasing partnerships with local food programs, and creating safe space for children to play and learn about nutrition. Because this isn't just about today's children, it's about our future population, our future workforce, and our future healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I might note for all parties, if the 1 minute is short and you have it prepared, don't forget to send it in to our clerk so we can publish it and get it in our minutes as well. And I do hope you're connecting with our Blue Zones project. This is so topical. Our next speaker is Chris Brown, to be followed by Kathy Abrams.
Start now. My name is Christopher Brown. I'm a resident of Little Woods Mobile Home Villa, and I wanted to come in and comment about what seems to be an unlawful taking of our parking. The parking has been fenced off, and there are many individuals who have no place to park. And I also like to comment on we've been sent closure notices, which appears to be an unlawful closure notice, and in my opinion is psychological terrorism of our seniors, of the children, and of all the individuals that live in this park. We have been doing the best we can to keep on going, and I appreciate all the support of our community and the city. And then last but not least, I also want to share that the rebuilding Petaluma together is a huge blessing and absolute lifesaver for many of us in the mobile home.
Thank you very much. That 1 minute does go very fast.
Yes, it does.
Sorry about that. Kathy Abrams, to be followed by Sharon Miller.
My name is Kathy Abrams, and I live at 18 Oak Knoll Court. This is an 18-home development on the west side. Our cross street is Sunny Slope Road. The city and Lafferty Construction are going to build a public picnic bench on a public trail up above and on the property of 22 OKC. I'm here tonight to tell you why these plans to build a public stairway and public trail should not be built, why this build is such a very bad and dangerous plan, not just for the 18 homeowners, but for the larger community as well. The State Fire Marshal has now declared and designated the Oak Knoll Court area as a moderate severity fire zone. The city is also going to install public signage on the street corner of Sunny Slope Road and Oak Knoll Court to advertise this public trail and public picnic bench, and will welcome dogs on leash and cyclists.
Thank you very much. That minute goes super fast. And again, I know you have more notes, so make sure that gets in. Thank you. Sharon Miller, to be followed by Christina Neuheimer.
Hi, I live at 11 Oak Knoll Court, and I am in support of our entire community of 18 homes regarding the public stairs that, as Kathy had said, will be leading up to an area where it could definitely be a fire danger. There could be teenagers that may end up going up there and telling their friends and having bonfires, doing drugs up there, and there could potentially be a very dangerous parking issue with an abundance of cars and extra traffic on our street. And I oppose these public stairs going up to that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Neuheimer, to be followed by Kelly Hermes.
Good evening. My name is Christina, and I'm a registered nurse at Providence Hospice. Hospice of Petaluma has been serving patients in the community since 1977 and has established a reputation of excellence and compassionate care on which the community has come to depend during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. For more than 3 years, I've had the honor of caring for members of our community in the final stages of their lives. I feel privileged and deeply moved to do the work that I do and count myself as lucky to be trusted to do it with the members of our community in their homes. It is of the utmost importance that I provide the high quality of care to patients and families that they've come to expect of our hospice, but now I'm concerned that because of the sweeping changes Providence is implementing, not only in hospice, but all of its service lines, will affect the level of care I and my colleagues are able to give to our fellow community members. In a joint venture with Compassus, Providence is partnering with a private equity firm to prioritize profit over people. We've been bargaining with them for over 2 years now, and we're far from reaching a fair contract. Most recently, they have offered a contract that not only provides zero assurances to us, but it gives them the power to take away our pay, benefits, and I will submit the rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kelly Hermes, to be followed by Heather Christensen.
I have a statement here from a Petaluma Valley Hospital employee, since she can't be here. She's a radiology tech, has worked there for 5 years. Over the years, she's watched the quality of care slowly decline, not because the staff cares any less, but because they're being asked to do more with less. There's a limit to what even the most dedicated staff can safely do, and she says they have reached that limit. They used to have 5 fully functioning x-ray rooms. They're down to 1 now, and it's so outdated that the parts are impossible to find. Portable x-ray machines are primarily intended for limited bedside imaging. Typically in situations where moving the patient is difficult or unsafe, they're not designed to replace fixed imaging rooms for routine outpatient or general inpatient imaging. They're so busy, the portable machines don't have time to charge, and patients are left waiting for batteries to recharge before they can continue care. The CT scanner they use is over 20 years old, runs nonstop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather Christensen, to be followed by Brian Klutz.
My name is Heather Christensen. I've been a physical therapist at Providence for over 8 years. I'm a 4th-generation Petaluman and the daughter of a former Petaluma Good Egg. Since Providence's takeover, I have watched our thriving healthcare services disappear, shrink, and fail to meet the needs of our community. The emergency departments are overwhelmed and understaffed. Wait times to see physicians, therapists, scheduled procedures are booked several weeks to months out. One patient recently reported a 4-month wait just to see their established cardiologist. Labs and clinics have closed, funneling patients to underprepared facilities without appropriate adjustments of staffing. Healthcare workers are doing their best with limited resources and support, but they are burning out, moving to other providers, and not being replaced. We are fighting for a fair contract to support safe staffing levels to protect our services, be competitive with new hires, support retention, and invest in the continued needs of our community. Our community deserves better. We are asking for your collective support to encourage Providence to reinvest in our local services and staffing. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Brian Klotz, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good afternoon, members of the council and city staff. My name is Brian Klotz, and I'm a homeowner at 27 Oak Knoll Court. My family closed escrow at the end of March of 2024, purchasing our property based on the belief that it was a safe, private residential lot without undisclosed hazards or significant restrictions. At the time of the purchase, neither the developer, Lafferty Communities, nor their agent and our agent, Mark Lafferty, who acted as a dual agent, adequately disclosed or clearly explained the material conditions affecting our property. While certain documents referencing public access restrictions and non-development easements were technically included among the numerous disclosures provided during the closing, these critical restrictions were not meaningfully highlighted, explained, or pointed out by the developer, the builder, or Mr. Lafferty acting in his fiduciary capacity. Instead, we were verbally and visually led to believe that our property line extended freely beyond our existing fence toward the oak trees, and the lot was unrestricted in our private use. We only became aware of the existence of the effect of the recorded notice of restrictions and associated public access burdens in April 2025, when a neighbor provided us with a copy of the recorded documents, prompting us to independently re-examine the materials provided at closing. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if you submit the documents, we'll get those distributed to council and in the record. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mobile Park. Not all the residents got those notices of closure in the park. And all the ones who never got it are related to the on-site manager, and none of her friends got it, and they don't have rental leases. And also, too, the residents should not be paying for Harmony's property tax for Harmony's land. Harmony should be paying their own property tax for land. The residents are paying their mobile home taxes for their mobile home. Harmony needs to start paying their taxes for their land. And also, too, the on-site manager is inventing parking spaces for her friends and taking all the residents' parking spaces away. That's illegal.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Angeles Cruz.
Mayor, City Council, and City staff, we come tonight to reaffirm the purpose and the integrity of our ongoing efforts to support and protect all mobile park residents in Petaluma, particularly from the harmful practices of corporate investment groups that prioritize profit over people. Since 2022, our work has been rooted in transparency, community collaboration, and a steadfast commitment to the well-being of those directly impacted. We have never spoken anything but the truth. The investment group's violations of laws, ordinances, and even abuse are fact-based, and we supply evidence to be verified in all aspects of our advocacy. We encourage the city to continue to engage with those who have not only been consistently involved, have done the necessary groundwork, have earned the trust of the local residents and residents throughout this county, but also the residents who live in the mobile parks in Petaluma that have faced the attack on their mobile homes and on their future right to live in peace and calm. We ask all, shouldn't we all be on the offense versus the defense?
Thank you. Angela Cruz, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Shouldn't we try to stop the next attack before it begins versus getting buried in legal debt to fight for what's right and just? Together, that is what our residents have been doing, standing up to these large investment groups, standing up for protections already fought for and placed into law. Just last week, a state inspector was completely surprised that there was help for residents to avoid costly cleanups. Our words back. Shouldn't that be the norm? We see the need for our fellow neighbors, and we seek to find the solution to do less harm and to serve and uplift in the hardest fight many of these residents have ever had to bear. We don't seek credit or recognition. We simply seek to make sure our residents are safe, secure, and hopefully thriving again. We don't lead them into the lion's den to release their anger. We lead them to the results that they need. Do we have residents that are outraged? Of course we do.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Hello. We are proud that we have used our voices in protest, in community awareness, in solidarity with information, in the pursuit of changing ordinances and zoning that make sense, and in state legislation, where our presence can be seen at the Capitol. We are aware of every time you have voted for our welfare, every time you seek to understand and research what is truly happening in the mobile parks, every time you too as city and city council are faced with litigation yourselves for making a well-researched vote. We know the hours that you and your experienced staff seek to find the right in such a series of wrongs. Petaluma, not surprisingly in our minds, is a beacon of light to mobile home park residents here. You have never made us feel less than, in fact, you have given us the same time to speak on our behalf.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Ned Scott. May I ask your name? Do you have a card in?
I don't.
Then I'm going to change Tim to Jennifer, and
Sounds
please continue.
Good. Okay. There are almost 900 addresses with 2,500 plus residents in Petaluma, and we are not exaggerating that cities throughout this state are inspired by your courage, and that the residents who seek to live within their means and still have pride of mobile home ownership feel hope that their greatest asset will be preserved. Our residents in Little Woods are facing a loss of much needed parking, facing a manager who only allows a small window of time to unload groceries or children before threatening towing, an upcoming appeal to preserve not having to have a 1530 monetary increase, and of course the illegal termination of tenancy notices. You can imagine when one does not have control over any of how frightening this is day in and day out.
Thank you. Ned Scott, to be followed by Darren Rakusin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing my comments. Excuse me, I'm not much of a public speaker, but I just wish to personally thank you all for any and all support and efforts that you can do to help us. I live in mobile home, Capri Villa Mobile Home Park, and I thank you on behalf of everybody, but personally myself, for any and all efforts that are being done to fight against these bad actors that have come into our town and that are creating havoc with all the residents in the mobile home parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakusin, to be followed by Chantel Roger.
Thank you. I was told by one of my committee members I didn't appropriately sell Tree Fest. It's going to be a celebration and a party. There's going to be a live DJ, a community mural, food trucks, local organizations like Relief, Sonoma County Parks, CA Master Gardeners, Bug from Heritage Salvage will be giving a speech. Children will be doing a play. It's going to be an amazing event. So I didn't want anyone to think we were just going to be mulching. There's going to be a party alongside that. Also wanted to confirm with staff that we'll get a blast out for the event. I know it's a little bit late, but I believe Jameson has something in the works. And then springboarding from that, I also wanted to encourage council members, as you're thinking about priorities for this next year, to really make tree policy a priority, because the grant that goes along with our urban forestry master plan says that everything needs to be done this year. So we really need to get some of these projects completed, including the tree preservation ordinance, across the finish line. So I just want to, again, plant that seed that if there's any year to put on the gas when it comes to tree policy and get things done, it's probably 2025. Thanks.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Amy Atchley.
Good evening. It was my intention tonight to talk to you about the plight of our immigrant community and what's going on with them related to some of the federal mandates that have come down, but I can't do it in a minute. So, and I know that I could send it in, but I'm wondering, because this seems to happen quite a bit with city council meetings where people are either reading so quickly that we can't understand them, or they're being cut off halfway through their well-prepared statement that, trust me, takes a lot of work to come up with. And so I'm wondering if council might consider either expanding the amount of time for general comments, or somehow, you know, like if it's less than 2 minutes and it's 20 minutes, then, you know, they could add it 10 minutes. I know nobody wants longer meetings, but it's really the public's only opportunity to speak directly to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Atsley, to be followed by Kim Scott.
Hi, everybody. Amy Ashley, owner of Amy's Roofing and Solar, and I came in last meeting and I asked to please change the policy about exchanging out Zinsco panels for new main electrical panels, and the city really came through, and it is now much easier to get those like-for-like swaps, which is going to be a lot safer for our community and allow for more electrification. So thank you to the city.
Thank you. Kim Scott, to be followed by Shalina Moreda.
Hello, all. How's that? I'm on my tippy toes. City council members, thank you for the difficult work you do. I know it is. I'm Kim Scott. I'm speaking on behalf of a family member who cannot be here tonight. And I want to make you aware of a safety hazard that exists at the swim center skate park. I better go faster. The maintenance crew performing work at the swim center and the perimeter of the skate park spread debris during their monthly service of the area. The work includes weed whacking, which spreads hundreds of small and large pebbles through the chain link fence onto the skate park. The rocks represent a significant hazard, as they can cause serious injury when they encounter a skateboard wheel, which causes it to lock up, ejecting the rider. While skaters enter the park at their own risk, there's an assumption that a basic level of safety will be provided, and the frequent injuries that result seem particularly unfortunate, as they are easily preventable. Hey, I didn't get all the way, but thank you.
But we understand you. Thank you. And Shalina Moreda is our last speaker for the evening.
Shalina Moreda, Communities for Food and Family Farms. When we brought up extremist groups putting your local food supply in danger and harassing Petalumans, we were totally dismissed by this council. The groups I'd referred to before have been listed on the FBI website as extremist groups, rated by the FBI as potential domestic terrorists, and a leader of one of these groups was convicted of felony conspiracy and various misdemeanors by a Sonoma County judge in November 2023. This is a fact. Now these groups are showing up inside Trader Joe's, harassing your community, flying drones over your local farms, following your minority fairground employees home and vandalizing their homes, costing taxpayers money by vandalizing the fairgrounds, intimidating and harassing an executive of Petaluma Poultry at his home within city limits. Are you aware that one of the most beloved events in Petaluma lost its float of its biggest sponsor over this intimidation? How is this acceptable to you all? You all marched proudly at Butter and Eggs Day Parade with the wool over your eyes, while the local sponsor that helps keep that parade going felt scared to be there. What's going on?
Thank you. That was our last speaker for general public comment, and we move it up to council comment tonight. I'd like to look off to Councilmember Shribs and invite him to kick us off.
Okay, so just 1 week since the last meeting, but I was at the Los Cien meeting, which was many of the Latino leadership was showing up, and it was all about inclusion and diversity and becoming more involved with civic participation. So I thought that was a really good meeting with lots of folks that were there, and a lot more folks are getting involved from that community. There was also a workshop put on by San Francisco Estuary Institute about the changes they're proposing for Almond Marsh to look at sediment and to capture sediment coming off our hills to kind of reduce the amount of sediment going into the river and then reusing it properly. So just for awareness that there is a proposals that will be made. So I'll be working with them on that from both the city point of view and from Petaluma Wetlands Alliance. Since I'm out there, I maintain some of the trails out there myself. Then on the during the parade, of course before the parade there was the cow chip toss, and our very own Brian Barnacle tossed the highest, longest one at 110 feet. I didn't quite make it that far, so congratulations, Brian, on that one.
Councilmember Quinn, what have you got to top that?
Thank you. I'm going to have a hard time topping that one. Good job, Brian. Since the last meeting, I attended our latest Transit Advisory Committee meeting, and I wanted to take just a moment to share some stats about Luma Go. So in the weeks finishing out March, we averaged about 700. Just over 700 rides per week. We had our highest ridership per day at 127 completed rides in a single day. Since the program started, we've given 12,831 completed rides. We've completed 86% of the ride requests. We're averaging about 4 passengers per hour. There's been about 4,200 accounts created. And there's also been over 200 service area requests. Popular destinations include the fairgrounds, the Target Shopping Center, the Smart Station, downtown, Hopper Street, and the plaza at the center. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
So I haven't had too many meetings since our last gathering, but we did have Parks and Rec last week. And at Parks and Rec, we went through a lot of our playgrounds in Petaluma. We do have 28 playgrounds, and we're looking at trying to update 6 of them, remodel them, replace them. That was one of the things I asked about was, with Petaluma trying to be more green, looking at building our play structures out of more natural materials. And then also at Parks and Rec, we did talk about the swim center. That is supposed to be open Memorial Day weekend, tentatively. They are working on it, and we will see if that happens. Then, as everybody knows, Butter and Eggs was last Saturday. I think that's probably the best community event that we've got right next to our fair. That was a great event. It was nice to see everybody and see that sense of community and love for Petaluma and our ag heritage and everything it stands for. As was brought up in public comment, it's really unfortunate to see that one of our title sponsors of the event, Petaluma Poultry, decided not to do their float out of intimidation. I think that's very wrong, and I've been asking for more protections for agriculture in the community, and as was said about other instances, following people home, vandalism, all the things that are still very much going on today, including the vandalism that continues at the fairgrounds. We really need to go back and look at protecting our ag community. I did want to address one other public comment about adding more time for general public comment. I know these meetings are very long and we're here for a long time, but it is the public's only opportunity to actually speak. Submitting comments is one thing, but I think people need to actually be heard. So, I would ask staff that we consider making that longer so that people get, at least 2 minutes or within reason, because they are a community. We're supposed to hear them.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do actually concur that I think a minute is just too much. It forces people to speak faster, then our translators certainly can't do it, so I would definitely support a 2-minute minimum. Thank you to Amy actually for showing up and last meeting, and to staff for addressing that. I would ask to follow up on the skate park issue and just make sure that we've cleaned out the debris if there's anything left in there. And other than that, I sent an email to the NUHW person who reached out to me, so I'm looking forward to connecting on that and seeing how we can help. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go, I had my SMART meeting and also my SCTA meeting, and with SMART, we're looking at extending the tax that already exists, and we're looking at just extending it for 30 years. And every day, ridership on SMART is just growing, just like with the local Transit with Luma go. And it's really important that people understand how many people are really using this great economic engine up and down, from it's eventually going to get to Healdsburg and then Cloverdale. I mean, it's just going to be phenomenal from Marin County all the way to Cloverdale. And then on SCTA, we're also talking about placing the tax extension on the ballot. I'm not sure when that's going to go, but it's really important that these taxes continue because that's how we get our roads done. That's how we get bike work done, trails, and it's also how we move people. So those are two important things coming up in our future. And then I just want to talk about Governor Newsom's grants executive clemency in 25 cases, including posthumous pardon to Army veteran Sergeant Richard Penry. And I'm just going to read this quickly. The governor granted a posthumous pardon to Sergeant Richard Allen Penry, an Army veteran who received the Medal of Honor, our nation's highest military honor. Sergeant Penry was born in Petaluma and served in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. In 1971, President Nixon awarded Sergeant Penry the Medal of Honor for extraordinary heroism at the risk of his own life. Sergeant Penry returned from active duty at a time when there were few resources for veterans and little understanding of PTSD. He struggled with reentry to civilian life, which was the context of his substance abuse and criminal convictions. And I'm just so honored that this happened. It's really pretty amazing, but I do want to give kudos to the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 1929 Commander and Pardon Requester Andrew M. Lamar Kwan, and he's a major and he's retired. And he said if PTSD can impact a Medal of Honor recipient like Sergeant Penry, it can affect anyone. Seeking support is important for veterans and their families and communities. So this was just a great day that this finally happened. And I also want to bring up, which I'm really proud of, the city of Petaluma is designated as an official Coast Guard city, and they were honored at the Butter and Eggs Day Parade. And I really want to give a big shout out to Kate McCoy in the police department and to our city manager, Peggy Flynn, for bringing this over the finish line, because it really was a big deal. And it was a lot of work that went into this. And so kudos to everybody that made that happen. And as a city, we should be really proud of that. And I think and the good thing is that happened on my birthday. So I was really happy for the Coast Guard City. And I will say 70 is the new 40. And and I'm not going backwards on that one. And so thank you very much. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, and it is nice to get that Coast Guard City recognition. They do so much volunteer work in town, as you noticed at the parade. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if the city attorney could comment on the status of Providence and what we can do as far as support the public commenters and maybe send a letter in support, or what we could do in the future as a council. For my city council comments, the last 2 weeks have been very busy with Petaluma events like the Transhuman, the moving of sheep. If you've ever seen a sheep on a city street on a busy Saturday, you know you're on Petaluma. The Rotary Egg Hunt, History Week kickoff, and lots of Little League games, and of course our beloved Butter and Eggs Days parade. In between all the events, I did have my first Zone 2A meeting. We selected Mike Healy as the chairman and Emma Mann as the co-chairman. Presentation by City of Petaluma Public Works and Sonoma Water was given with a PowerPoint, which included many photos of the past flooding in Petaluma and Pengrove. Watershed maps were shown and an explanation of road changes planned in the future for safety and minimizing flooding. We should really think about this as we go into our new general plan. In honor of Earth Day, I have a public service announcement from Recology and the City of Petaluma Water Department. I recently toured our city's water sewer treatment facility. Employees showed us the problem with those flushable wipes. These get caught in our system and are not broken down, causing many problems at our water sewer plant. So maybe think about putting them in the land use trash instead of the toilets. At a recent Recology meeting, I was reminded to be mindful to move cars on days that the street sweeper is cleaning in your neighborhood. This helps not only our city streets, but also helps the city's storm drains. Questions about what goes into those different colored recycling bins? Green is for compost, gray is for landfill, blue is for recycling. Lots of changes, so click on the Recology.com website for more information. In honor of Earth Day, as a retired preschool teacher, remember every day can be Earth Day. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I love my swag from the Recology. Thank you.
That is some cute swag. Wasn't it a great parade? One of probably the largest ever, but I just wanted to thank those who worked so hard to make it happen and be beautiful, including our Downtown Business Association, the Petaluma Police Department, all the police departments from surrounding cities who all showed up and helped, and Petaluma Public Works crews. I want to note that the bike valet was a huge success this year with over 100 bikes safely parked there on B Street, and we'll have to make it even bigger next year. Did everybody notice how many boats were in the turning basin when we hold this parade? I mean, it was just packed, and luckily we have the new docks all in there. I attended mayors and councils meeting, countywide mayors and councils on April 10th, and at that meeting we placed Brian Barnacle formally on the Bay Area Air Quality Board, and John Shribs has returned to the Sonoma County Ag and Open Space Advisory Board, and the keynote was Dr. Amy Carter of Sonoma County Office of Education, who noted that the declining enrollment we see is what they see to be the trend for the next 10 years. And so that was important news to economic development in Petaluma. I've also had meetings with the Continuum of Care Homeless Coalition Board, a lot of discussions on how regional solutions can help us meet our goals, and there'll be special meetings coming up. Also spoke at the National Association of Letter Carriers at the post office, where their national annual food drive starts off soon, so I hope everybody's going to help them with that. I also spoke at the Petaluma High School proclamation. I gave a proclamation for their inspirational Brian Dickinson, who told about his adventures and misadventures climbing Everest. Then also made it to the Petaluma Education Foundation scholarship reception. They've given away over $10 million in scholarship grants to seniors since they were formed. And listening to the students describe their college plans is just inspirational to listen to young people. I also attended the La Ciennes Environmental Justice seminars with Councilmember Shribs, and also attended the Gloria Robinson Memorial with Councilmember Cater Thompson, and the opening the museum exhibit, Petaluma's Chinatown Unearthed. I hope you'll go to the Carnegie Museum Library and see this exhibit. It's a wonderful exhibit. And with that, I'd like to pass to the city manager for her report.
Thank you, Mayor, and Council, and Community. I appreciate Commissioner Rackison mentioning the Tree Fest, because I actually had this on my list. It's this Saturday from 11 to 4 here at City Hall. Just a full day of food and music and live community mural painting and getting your hands dirty if you want to help spread mulch. We also have the Lower Adobe Creek Community Meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Shribs, for mentioning that. Sunday, April 27th from 10 to noon at Schellenberger Park. And we will be providing free breakfast for attendees, but it's to review recommendations on sea level rise adaptation from a study of the Lower Adobe Creek along Petaluma wetlands. We also have our committee and commission recruitment still open so for our committees and commissions who are advisory to our council. We have 30 vacancies to be filled. This is our annual push for recruitment, and applications are available on the city website and due by 5 p.m. Thursday, May 29th. And appointments will be made by City Council in June for terms to begin July 1st. And additional information can be found on our city website. Also, we've got, 'tis the season, we're proud to partner with Cool Petaluma and Petaluma City Schools to present Future Fest on Sunday, May 4th from also noon to 4 at our community center. It's a family-friendly event that includes an expo hall filled with local resources for climate action, electric vehicles, e-bike demos, a student showcase, panel discussions, short films, kid crafts, and food trucks. More information is also on our website. And I just want to recognize April 17th marked a major milestone for our Fire Chief, Jeff Schock. It's his 25th anniversary here with our city. We cannot be more proud of our public safety, and Jeff is an amazing example of that. He has really shaped the direction of our department, strengthened our culture, and set the tone for what it means to serve with integrity. He was absolutely integral in our passage of Measure H. So just if you see Jeff around town, which you no doubt will, please thank him for his service, and we're so very proud of him. And finally, Chief Miller, would you mind coming up and talking about all that we are doing to address safety for our ag community in our city? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to do that. Brian Miller, your police chief. So just briefly, I heard some of the public comments tonight and comments from the dais and comments from subsequent meetings, and I just wanted to reassure you and our community that are hearing those comments to be clear on some of the things that the police department's doing. So one, we're limited to the jurisdiction of within the city limits, and so we're aware and we've responded to, I've worked a number of mass demonstrations and protests and unlawful assemblies outside of our jurisdiction, and we do that through our mutual aid with our allied partners. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Department has a rural crimes task force that they formed specifically addressing agricultural crimes. But we also have had our fair share of those type of events in our city limits, and we've worked closely with our business community. We work very closely, specifically with Petaluma Poultry, was a victim of one of those cases. There was a case referenced that a Sonoma County judge found an individual guilty for one of those acts. That's actually our case. We filed felony charges. So we were one of the first successful prosecutions that was led by our investigations team. And we've shared what we learned from those experiences with our allied partners. We work closely, we communicate regularly with their security teams. We just met with the Public Safety Advisory Committee in the last few months and gave training to the committee members on how we respond to First Amendment assemblies, demonstrations, and what our policies, procedures, and state law are specific to when those go beyond and when they start resulting in property and crimes against person violations. And then we've made considerable investments specifically at the fairgrounds. My mobile video surveillance trailer is currently there. It's been out there for months as we continue to work to some misdemeanor vandalisms that have been occurring on the property. We did hear from a public commenter that spoke here a few meetings ago. I personally talked with them outside in the lobby. I'm familiar with their case. It's active and ongoing, but I'm not aware of any case where a community member has been followed home. I'm not aware of any evidence specifically at this time that indicates a specific group has been involved. So if there is that information, I'd welcome it. I'd love to refer those individuals to my investigating officers, but I'm not aware of those things, and I think it's really, really important that we follow the evidence. The cases and the criminal violations and any chargings are supported by factual evidentiary items that we can put into the record and present for formal charges. We'd welcome that if there's community members that have any of that information. And then we continue to work with our partners, both in the private and public sectors. These cases and any incidents are referred to the Northern California Regional Information Crime Center. They also work closely, and we work closely with our FBI partners on these type of potential extremist activities. And so I just wanted to let you know I'm welcome to anyone that has any questions about those processes and procedures, but I felt it's really, really important that we address those so there's not unnecessarily a sense of insecurity, especially in light of some of the developments highlighted about the parade this weekend. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I do have something to say about that.
You wish to...
It'll be quick.
Do you have
It'll
a second
quick.
for a question?
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. So, no, I do appreciate everything that you do for the community with the tools available to you. My ask is that the city give you better tools to fight these sorts of things. And there are instances where people are followed home. Like you said, you spoke with one of the fairgrounds employees, and somebody did follow him home. and actually vandalized his and his father's vehicles. And then more recently, Petaluma Poultry had an employee who was followed home and people protested in his driveway. So that sort of thing should never happen in Petaluma. People should be protected.
Yeah.
And again, I understand that you do what you can with what you have, but this is an opportunity for the city to give you better tools so that that never happens again.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I spoke with Chief Cregan about the incident involving the employee in their jurisdiction.
That was Santa Rosa, Councilmember DeCarly. That was in Santa Rosa. It wasn't here in Petaluma.
Yeah.
Yes, but Petaluma Poultry's here in Petaluma.
We know, and we've worked very closely with the business, but I'm just trying to clarify the employee that was followed home, or the thing that took place, the protest that took place was not here in Petaluma, it was in Santa Rosa.
Yeah. And I think, the one thing that we're learning and that's actively evolving is legislation, right? I think the city attorney may be able to offer, and as we felt it was important to come to the Public Safety Advisory Committee and talk about what the legal parameters are for First Amendment speech. And the nuance to that is where it drifts from free speech into criminal activity, or it becomes a property or a crime against a person. And so we absolutely investigate all crimes. We are not responding. Nothing's too small for us in those cases. We absolutely want to support any business, agricultural or otherwise, as we would with any community member of any background. So criminal violations are what we do. We investigate those thoroughly. I've got a detective working here tonight and staff at this meeting. And so my investigations team is got the expertise and the experience to handle these investigations, and we elevate them and escalate them internally to make sure that they have the best investigators assigned to them.
Well, we thank you for putting the resources to that and working collaboratively with, when it's multi-jurisdictional, that's another next level. So thank you for all that work.
Thank you.
Were you concluding the report at then?
And the only other thing was, and I don't know if you wanted to respond, Councilmember Vice Mayor Now's question.
I don't have much of a response other than to say we don't have any background information on that issue as to how, we don't have direction from our council with respect to that. We don't have background information for the council or recommendation. If it's a council priority, we'll be happy to look into it to see if we can help. If I could just quickly add regarding the chief's response just now, we are always happy to, and we frequently do, work with our Petaluma Police Department partners on establishing new tools for them to do their job and to protect the community. And when a need for those new enforcement authority is brought to our attention, we will work with them. As of now, they've not indicated they need that yet, but I know they have an absolute commitment to keeping the community safe, including the members of our agricultural community, as do we. As a reminder, the city of Petaluma, the Petaluma City Council was the first city to adopt a formal resolution in opposition to Measure J in support of our ag community, and that became the template for the other cities to ultimately lend their support, and that just is in keeping with our longstanding commitment and support of our ag community, and that's not diminished. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the consent calendar for the evening. And before I ask council if they have any questions on the consent calendar, I want to ask council, does anybody want to pull one of the items? No, I'm not saying it. So we'll take the consent calendar as a single item. Does any council member have a question or comment on any of the items? And Councilmember DeCarly?
I'd like to ask questions on item 4, if there's any staff present that might be able to answer them.
And that's the MTC bicycle and pedestrian funding. Please.
Okay. So, is this grant money going to be used strictly for signage alone and nothing else?
Yes, correct. The scope of work is for development of a citywide sign plan for people walking and biking and rolling throughout the city, and then implementation of that sign plan as far as we can take it.
Have these locations for signage already been determined, or is this wide open right now?
No, it's envisioned that they would be located virtually throughout the entire city on most city streets, especially those that are designated for, through our active transportation plan for, especially for bicycling and rolling effectively. So in the upcoming workshop item with the draft active transportation plan, there's a map that shows all of the existing and proposed bikeways throughout the city. And you can imagine that signs would be located along those streets and especially at key decision points where bikeways intersect one another so that people know when to, make that left turn to go head towards the library, for example.
Has there been any standard established for how these signs will be located? Because I've noticed there have been many signs in recent years that they obstruct vehicle traffic, they obstruct, pedestrian walkways. There's a lot of obstruction going on in the streets, I think, from new forms of signage and safety barriers, things like that. How will these signs be located?
Yeah, so every sign that's placed follows traffic engineering requirements that are outlined in the manual on uniform traffic control devices. That dictates clearance requirements so that signs are so that they do not obstruct visibility for drivers, pedestrians, people biking, and also so that they're not potentially put in locations where people may run into them or have their head, hit them as they're walking on sidewalks. So that, vertical clearance, horizontal clearance, all of that is, those are all things we follow. And I think all of us in Public Works share your concern, or potentially what you're alluding to, which is concern for sign cluttering. And that's something that we, through this effort, we're pretty excited to really take a fresh look at, what signs we can remove through this process while we are taking a really comprehensive, holistic look at signage on our streets and sidewalks, thinking about what signposts can we remove, what signposts can we potentially relocate. And so I think it is something that will probably, it'll have a bigger impact than just the implementation of bicycle and pedestrian wayfinding.
So will some of these signs be located physically in the streets?
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
Yes. Is this item to secure the funding for design and construction? So
yes.
You haven't done the design yet?
Correct.
So can we bring this when there's a design in place?
Right. Well, they must have some ideas.
They'll follow standards. And,
I think all of that, it's all certainly subject to additional feedback once we do get into the design process.
And has this been discussed abundantly at the PBAC, Bicycle Advisory Committee?
They did. They signed a letter indicating that this was their top priority for these funds.
Mm-hmm. And these funds will entirely fund this project?
Like I said, they'll definitely deliver a citywide plan, and I would think that we'll make a significant dent in citywide implementation. Obviously, it's a lot of signage, and so there is a major cost associated with that, but with the funds that we are banking, we're anticipating being able to cover the vast majority of the implementation, citywide implementation.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Katie Thompson.
I just want to say that this is happening actually throughout all the cities in Sonoma County. Everybody's getting grants so we can have signage. So it's, signage for the city, but it's also all the cities are doing the same thing.
Yes, thank you very much. And what I appreciate about this is it's taking future money and putting it into today, which gets you more bang for your buck if you spend the money today than collect it in a year or two when things cost you a lot more. And I did want to notice on the consent calendar a comment here that we have on here the landscape assessments. This is just to get us to through the next year, and then on our next meeting we'll have the big landscape discussion about landscape assessments. And I did want to note that we have a resolution in opposition of a certain bill, and it's a homelessness-related bill, and we're in opposition because I think what we've done at Steamer Landing and Cedar Grove and other encampments the city has shows that we have the right tools in place and we have the right process in place. And actually, when it went to court, the judge called out Petaluma as the exemplary model of how to get encampment clearing done. And so we believe the tools are correct for the city at this time. And yes.
No, and I do have a comment too on item number, well, that one about the SBL. Yeah, so, I'm glad that we're doing that, but at the same time, I think that the property in question over by the river there, the Lynn property, they did not feel prior to the lawsuit and everything that they were protected and that action was taken quick enough. And I think that had action been taken quicker, it would have never come to a lawsuit where there was a giant camp that then developed from there. So I think that, again, I think our police department does a great job, but I would like to see action on these sort of things be taken quicker before they develop into anything. And that also goes on to, John Brella's property, which became a massive encampment, which he also received a bill for the cleanup once that was finally removed. So I do want to see the city move faster on these sort of things so that they don't become huge problems.
That is duly noticed, and we're working very considerably on outreach. One of the things we've tasked rebuilding with now is more and more outreach work. So good point, well taken. And with that, I'd like to, would the city attorney like to comment?
Just a quick one on that. The city manager and I are actually going to be talking with our colleagues in Sacramento at the Cal Cities Leadership Conference Wednesday of this week on that topic. And they've asked us to do that because of the process that we have in the city that the mayor's just referred to that really involves the full cycle of really circuit of approaches to addressing the problems that are involved with shelterless community members in our city, including services that they require, including different kinds of shelter that they require, and also including, just as importantly, keeping our public spaces safe and accessible to members of the community. And I happen to agree with Councilmember DeCarli that expediency is important. We used those considerations. If folks remember when the Occupy movements were occurring, and that was prior to Chief Miller's leadership, that was under under Chief Savano's tenure as police chief, but we worked closely with the police department and other city departments in an interdisciplinary way to prevent situations from arising, like at Penry Park, for example, developed in the city of Oakland and other places that were awful and led to litigation and problems and public safety problems. So expediency is important, but when we were dealing with the steamer landing situation, the Boise v. Martin B. Boise case was still in effect, and we were subject to a federal district court injunction preventing us from cleaning up abating the circumstances that existed there. Ultimately, Judge Chen spoke very favorably about the city's range of approaches and the resources it deployed, including involving our nonprofit partners to address those circumstances and both abate the really horrific, not at all humane conditions that exist in the encampment, and also the impacts on the community, property owners, school kids that were, used to being able to attend programs in Steamer's Landing and could not because of safety considerations, et cetera. So we remain mindful of all those considerations. The Grants Pass case has overturned the Boise decision, so that's helpful. But we still have those multidisciplinary issues that we need to address so that we are dealing with both the humanitarian crisis and also the public space challenges and safety challenges that presents.
Certainly, this still remains one of the city and all around the county's top priorities. And with that, I'd like to go to general public comment on the consent calendar as a whole. Have we any prior emails on the matter?
We did not receive any comments on the consent calendar. We do have one card on a consent calendar item, and anyone else attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Thank you. The lights have returned. I'd like to invite Stefania Hernandez to speak.
Hello, good evening. I'm just here to speak on Rebuilding Together of Petaluma. As a long-term resident of Petaluma, I have seen the positive impact of this organization on the community throughout the years. Currently, I have directly witnessed the emotional, mental, and physical struggles of my community that they're experiencing with the upcoming state inspection at Capri via Mobile Homes Council. I just ask for your support to continue to provide safe and healthy communities for all. Thank you.
And thank you. And back to council. Any other council comment? Councilmember Cater Thompson?
No, I was going to make a motion.
That motion is accepted. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Barnacle. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes?
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 8. It's our workshop to review and provide feedback on a draft active transportation plan. And to help us with this, we have Bjorn Griepenberg, our project manager, and Jeff Studsman, deputy director of operations. And the floor is yours, gentlemen.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Bjorn Griepenberg, transportation planner, and joined here tonight by Jeff Stutzman, Deputy Director of Operations for our Safe Streets and Mobility Division in the Public Works Department, who's here to back me up and answer any questions above my pay grade. So tonight we are delighted to share highlights from the draft active transportation plan. We'll walk you through the plan at a high level and look forward to answering your questions, collect your feedback, and get some really good, solid feedback as we move toward finalizing this draft plan and returning in the coming weeks or months for your consideration of plan adoption. Before we start, quickly defining active transportation, it includes mobility via wheeled and self-powered means, including walking, biking, and rolling via wheelchair, scooter, skateboard, and more. There are numerous benefits associated with active transportation that support city goals around public health, quality of life, equity, sustainability, land use, and more. And we have really good data on these and other benefits on page 4 in the attached draft plan. So the active transportation plan is an update to what's currently referred to as our bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which was also developed concurrently with the last general plan and adopted back in 2008. It's a playbook containing all of the action items, programs, and projects that we plan to implement in order to promote active transportation. And following adoption, we recommend more regular updates to this plan. Approximately every 5 years is the best practice. And that's in order to make sure the plan keeps pace with changes in our built environment, legislative changes, best practices in street design, and of course the ever-evolving world of electric bikes, scooters, and more. Like the blueprint for climate action, which was adopted by Council late last year, the active transportation plan is a focused, topical action plan under the umbrella of the general plan, the city's guiding document. So we've made sure the plan reflects related planning efforts like those outlined in the River Access and Enhancement Plan, Smart Station Area Plans, and the Blueprint for Climate Action, among other similar planning documents. Following adoption, you can expect to see priority infrastructure projects incorporated in our capital improvement plan, which comes to council for consideration annually through the budget process, while non-infrastructure programs like, for example, facilitation of the Safe Routes to School Task Force will be incorporated in our staff work plans. Progress on all of these projects and programs will be tracked through an annual presentation to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. And if you all would like, we're happy to share that presentation with City Council on an annual basis. So the plan was developed through a robust community engagement process that included community events, workshops, many presentations at the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, including contributions from multiple ad hoc committees that our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee established. And we also had an interactive online mapping tool where people could drop pins and add comments about sharing their experiences walking, biking, and rolling throughout the city. We also had input from the Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition and City Thread, which both conducted their own focus groups and engagement related to this plan, and then gave that feedback back to the city, which was great to have. So moving on to the vision and goals. This is a short chapter. This vision statement and goals were developed in close collaboration with one of those PBAC ad hoc committees I mentioned, as well as the committee as a whole. And my apologies in advance, I'll just read directly from these slides. Not much more to share here beyond what we've got in the document. So our vision statement. Petaluma is a world-class, active living city where walking, biking, and rolling are a celebrated part of everyday life, where safe and inviting streets and trails form the fabric of a thriving, connected community, where people of all ages and physical abilities prefer to use active transportation. We have 4 goals under that vision statement. The first is Vision Zero. By 2030, reach the city's Vision Zero goal of eliminating fatalities and severe injuries among vulnerable road users, and those are people traveling outside of motorized vehicles, and that's in support of an already adopted council goal in support of the Sonoma County Vision Zero Action Plan. Build the network. By 2030, do I need to swap? Oh, sorry, microphone issues, I guess. Build the network. By 2030, build a safe, integrated, and seamless active transportation network that encourages people of all ages and abilities to conveniently travel from anywhere in the city to schools, parks, community gathering spaces, transit connections, services, dining, shopping, and jobs. And in those first 2 goals, just highlighting the year 2030 tied to our carbon neutrality and Vision Zero goals. Beautiful, inviting, and comfortable streets, sidewalks, and trails. Maintain and continually enhance streets, sidewalks, and multi-use trails with elements and amenities that make them more beautiful, inviting, and comfortable, such as trees, lighting, seating, water fountains, and public art. And lastly, promote and celebrate. Make active transportation an integrated, celebrated part of everyday life through education and encouragement. And my appreciation again to our members of PBAC for their great collaboration in crafting those vision and goal statements. So our baseline report is next, and this chapter covers existing conditions, travel behavior, and collision data, and will help us monitor some of our progress as we implement this plan. Starting with some of the existing conditions with our built environment. As I'm sure you're all very well aware, our primary challenges when it comes to mobility in Petaluma really stem from the fact that we have 3 dividing east-west barriers, the Petaluma River, Smart Tracks, and US 101. And these barriers obviously make crosstown travel harder for everyone, whether they're traveling by foot, bike, or car. But they really are more pronounced for people who are using those active car-free modes, as they tend to lead to longer trip distances, and they also force folks to use or give people no alternative but to use more congested routes, which can be really can be less inviting for people traveling outside of cars. Looking at our street network and sort of the way in which Petaluma developed, it really is a tale of 2 cities as far as when we developed and how we developed. On west of US 101, we do have neighborhoods that have characteristics that really do favor the potential for more walking, biking, and rolling for everyday needs. These include narrower, more human-scaled streets, better street connectivity. A lot of the west side and Midtown has a street grid, which allows for people to make shorter trips. and it's also the layout and the land use are conducive to people living closer to their daily needs. To the contrary, on the east side of 101, where we had more post-war development, you do not have that same street grid, so the street connectivity is not quite as strong, and this means people tend to live further from their daily needs. They have to travel longer distances, and generally speaking, at some point in your trip, if you're on the east side of town, you will have to travel along or across a wide, busy arterial road, which is obviously more of a detriment for active transportation. We have the majority of our city was developed prior to accessible sidewalk design, so this is a common sight in many neighborhoods where you have sidewalks that were built that are narrower and were built without curb ramps. Generally speaking, if a neighborhood was built prior to 1980, 1990, you're probably not going to have curb ramps on your neighborhood unless we've already retrofitted your street. Generally speaking, our best opportunity to make changes to these sidewalks and curb ramps are in paving projects, which is something that we've been doing for many years. There are also some great opportunities, especially on the east side of town. Majority of those multi-lane arterials are actually way under capacity. So these are streets that were designed with 4 and 5 lanes, which, back in the day, maybe they were anticipating 20, 30,000 vehicle trips per day on streets like Rainier, Caulfield, Eli Boulevard South. And really those are generally at about a quarter of that in terms of average daily traffic. So they're well under capacity, and what this means is we do have a lot of room on these streets to implement lane conversions and reallocate some of that space for other uses like walking, biking, greenery, street parking. And I should also note that another opportunity that arises on these larger streets, especially at our intersections of multiple larger roads, we have an opportunity for roundabouts, which can improve safety and efficiency for all modes, especially when compared to stop or signal controlled intersections. So as we're doing these projects, we're looking obviously at these opportunities not only to carve out some more space for other uses, but then also looking closely at the intersections around what types of safety and efficiency improvements we can make. We also have a strong network of off-street trails. Our primary crosstown trail, the Lynch Creek Trail, is well loved and well utilized. And so there is this great potential there with this network that we already have of trails, especially along our creeks. But when you look at how they intersect major streets, as shown here where the Lynch Creek Trail intersects North McDowell Boulevard, there's definitely an opportunity there to not only better integrate the two, making it easier for people to get between street and trail, but also celebrating that trail, creating trailhead gateway improvements and amenities, and then also improving trail crossings so that it's safe and convenient for folks when they do encounter major roadways along their journey. Shifting to travel behavior, most trips in the city are made by car, but there are opportunities to shift a lot of those trips to active modes as we make those options more safe and inviting. The average trip made within city limits is under 3 miles, and about a third of all trips originating in Petaluma are under 2 miles. That's a distance that can be biked in less than 10 minutes, and 2/3 of trips are under 5 miles, which is a distance that can be biked in under 25 minutes. So crosstown travel, especially with our traffic on streets like East Washington, it can actually be pretty time competitive to get around the city by a bike. Looking at our schools, most students are driven to school, but we've heard from a lot of parents who wish that they could send their kids to school by foot, bike, or other active modes. And those parents, from a Safe Routes to School survey that was administered last year, nearly 75% of parents shared that aspiration. and cited safety as a top concern or top barrier to doing that more often. And we have had a lot of success with education and encouragement activities that are spearheaded by Sonoma County Safe Routes to School, which is very active in nearly all of our Petaluma schools. And on days where they've promoted or held events that promote walking or biking to school, they've seen a huge uptick in the number of students who do so. We had the largest increase last year in number of students who bike to school on Bike to School Day in Sonoma County. And on Walk and Roll to School Day back in October 2023, 40% of students walked and biked to school. So we know that interest and potential is there, especially given how close so many of our students live to schools in Petaluma. Moving on to collision data, this shares the number of collisions, or reported injury collisions that have occurred involving someone walking, biking, rolling, and someone walking, biking, or rolling on our streets. And in the green there, you have non-severe injuries, and then in the orange, you have severe or fatal collisions. So just highlight that orange number because when we talk about Vision Zero, we talk about eliminating those severe and fatal collisions. And obviously, when you take steps to do that, you will likely see the overall number go down, but really our focus is on those severe and fatal collisions in orange. Looking at where the collisions are occurring, this map shows that same data, but with clusters assigned based on where they actually occurred. So you can see that most collisions involving people walking, biking, and rolling are happening on our busier, larger streets. About three quarters of them occur on streets with more than 3 lanes, and likewise around 3/4 occur within 100 feet of an intersection. All right, moving on to the action plan. It includes over 50 actions across 7 categories, and it's intended to help define, prioritize, and track progress on efforts that are not related to a specific infrastructure project. Those are included in the next chapter. And implementation of this plan and most items fall under our purview in Public Works, but you will see as you flip through this chapter, we've highlighted other departments, committees, local organizations where relevant. And many of these are multidisciplinary efforts that will involve multiple stakeholders. As for the timing and implementation of all of these, we have noted our target completion years in this chapter, but the actual timing and implementation may depend on our staffing and funding levels. And so we expect that, over time we'll get a better feel for our ability to check things off the list and kind of monitor our progress, like I mentioned earlier, on an annual basis on each of these. So the first category is infrastructure planning and design. It includes 4 actions. I will not go through all of these. I'll take a moment to maybe highlight some that have been elevated through recent presentations to other city committees and commissions. But this is just 4 items that will help us do some additional planning and updating our design standards so that as we move into implementation of this plan, we are capturing all of this work that's envisioned in this plan and making sure that it is done in a way that that folks want to see our streets and trails designed. The next category is infrastructure build-out, and this section primarily includes systemic citywide improvements that the city envisions making. So these are not necessarily improvements that you'll see highlighted on a project list or map, but these are the basically our sort of default way of approaching things when we are making changes to our streets. And on this next section, I've got 2 highlighted here. I guess you can't really see the bolding. Apologies for that. But number 11, bicycle and pedestrian wayfinding. We just discussed that on consent calendar. That's really been highlighted as a citywide priority by our pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee and some of our safe streets advocates. And then another item, number 14 here, that's come up a lot in our presentations on this draft plan, involve concerns around the etiquette, speeds, types of devices, electric bikes, electric scooters, et cetera, that people are seeing on our multi-use trails. And so the concern there is obviously that we need to, with electric devices becoming more popular and people going faster and faster, there's certainly a concern for safety on our multi-use trails especially. The next category looks at how we maintain all of this infrastructure, and I'll highlight number 5 there, which has come up, which has been a hot topic at the last 3 presentations on this draft plan for lowering the barriers to sidewalk and repairs for property owners. As you're probably aware, Public Works staff is currently following a council-directed program from 2016 that is a complaint-driven program that relies on property owners assuming 100% of the financial responsibility for sidewalk repairs in front of their properties. And we've addressed over 150 sidewalk repairs in the last 2 years. We are looking at proposing a larger general fund budget for sidewalk cost sharing, similar to the sewer lateral grant program that you'll be seeing in the upcoming proposed budget. So that's been discussed briefly at these meetings, but we've heard a lot of demand from our committees and commissions for some reforms to the city's sidewalk program. In education and encouragement, these are all of the actions that help promote greater adoption of active transportation. I'll highlight the number 2 there, active transportation maps, hearing a lot of desire for maps that help people navigate our city. I will highlight we do have a bike map up at cityofpetaluma.org/bike map, which shows our existing bike network as well as what was previously proposed in that 2008 bicycle and pedestrian master plan. So we'll make some updates to that. And we've gotten really good feedback through this process about improvements to those maps that would make them a little bit more user-friendly and legible for navigational purposes. There's a few more items related to education and encouragement. Yeah, and I should highlight number 12 there, not bolded, I missed that one, but similar to what I was saying earlier about the concerns around electric bikes, scooters, other motorized devices on our multi-use trails. And so this item is actually something our police department's already going in and talking with local students around how to safely operate these different bike types and educating people, students, parents, and those in the school community around legal use of these different devices. A lot of them, unfortunately, actually they're not really electric bikes at this point. They're actually electric motorcycles. So we're aware of the need to continually educate our community on what is and isn't allowed with these different types of bikes and motorcycles that we're seeing. And then the next item, public safety, and again, multi-use trail patrols highlighted, not only to help discourage that unsafe use of our trails by folks on electric devices, but also just other activities that might make people feel less safe to use our multi-use trails. And that's something that our police department has, I know, increased, especially since purchase of their electric bikes that they've had out there. Capacity building and professional development has 3 items that, that basically outline the work we need to do to build the capacity to actually implement this plan. And then lastly, evaluation, and I'll highlight there the annual report that we will make to our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee to track progress on all of these actions as well as build out of our infrastructure. All right, next up is infrastructure improvements, and this chapter includes maps and priority project lists that identify proposed bikeway, sidewalk, trail, and a handful of intersection and crossing improvements, as well as design guidance. So while the maps and project lists help determine the physical locations and types of improvements that we envision, the design guidance helps describe some of the recommended elements that we will look to apply to these projects. A quick disclaimer with this chapter. All of the proposed projects in this plan are subject to further consideration and analysis before they're implemented, with potential factors being right-of-way availability and other technical constraints, budget availability, community engagement, et cetera. And we have taken the effort to identify priority projects, but as you can imagine, our goal is really to capitalize on any and all opportunities we come across to implement any of these projects, whether they're the top priority or the lowest priority. If we have a paving project on a street, we're going to capitalize on that, obviously, to implement anything identified in this plan. Where I would say priority level will come into play is that it'll help elevate projects that maybe where we don't have something in the pipeline, where we don't have an upcoming paving project, or where we haven't yet fully funded a project. That could elevate it maybe as a priority for us when we're pursuing grants, for example. So an overview of the different bikeway types that you'll see in this on the map and in the project lists. We have 5 different bikeway classifications. On the left, in the left column there are off-street multi-use trails. And then on the right, we have on-street, here, let me get my cursor over here. We have our on-street bikeways. And so the plan includes 4 different types of bikeways. At the top, class 4 protected bike lanes, which include some sort of vertical element that separates the bike lane from the vehicle lane. And then at the bottom, a class 3B neighborhood greenway, which is essentially a low traffic, low speed neighborhood street where you would feel comfortable biking in the street with, even for folks who are less confident or comfortable on a bike, because there's so little traffic and such low speed. Our first example of one in Petaluma being the recent 5th Street neighborhood greenway. And so over here on the right, you'll see generally the recommendation is to increase the level of separation from vehicle traffic as volume and speed increase. So the busier the street, the more protection we recommend, and that's in line with national best practices. There's a document called All Ages and Abilities Bikeway Design Guidance. Table is actually included in the plan. And so when we were going through this process of looking at the map from 2008 that was adopted, the first thing we did was apply a filter of, what do we think at a high level it would take to make these bikeways conducive to, or appealing to people of all ages and abilities, not just your really strong and confident cyclists, but those who maybe are more interested in biking but kind of concerned, right? That's the 75% of parents who want to send their kids off to school on a bike. And so we've tried to apply that criteria to all of these bikeways. We also have included several corridor studies, and those are proposed on streets. They're a dashed green line. Those are proposed on streets where the implementation of a bikeway might be a little bit more challenging because of limited right-of-way availability. And so we're saying on those corridors, we think it's best to conduct more detailed technical analyses before we proceed with some sort of proposal. But again, before any project is implemented, that exercise is really being done. So here's our proposed bikeway network. I mentioned that, again, the filter we tried to apply here is thinking about what it would take to make each of these routes and streets conducive to all ages and ability, use by all ages and abilities, sorry. And something that we also were really keen on doing in this plan was envisioning, as we outlined in our vision statement, what would it take to truly give everyone in Petaluma, no matter where they live, work, are starting their trip, ending their trip, a high quality bikeway in close proximity to those to those places where they need to go. And so this shows that we've actually, with this proposed bikeway network, accomplished a high-quality bikeway within 1/8 mile or 200 meters of nearly all properties in Petaluma. San Francisco was bragging about accomplishing, I think, a 1/4 mile, so we outdid them. And we also went through a prioritization effort here, and through this exercise, what we did was try to identify and elevate the key arteries of the network. So if you start thinking about the spines of our bike network, what are those major streets and trails where the vast majority of trips, at some point you will need, if you're traveling from one end of the city to the other, you would likely use one of these streets or trails. So there was an emphasis on crosstown connectors as well as busy corridors that serve a lot of those daily needs like schools, parks, and shopping centers. And then we looked at each of those key spines and looked at them a little more closely and thought, all right, what would it take to, which gaps right now are potentially the biggest deterrents to biking? And so those are the projects, the discrete projects that you then see included in that priority table on page 33 and 34 of the plan. Next up in this chapter are pedestrian improvements. And so we have 3 different types of pedestrian improvements that we're looking at through this plan. Sidewalk gaps, which are areas obviously where the sidewalk is discontinuous. Marked crosswalks and accessible curb ramps. So in the case of sidewalk gaps, at the beginning of this project, we actually had all of the sidewalk gaps on our arterials and collector streets identified through a remote sensing process. And what we've done is include that list of sidewalk gaps that we are aware of and prioritize them based on whether they fall in our high injury network as defined by Sonoma County Transportation Authority. Those are streets where collisions happen at a more severe or more frequent rate. Transit-oriented communities, which are the half-mile circles around our smart stations. Those are defined by a regional agency. I could get into the weeds there if you'd like me to. Safe routes to schools, looking obviously near all of our schools, and then also looking at the disadvantaged communities identified in our general plan environmental justice report. We are currently working on the marked crosswalk inventory, and we recommend using that same prioritization methodology. And then we are also aware of the need to create an inventory of all of our curb ramps, but that's a much, much larger data collection process, and one that once we do have that completed would recommend the same prioritization methodology. This table is also included in that chapter, and essentially what we tried to create here, there isn't really something that exists the way the All Ages and Abilities Bikeway Design Guidance does, but we've taken our best stab at creating a table similar to that one where, with the same concept applied, basically as a street, as vehicle traffic and vehicle speeds increase on a street, so do the need for more robust interventions to help people get safely across the street. And so these are for all of our marked crosswalks where stop signs aren't present or traffic signals aren't present. And these are the proposed countermeasures that we envision making as we're upgrading crosswalks throughout the city. So for example, with our recent project on North McDowell Boulevard, you've seen the median islands that were added there with flashing beacons on both the sides of the road and in the median. And so that's a street, where you've got 4+ lanes, 40 mile an hour traffic. And so that's where you can see the recommendation, flashing beacon and median island. So we'll use this guidance, obviously, as we continue implementing projects. And then lastly, the implementation chapter, which delves into some of the different pathways to project delivery, as well as some of the funding sources that we're working with. And so looking at the different project types that we've identified in this plan over in this left column, and then we have 3 different essentially pathways to delivery, or ways that will actually, these projects will become reality. For our new or upgraded on-street bikeways, curb ramps, small sections of sidewalks, and then also any smaller crosswalk improvements that don't involve some sort of overhead beacon or signal system. Those are all ones that can be made in-house by our public works crew or through one of our on-call construction contracts. So we have a little bit more, those are things that can happen more quickly and regularly. And then in the 2 right columns, our real key opportunities to implement large-scale improvements throughout the city are through our major capital improvement projects, and namely, like I mentioned earlier, those paving projects where we're closing sidewalk gaps, we're implementing new crosswalks, we're upgrading all of the curb ramps so that they are accessible. We're narrowing vehicle lanes, we're reconfiguring streets, obviously. So that's obviously one major opportunity to build out this system. And then the other major opportunity that arises in a much less predictable fashion and generally at a smaller scale are those associated with development projects where the public improvement plans can deliver all of these improvements as long as they're associated with the project. All right, lastly, the review schedule and also just following up on a few things we've heard and that we're working on. So this draft plan was released at the beginning of the month. We've already had stops with the Planning Commission and Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, who had a joint meeting. Last Tuesday, we met with presented to the Transit Advisory Committee and got their feedback. After tonight, the comment period is still open. We're eager for any and all comments folks have, and we're collecting those through May 4th. They can be submitted at the project webpage, cityofpetaluma.org/ATP. And obviously, and actually, I think I also have my email address at the end of this. And we are planning on, at our next regular meeting with the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, I believe they would like to have another bite at the apple. We'll review all of the comments that we've received and talk next steps. And then we'll get back to work and make these changes to the plan, come back for your consideration of adoption in the coming months, depending on the breadth and level of changes needed. So some of the topics that we've already heard strongly emphasized by those committees and commissions thus far, accessibility, and although we think accessibility is really embedded in everything we do, it certainly is. I think there is room for improvement to add more references throughout the plan wherever we're referencing walking, to just also note that we're including anyone who's traveling by wheelchair or any other assistive mobility device in the same vein. We've heard strong support for the identification of that all ages and abilities bike network, and especially for protected bike lanes on busier streets. I mentioned we've heard a lot about enforcement of speed limits and illegal motorized bikes on multi-use trails. We've heard a strong emphasis, especially from our friends on Planning Commission, about the importance of green infrastructure, street trees, and beautification generally, and other looking like accessibility, looking for more opportunities to just integrate that throughout the planning document and acknowledge its importance. The implementation chapter has been highlighted as one that can be expanded upon. I'll touch on that briefly. Sidewalk repairs come up a lot. Traffic calming. So this plan, traffic calming, again, like accessibility, really embedded in everything we do when we're looking at changes to our streets. If we bring down speeds on our streets, we reduce the severity of our collisions. We make walking, biking, and rolling more inviting and safer. And so there is certainly an opportunity to add more, expand upon some of those design elements associated with the traffic calming throughout the planning document. And then lastly, wayfinding, to help people get around and navigate the system. So some additional efforts that are currently underway, and I think you can expect to see when the draft returns to council, in addition to some of those notes I just shared, completing our crosswalk inventory and prioritization so that there's a complementary table to those bikeway and sidewalk gap tables in the plan. And then for all of these priority project tables, developing cost estimates, something we've started on, and then also adding notes saying, what we think the implementation opportunities are for each of those projects, whether maybe it's a paving project or a quick build project, and noting if there are any funds committed to these projects through our capital improvement program. So again, for council and for the community, we welcome any and all feedback. We really appreciate everything we've heard so far. People are clearly invested. They're taking a lot of time to read through this dense document, and we're grateful for that. For those looking to target, on kind of specifically a couple chapters, really the meat of the plan, I would say, is the action plan and the infrastructure improvement chapters. And again, we welcome these comments by email or through the project webpage, and my email address is listed there. So with that, happy to turn it back over to you for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Long awaited and long worked on. Appreciate all of the contributions from all the committees and public that you've done outreach with. And your presentation, the thing we were looking at, will be on the website here shortly for everyone's continued reference. So I'd like to bring it up to council and see what questions we have before we go to the public. And I'll start with Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, just as well, thank you for getting us to this point. It's been a long haul so far, and there's still, as you said, there's still some improvements. We did just today, I just saw 3 very long letters of little details come in. We've got one from Ann Baker from the Climate Commission, who did a whole group there, ad hoc group, worked on this, and several pages there. We also have 2 folks in the audience, Pete Gang and Bruce Hagan, has produce a lot of details, and I would support just about everything that they put in their reports. So I would just like to support their recommendations for improvements. A couple of things on my own. One of the things that I saw in the news recently is that our California Department of Transportation is looking at modifying our gas tax and how to tax to do road improvements. So that's being looked at in the future. So we may want to make sure that we're aware of that. And as they change as we shift, that we may want to somehow may end up having to pay some taxes for bicycle pathways and structures, or the way our cars, electric cars, have to pay more by paying per mile, whatever. So anyway, there's going to be some potential change in our whole tax structure to pay for a road system. That's what's being proposed. But we need to be thinking it and having those discussions and being aware of what's happening at the California DOT in that respect, and see if we can include bikeways in their plans also. Since they're all about transportation, they need to also include the bike pathways. So let's make sure we're talking to this California DOT about tax monies, both in and out. Then one of the concerns I had is that the one number that popped up as being a problem for me was the 15 mile per hour on paths. And if you're going to combine pedestrians and electric vehicles coming down the same path, I think in general, both county and state and even federal, whenever there is a combination, it's almost everywhere I've seen is limited to 10 miles per hour rather than 15 miles an hour. So that we need to maybe talk about that a little bit, whether to set the limit. Either one, I think in town, all our signs say 10 miles an hour right now. So are we going to raise that? That would be something to investigate. Another one that several folks brought up in these recommendations is how to define bike, especially coming down in the future. I've given presentations on gap vehicles, how handicapped vehicles, the scooters, are improving. They're getting enclosed, they're getting covered with air conditioning and radios and Wi-Fi and all that. So we're going to have, so a bike should be anything with 0 to 4 wheels, because there's actually some vehicles being in experimental phase, hoverboards and the like, that are 0 wheels that could use the same pathways, all the way up to 4 wheels or more even. So a 4-wheel vehicle, quads, that would also fit the description of bike. So expanding that definition. and maybe setting the limit. I think in some places the width is what defines it and the weight. So whether it's 28 or 30 inches or even the full 33 inches or 32 inches for a yard, I think it's usually around about 30 inches, plus or minus a little bit, depending upon how you define the bike width. Weight under 1,000 pounds might be also a bike. So there's a lot of scooters out there, handicapped scooters, like upgraded wheelchairs now can easily reach close to 1,000 pounds that should be able to have access to our pathways. So there should be a weight definition, a width definition, a power definition, and a speed definition. All within says this is still a bike and still will work on our bike pathways. That's going to be what's be allowed there. And then when you upgrade, we need to be thinking about our roadways. Those things that pass 28 miles an hour are now motorcycles or higher and required to be on the roadway, not in the bike lanes at all. Let's make sure we define that what's not allowed in our bike pathways or bike lanes. As soon as you hit 20 miles an hour, you are not allowed in the bike lane, period, no matter what. So I think it's a state law. I think it's going to be federal law too. So let's make sure that is defined in there, what's not a bike. And that you need to be in the road. And let's work with our transportation department on that whole category of how to get those slower 40-mile-an-hour vehicles, the micro cars and rideshare cars going slow into that roadway. So that's a whole other chapter, I think. But at least we need to separate that out and push that in there. But at least say in our plan, this is not here, but will be in our transportation plan for roads. So that needs to be defined in there. Then another one is, I think there's several suggestions, maybe pushing education a little bit harder and stronger. I know the police are working on it. We've got volunteer groups, nonprofits working on education. But I would even push hard enough on the school system to make it a curriculum requirement to put into their secondary schools. There should be a bike and e-bike safety program as part of their curriculum, which I don't think is at the moment. So I'd like to push on that if we can. There is also when you have a scooter, whether it be 3-wheel or 4-wheel, or myself, I ride my bike. I've got rid of my truck half the time and ride my bike and do a lot of cargoing now. I've got large trailers now that I've constructed, and it's really hard to get through some of the smart crossings because they've got fences this way and that way, and you have to actually turn around, and it's a very small space to get turned. You have to make an S shape to get around these things. And it's hard enough with a long-tail cargo bike, which I have, but for a 4-wheel scooter, I don't think they might not be able to get through. And if I'm hauling one of my trailers, especially my longer, beefier trailers, I would actually have to unhook, move it all the way around to get around. So I would like you to work with SMART to modify those crossings that are fenced and make them so they're accessible by at least the 4-quad handicap scooters, which are 3 foot wide, maybe some, I think that's the limit on them, but they need to be able to get in and out much more easily. So working on that pathway. Then the other thing that needs to be included in here is that besides the map, I want mention of the GIS mapping needs to be part of a phone app. I just saw some videos of micromobility of the phone manufacturers in Europe and all over the US. But mostly in Europe now, they're saying on every single bike, the plan is that the controller is going to be your phone, and there's going to be apps on the phone that manages your bike as well as gives you maps and everything. So our GIS map should be make sure that we are including an app, phone app, that would be accessible by peds, handicap, and bicyclists to use however they want to use. And it's got to be a generic type thing. So that needs to be a goal within the plan. So please mention that. And then also there's some rules and regulations still that need to be worked out, especially sidewalks, because when you don't have a bike path, there's no bike path, there's just the road for cars, and then there's a sidewalk. There's still, I didn't see that in the plan, is what's going to be allowed. I think at the moment they're being generous on allowing bicycles on sidewalks, but I don't think that's officially legal, and so we need to look at that law there. So those are the things I came up with reading all the materials and going over some of the folks that talked in here that brought information in. So those are the things I would think about if you want to make any comments on any of those at this point, whether or not you want to just any feedback at this time, or listen to everyone and then feedback afterwards.
Yeah, that's kind of where we were hoping to go with questions in the first round and then public commenting. And but that's great feedback on all of those. Councilmember Quinn, do you want to weigh in? Questions?
Yeah, sure. I joined PBAC about a little over a couple of years ago, and we've been working on this ever since. And so I don't have any questions. I've had the opportunity to see this multiple times, and so I'll have comments later.
Great. Councilmember DeCarli.
So I'm glad to hear that we're looking into obtaining funding for the sidewalks. Is that, I mean, to what degree, though, is the city going to repair sidewalks?
So
or is looking to?
Yeah. I know Gina and Kent are here if they want to comment, but what's proposed is, or will be proposed is some sort of cost-sharing program, and the funding that's actually made available in that program is subject to council approval of the budget.
Okay, so I don't know, would you like to comment, Gina, or anybody?
Good evening, Council. So your question was about how much could be done with the new program?
What is the city looking to do as far as how many sidewalks, what type of sidewalks, what cases, to what degree is the city going to try to fund sidewalk repair?
I would, I'll point everyone to your draft budget, where we've requested general funds to help support a sidewalk grant program. Would operate, as Bjorn mentioned, similar to the sewer grant program. We would offer up to $3,000 matching grant to property owners who are prepared to contract and perform the work, the corrective work on their sidewalks. $2,000 of that could be toward construction. There's also set-asides that we can grant for arborist work and permit relief as well, permit fee relief. And depending on where that funding falls out, and if we were to assume that we were granted all of the money we've requested, it's hard to pinpoint it right now because we don't have the valuation on all those projects. They're pretty hard to estimate, but I would expect order of magnitude anywhere between perhaps 50 to 100 significant sidewalk repairs, reconstruction. Some of the money in that program, in that fund, would also be reserved for projects where we have non-responsive property owners, what we've reached out to multiple times, and they are either unable or unwilling to perform any work on their property. And in those cases, or in cases of real severe hazard areas, the city would perform the work, and we would have to put the money out up front. We would then look for reimbursement for those costs. And in worst case, lien the property to recover those costs, of course. But those would all be a capital outlay from us. So there would be some money set aside to make sure that we can cover some of those real tough problem areas too, in addition to the grant. So that's why my numbers sound fuzzy. I don't want to be evasive, but that's right now about the best estimate I could give you.
No, thank you for that. Yeah, because I do think that I do think the city should be funding more sidewalk repairs. I think that in a lot of cases, kind of as you mentioned, you have property owners who are unable to do it for a whole host of reasons, and with it being sidewalks being a public benefit, I think that the city should find and really prioritize ways to find more grant money to do so, and not necessarily just pull it from the general fund. And I think too that I'll give you one example of one reason why I think the city should do it. I mean, years ago, the city planted liquid amber trees all over the place. And if you know anything about liquid ambers, they have a really shallow root system that's pretty broad. And so I've seen many areas where sidewalks have, completely been upended because of those trees. And, that's an example of where it's not the property owner's fault at all, and I don't feel that it should be their responsibility. We do have on the west side of town, we do have a lot of elderly people, families, people with strollers, trying to use the sidewalks, and it's like going down a roller coaster. And I don't agree either with putting liens against property owners for this. I don't think anybody should have to lose their home because they didn't fix a sidewalk for whatever reason, whether they had the money or not, or whatever the circumstance be. So, I would really like to see the city prioritize it, because we did just vote tonight on grant money for signage for bicycles, which, I think has its places and is important, but that's not as important as making sure we have sidewalks that people aren't going to get injured on and that they can use. That's all I have to say about the sidewalks right now. But, I would like to go on to talk about, expand upon what Councilman Tripp said. There are new types of vehicles coming out, electric, human-powered, that are starting to become more and more prevalent. And he talked about educational programs, things like that. I wonder too if, because a lot of these I'll call them vehicles, are using public roadways, where everybody else that's using them is required to have registration, a license, insurance, and there's no difference really between them and, say, a car. They could get in the same kind of an accident. They're much more vulnerable. If they're going on sidewalks, if they're going the wrong way on the street, if somebody that did that in a vehicle, they go to jail. So I think that we need to look at that a little bit closer and try to make the streets much safer in that regard.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you to staff. I have high respect for the work that went into this and our Bike and Pedestrian Committee. I was wondering if City Council could have some feedback on just the McDowell bike lanes that we put in. I think they've been in like maybe 6 to 9 months, and already there's missing bollards, there's weeds, debris, there's hazards in that bike lane, and I have seen some bikes in there and a lot of vehicle traffic, especially between 3 and 5 o'clock. I don't know if it's when the schools get out, but McDowell has a lot of car traffic, and I couldn't even get a photograph of the bollards to put in the app to say, hey, there's bollards laying on the ground here. A bicyclist is going to run into them, because I didn't want to stop and take a picture because there's nowhere to stop. And I couldn't even double back, and I was in a rush to get to a meeting. Anyway, I would like some update on that. The one crosstown connector that I'm always advocating for, and I'd like some feedback on where we are in the process. I believe it's, I call it the catwalk because I'm old school. It's Caltrans, the owner, and it needs ADA. It goes from Stewart, I believe, over to Kenilworth, to the Target Shopping Center. And that is a great crosstown connector, but it's too high, and it needs, there's a lot of things that need to be done to make it modern and usable. I also would like an update on our D Street bike lane experiment. How will the city use the data that we have on that bike lane? And how much more time do we have on that experiment? And are we listening to the neighbors' concerns about their loss of parking, especially to tree work and to this local Better Next Day parking and pedestrian use in that D Street neighborhood? And I I just would like an update because I think has it been a year? I lost track of time. Also, when you have travel behavior, our population is getting older, and I was just wondering how we're, I think Councilmember Shribs brought it up about the wheelchairs and the scooters for the handicap on those those pedestrian trails. And also, we need more handicap parking. Yesterday was Easter Sunday, and there was one handicap parking on Howard Street in front of St. Vincent's Church. I was carrying 2 seniors, and I saw a lot of other seniors that were being dropped off, and it was really scary to watch them unload from vehicles when traffic is backed up, and there was traffic on top of traffic and pedestrians, and there wasn't enough handicap, and then we've lost a lot of handicap striping, the blue striping on Howard Street, and I believe we have that traffic that neighborhood coming back to us soon on the reconfiguration of parking. So I would like an update on that. We have the lots of parking where the roundabouts are. There's some on McDowell, and the homeowners are parking on the sidewalk because the roundabouts, the homeowner loses parking. So we need to take that into consideration when we do a roundabout. And I've already spoken to the chief about that. And the lane conversion, making those lanes smaller from 4 to 2. How do we come about that data and the number of vehicles traveled per day? McDowell has a lot of traffic when the business parks get out, both directions. And I know Caulfield does too. There's a lot of traffic at certain times of the day, going to school, coming home from school, businesses getting out, and then of course we have our truck route problems. So those are my questions. As far as the sidewalk repair, thank you, Gina, for bringing up about permitting, because some of the sidewalk work needs to be permitted, and the homeowners are having to pay for those permits. And if we can offset that cost, because some of these are historic trees on the west side, and they're concerned about, keeping those historic trees and repairing the sidewalk, but then they also have the expense of the permits. So that's all I have, but thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Okay, thanks. So I was actually going to talk about ADA and wheelchair access also. I really appreciated the photo that you put up on the east side that has like a pole, which makes it difficult in case, people are, have mobility devices. And so I do want to kind of understand how we're going to, say if you're in a neighborhood and there is a person that is in a wheelchair or other means, how can we work with issues like that specifically to make it easier for people to have better mobility? Because I have hundreds of these pictures, of poles in the road, and that is a real concern of mine, how we're actually going to make it so people can get on and off those curb, for curb cuts. And so I would like to know a little bit more about that. And the picture you showed was a perfect photo because there's a lot of those around. And as far as, I want to thank whoever did the lighting in the Lynch Creek Trail because it's nice and light under there. So thank you, however that got done, because I know it wasn't an easy one. It was a little bit of complication, but as far as the parking, because I appreciate Maureen sending those pictures in because it was great. People could actually park on D Street for special events, and I thought that was kind of the point, is what we had said, that on special event days like Better and Eggs Day, that parking on D Street was allowed, and I realized it's in the bike lanes, but I thought it actually went pretty well, adding a lot of parking spaces. And what else can I have in here? It's a mishmash of a bunch of things. And I think sidewalks repairs is important to talk about, only for people walking. And there's one specific place that I know that I wrote to the city a few times on. It's on the west side, but it's, I think the house is on, Liberty Street. But then it wraps around onto another street, and it's really a long space. And it's almost like the one street that I'm not sure what the name of the street is, but it just seems like an arterial that a lot of people walk on. And so then you have one property owner that is responsible for in front of their house, which is fine, but then there's this really long area on the side of their house also. And so I'm just I do want to know how we're going to address that when it's long spaces. It's not just, 4 sections in front of your house. This is pretty large. And for the city to work with those homeowners in some manner to get that done. And I do like the idea of permitting being reduced or something, because that can be a barrier also. And as far as speeding, with the roads that we have done, and I'm going to give Maria Drive as an example, there just seems to be a lot of speeding, and how we're going to really address that when we make the roads smoother. And then you have bike lanes, and then you have especially trucks, pickup trucks, just speeding without any consideration. And so I just want to know how we're going to make actually people safer when we improve the road surface. And I think that's it for, hang on a second. That's it for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm going to stick with a question.
Yeah.
I've got one question on in the action plan, the public safety section. I did not see lighting on there, and I was just wondering if that was an oversight or if it's found in another section.
Yeah, it's in the infrastructure build out section.
I'll save my comments for after public comment.
Mr. Mayor, I was keeping a list of some of those questions that were raised. Be happy to address some of those now.
If they're topical to the active transportation plan.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, we have parking study coming out later, we have
Yes,
D Street coming out later.
Okay.
We're just trying to get public comment.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. So there were a lot of questions around the types of devices that are allowed on, whether it's streets, sidewalks, trails. We defer to the California Vehicle Code on all of that. They've established all of the rules and regulations, even defining what classification all of these different electric devices fall under, and then what the rule, where they're allowed, how fast they're allowed to operate, age limits, licensing requirements, et cetera. So I think Councilmember Shrib's point to maybe add some of that context and references to that material in the California Vehicle Code is a great one. It's one that we can certainly add to the introductory chapter. I think makes a lot of sense. There was also, I just wanted to correct Councilmember Shribs, it is not illegal to ride a bike on a sidewalk in California. That's a common myth. It's only illegal where a city has adopted a local ordinance explicitly prohibiting it. And so in Petaluma, our ordinance applies to a defined area of our downtown where biking on sidewalks is prohibited. But otherwise, it is legal to ride bikes on sidewalks.
Is that an ordinance we could look at creating citywide?
Certainly, that's something that we have the local authority to consider that. Yep.
It would be, that would take something of a consensus towards a direction, and that conversation would need to be had. policy decision. I'm sorry, you were going to say?
Yeah, I was just moving on. So as far as maintenance issues with the North McDowell Boulevard protected bike lane, we have purchased a protected bike lane street sweeper, or just a mini sweeper. It's used for a lot of things, not just protected bike lanes. And the best way, when you notice those maintenance issues, to report those to us, those or any maintenance issues, is to go to cityofpetaluma.org/issues and describe the issue, the location, et cetera. And there's also an app called Engage Petaluma, which feeds the same system to help us keep track of maintenance issues that pop up and then address them. The Mackenzie overcrossing is one that we've been looking at very closely through 101 crossings study that was funded by Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and it's a really nuanced situation. Not sure I can give it full justice here tonight, but what I will share is that we've done everything in our power to make minor modifications to improve the accessibility. So we've actually added a curb ramp on the north side where there wasn't one. We've removed the gates both at the entrances, and there was a gate up on the middle of the structure that made it difficult for people to use with shopping carts or push carts or strollers, wheelchairs, you name it. Actually replacing the structure is a $20 to $30 million project to make it ADA compliant. And so through that study, our recommendation that we've developed in close coordination with our consultant is actually to leave the structure as is. And again, we've made all the modifications we can to improve its accessibility as much as possible, but potentially to pursue development of a new crossing along closer to the East Washington corridor that would potentially accommodate more people. And we can certainly provide an update on that study effort. I'm looking for some other related questions. The D Street Bikeway pilot project came up. So that was implemented in August of last year. And we have been collecting data throughout. We're nearing completion of our first round of data collection, and we'll be producing an update on what we've found thus far on that in the coming weeks. As far as the duration of the pilot project, it is the resolution approving the pilot project did not specify a duration. It tied it to the upcoming paving project on D Street, which is a paving, sewer, and water project. And so the commitment was to revisit to review the pilot project and make a decision or ask for a decision on the future configuration of D Street prior to that project, prior to the construction contract being awarded.
And when is that utility work supposed to commence?
Offhand, I don't, unless Jeff here, do you have the extra timing?
It's currently in design. Sorry. I think we're looking for a construction of fiscal year 26. And obviously the utility piece, and there's going as one project as a utility and a paving project, but that's currently under design right now.
And how much does that pilot project cost so far?
I would be happy to provide more project-specific information. It's not the item we're here to discuss tonight, but...
Right, I think we're veering off of the ATP. Okay. We want to get the answer on that. And fiscal year 26 is the one we're looking at in the next weeks. That's the budget we're looking at, that you're referring to.
Yeah, so we're looking at when we're talking about construction of D Street, it's fiscal year right now 26, 27. Mm-hmm. So it's working in design now, and we'll see that as part of the
design is funded in the budget we're looking at, but the construction of the utilities is the following year.
Correct.
And the road the following year.
Correct.
So we'll see all that come up in the meeting here. Great. I think what we're talking about with the ATP is kind of two kinds of things. One, we're a city with tremendous deferred infrastructure investment, so we're way behind on everything we're looking at, whether it's the catwalk or sidewalk or roads, bike lane, everything. But the second thing is the whole climate consideration and the commitment to mode shift and making that available to people to adopt a mode shift. And I think safety figures big into both of those questions. We talk about the sidewalks being unsafe and tripping hazards and things, and I've pushed for this for the last 4 or 5 years. If you go back and watch the video of the budget sessions for the first couple of years, you were there. For the first couple of years, I pushed and said, hey, let's do a 50-50 with a select number of people, and the first 50 people in to fix their sidewalks, because then we can say, no, we mean it, because we haven't ever followed up on this really hard with people needing to maintain their sidewalks and stop having that liability out there. And so for 2 years, we pushed that way. Then we pushed at a new angle where we said, well, how about point of sale? When somebody sells their house and they've made tremendous appreciation over the years, that's not impacting them as a senior who's still living there. That's just another opportunity and idea. We've been in a time where we haven't either had the public works availability. I mean, we're still growing the public works department. Every year we're putting more money into the infrastructure and exceeding that, or we haven't had the budgeting behind it to do these kind of things. So while I think we all recognize on council and in public that we should be fixing the sidewalks, I'm just loving hearing that we're discussing it, because there's so many details like the permitting and the trees and things that require staff to drill down on it. But my question is like, when the sidewalk work is occurring, separate from when we ask the public to do their own private residences and that kind of conversation, when we're looking at about sidewalk gaps and other things, are we looking at it in a climate sense? Is it connecting to routes? Do we have a prioritization for climate?
Yes, I think the primary metric you'd be looking for if you're taking climate into consideration, or the primary criteria, I should say, would be the potential for mode shift. So, shifting those trips out of, they're currently made by car, to foot or bike. And so really the way we've tried to capture that is by elevating streets, trails where we see the highest potential for mode shift. Those are going to be your arterials, they're going to be your crosstown connectors. They're the streets where you see more activity, where having that sidewalk gap closed or having that bikeway improved would accommodate a greater number than, say, a smaller, like a residential cul-de-sac, where, it's only serving a handful of homes, for example.
And I'd like more in your thoughts about priority. I see the priority for the river trail is number one. I mean, it is everybody's funnest thing they'd like to have. But it's also grant funded. It wouldn't occur without outside funding. We don't have funds to pay for it. If the grant funds don't come for your number one, and that's $10 million, do you do the next 20? Do you start them all suspecting you might not get the grant this year? Is there a way of showing that we will achieve finite quantities each year, even if our number one drops to year two?
Yeah, so what we have a really strong partnership with Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authority. And what they do is they're constantly looking at, what we both do. We're looking at all of the different grant funding opportunities. We're reviewing our capital improvement program, and we're trying to play matchmaker between those grants that are out there and the projects that we have that are unfunded. Or in some cases, we have a project that's partially funded, and we have an opportunity to actually fund it with outside funds rather than using city funds, and then we can spend the city funds elsewhere. So that's something that we do on an ongoing basis, trying to align projects with funding opportunities. And something we've discussed at the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee certainly would like to do is keep track of, or keep a running list at our meetings of all the upcoming grants and potential project candidates. so that we can have those conversations around what we're going after. In the coming months, too, we'll be coming to council for your feedback on the top 5 projects that we will be submitting to the SCTCA funding program. That's where they look at all of the major grants that they anticipate in the next several years, and they ask each city in Sonoma County to submit their top 5 transportation priorities, and then they go through a formal process of actually vetting those and submitting those on our behalf for those grants. So that'll be coming to you as well.
Have you had that conversation with PBAC about the achievable versus the aspirational? River Trail is very aspirational, but other things might be more, and I think there should be a weighting, some should be on the scale for what's achievable.
Yeah, I think we're looking at an implementation focused plan, and I do think that conversation is coming, especially as we build out that priority project table with cost estimates, implementation opportunities, and we start thinking about how much we can truly accomplish and how we can accomplish it, and obviously with a goal of expediting these projects to the extent possible and making the most out of our local funds, finding ways to leverage them and get the most bang for our buck with all of these projects.
Cool. Yeah, I don't want us to be ahead of PBAC in regards to the achievable versus what might look good.
I do think that's a good point, Mayor, though, that if we're considering this through the lens of climate, we want to give people the best possible surface on sidewalks, to encourage them to be walking more. So perhaps something like Prop 4 money could be one avenue to help get that done.
And I think you were brilliant to show that you have on-call contractors or public works staffing to handle the smaller side of things that doesn't require biddable contracts for success. So I appreciated that distinction that you were making in there. And I'd like to see that we have the funding spent that year and not the plans done, or, things like, achievable is what really matters. Different line of question. We mentioned GIS. When I ride my bike, in an unfamiliar area, I just Google and toggle the bike app on it. And even if I'm bike and bus or bike and smart, it works like a champ. So does the city have to connect with those folks to get that into the internet, or do they pick up? How does our active transportation plan get into?
Unfortunately, it's a bit of a mystery. We do submit data to them. When we make roadway changes, like for example, any circulation changes, like we've implemented at Lakeville and Pineview or at 5th and D. We submit it to them, let them know, hey, a change has been made here. Here's what's going on, and hope that they'll see it and update their navigation directions, but it's kind of a mystery for us because we send it off and then we never hear back, and maybe the change gets made, in days, or maybe it takes weeks. So,
you mean I can't believe everything on the internet?
Not quite, but I think there's a lot of that stuff is just user reported, and then they.
So, and other questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Cater Thompson?
I just want to go back to the overcrossing, the one up McGregor, but also Corona, because I thought we had gotten a grant to evaluate both of those. And would the grant include shifting to a different location for, like, instead of redoing the McGregor one?
No, so the grant supported a study of 4 bicycle and pedestrian crossings of US 101. So they were Corona Road, Rainier Avenue, the undercrossing, Lynch Creek Trail, and actually there we were looking more at the North McDowell intersection being a key barrier for that, and then the 101, the McKenzie overcrossing. And so we are finalizing that study, and we will have recommendations on near and long-term improvements at each location that we will be sharing with council. For Corona, we are recommending utilizing the existing structure and actually making improvements to it in tandem with a Caltrans railing replacement project that's scheduled for 2031, which is an opportunity for us to actually slightly widen the structure potentially, if we can come up with some money locally or through a grant, in order to add bike lanes and sidewalks, bicycle and pedestrian facilities to that structure. In its current form, it's unfortunately too narrow to accommodate those uses.
We know that. It definitely is, and it's definitely dangerous. And there's just a lot more population that's down in that area. And it's and with the SMART train there, you're going to see more and more people. You know, you see it all the time, people using that overcrossing. So I'd actually like to connect with you on this because we talked about this at SCTA at the last meeting, and it sounded as though the pedestrian crossing by McGregor, or whatever we call it, I call it the Target Shopping Center, was a priority versus the Corona. So I just want to see where we're actually on the same page with SCTA. Thanks.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, you brought up connections to bus, and I think you just came from the Transit Committee. I don't see bus stops on the map, and I was just wondering just any of the input from the Transit Committee and how they felt it was sort of supporting transit, because all transit riders are ultimately active transportation users as well.
There was one comment, but not real strong feedback from the committee as a whole around expanding the prioritization criteria to include more all bus stops. So it was a question I even asked the committee. Didn't get much feedback on that. I think so my assumption was that they agreed with prioritization of the two half-mile transit-oriented community areas around the two SMART stations. But that is something that's certainly open to feedback, even if it doesn't come from transit, right? Whether you would like to see different criteria applied.
Okay, let's go to general comment. And can I ask the clerk if we received prior emails, and then feel free to read the messaging.
Yes, we did receive 4 public comments on this item before the meeting began, and those are uploaded to the website. And members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
We have 9 speakers. Our first speaker is Bruce Hagan, to be followed by Marja Tar.
Could I request that Pete Gang go first, because he's got the big picture?
Pete Gang to be followed by Bruce Hagan.
Thank you, sir.
Under the bus. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and esteemed staff. Pete Gang. I know that an ATP is needed in order for the city to qualify for SCTCA funding, but I have a very clear sense that our community takes our active transportation planning very, very seriously. And I acknowledge that, I respect it. When Cool Petaluma was coming to town, the 2 comments that they heard most frequently from people all across town was, people drive too fast on my street and traffic is terrible. And we can't build our way out of those problems. All of the strategies that we're talking about in the active transportation are a way of alleviating traffic by getting people out of cars. we make it easier for the percentage of people who have no interest and no inclination to get on a bicycle or other device. A PhD researcher named Jennifer Dill in 2015, I believe, looked at data from 50 major cities across the country, and she found that a relatively small percentage are like me, which she describes as strong and fearless bike riders. About a third of all people are no way, no how. You're not going to get them on a bike at all. But just over 50% of people across the country self-report that they are interested in riding a bicycle, but they are concerned, they don't feel safe on the infrastructure that is provided for them. So by providing that safe, low-stress infrastructure, we have an opportunity to get a large percentage of our population out of their cars and onto devices. I guess the last thing I want to say is paying attention to the city budget process. I think we all have to acknowledge that we are spending a lot of money every year maintaining the infrastructure that we have inherited from past generations. And I think I would say it's incumbent on us to also spend significant amounts of money putting in place the infrastructure that we're leaving to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Hagan, to be followed by Marja Tar.
Well, I want to thank staff and the council and everybody else, PBAC in particular, for putting this plan together. I was involved in creating the first bike plan in 2008, and that was a good start, but this is really, really good. There's just a few things I think will make it perfect, that will make the work go faster and cost less, because that's what we've been driving for. Standardized designs. If we have to come up with a brand new, unique design for every little resurfacing job, you give, not only does it take longer and cost more, but you give people who may not like the idea of losing a parking space all sorts of leverage to bring things to a halt for weeks, months, or even years. So we can have standard designs and say, yes, we're going to come in and redo your street. Here's how we do it. It's going to happen in 2 weeks, and that's it. That's what other cities and communities are doing when they have good ideas that will benefit the larger community and maybe not a handful of people. Another thing is that we are now wasting 50% of our repaving money. And you might ask, how are we doing that? Why are we repaving the parking lanes? I have a parking lane that got re-slurry sealed 3 years ago. It was fine for parking. It was even fine for driving, but now we're spending an extra $50,000 to maybe $200,000 per mile on residential streets, the kind that are the backbone of our neighborhood greenways, to resurface the parking lane. So if we don't do that, not only do we create a narrower traffic lane down the middle, 32-foot wide street, 16 feet paved down the middle where the cars go. They go slow because it's not that wide, but they go slow. They don't try to race and clip mirrors. The rest of it is just left as is, and chunks of those parking areas, 6 feet wide, 8 feet wide, extending out into the travel lane to pinch off the traffic, can be used for planting trees that we heard so much about earlier in tonight's meeting. So I suggest that at least get the attention of a pilot project, perhaps on St. Francis Drive around a school. Last of all, I think it would be a good idea to spend some of the money that we have maybe for wayfinding to help us find our way and do some public opinion polling that will back up the kind of assertions that Pete cited nationwide with what people in Petaluma are thinking and feeling about all of this. And if you have an opinion on it, you can go to tinyurl.com/CompleteStreetsForPet. And that's the number 4. And it's an opportunity to sign our declaration supporting complete streets for Petaluma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marja Tar, to be followed by Nathan Spindell.
Hello there, everyone. Thanks. Yay to fixing sidewalks. I have to say that first. My name is Marja Tar. I am the current chair of PBAC. I've been on PBAC for a number of years, and I'm here just to listen to comments and concerns and questions and take them back, because we're going to get at PBAC one more opportunity to take a deep dive into this plan that we've been working on for 7+ years. I'd like to thank the multitudes who have participated in the completion of the ATP or to this point. There are thousands of us out there who have had our say, who have come to meetings, God knows, come to even council meetings where we were here until late in the afternoon or late in the evening, depending on when that council meeting occurred. The ATP is really a work of love given to us by lots and lots of folks. I want to give a special thanks to Bjorn for his time and commitment. It's just amazing what he has accomplished. He and I started working on this plan, I think, 7 years ago in a PBAC meeting where he was chair. And look at him now. He's got all the answers. He has just been a godsend to us. We have all spent so much of his time, and he has given so much in return. We thank him, and we would wish, if we had a choice, we'd love 100% of his time. Don't give him other projects, too. He's got his hands full just with us. Also, just a reminder, May 4th deadline for making comments. Get your comments and concerns in. We are listening, and we can change. And this plan is adaptable. Just thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell, to be followed by David Felix.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I live in West Petaluma, and I walk and bike throughout town with my young family. We also frequently drive cars. I'm here to voice my strong excitement and support for the draft active transportation plan. I want to highlight a few reasons why. First, investing in sidewalks, crosswalks, and a network of protected mobility lanes isn't just about concrete and paint. It's about safety. Every block you make walkable and bikeable reduces collisions and keeps our kids, adults, and seniors safe. Studies show that active transportation improvements even make the roads safer for those inside of vehicles by slowing speeds and reducing the number of collisions, especially so for senior drivers and pedestrians. Second, active transportation boosts our local economy and helps our small businesses. Studies show that when people stroll or pedal to local businesses, they spend more, linger longer, and connect with neighbors. Finally, I believe that Petaluma's small-town charm will thrive when our streets are welcoming to everyone, regardless of age, income, or ability to drive. Thank you to city staff for their years of hard work getting the active transportation plan to this point. It contains an ambitious vision for how Petalumans will safely move about the city in coming decades. I'm excited for that future to become our reality. Thank you.
Thank you. David Felix, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Thank you to Bjorn, PBAC, Safe Streets, everyone who has contributed to the ATP. 85% of our days are like today, beautiful, bikeable weather, and Petaluma is nearly all flat. 75% of parents want their kids to bike to school, but don't due to safety concerns. 40% want better active transportation facilities. 34% of trips are under 2 miles, perfect for walking, biking, or scooting. Transportation is Petaluma's biggest source of emissions. Reaching carbon neutrality by 2030 demands major mode shift. If you complain about traffic, you are traffic. Our streets were designed for cars, and we have the fatality and injury stats to prove it. Since 2012, nearly 400 pedestrians or bikers in Petaluma have been injured by cars. 60 of those have been seriously injured or killed. Ask yourselves, would they have been hurt or killed if our streets were designed for people instead of cars? How many more will be hurt while we drag this out over the next 5 years? We're at a fragile and pivotal moment. D Street and 5th Street quick builds show the promise of safer designs, but square traffic circles, poor signage, and poor pavement conditions are confusing people. As a result, quick builds risk unnecessary opposition. If they feel half-baked, people will demand we rip them out and momentum will be lost. Look at D Street. There was so much noise and drama and editorials back and forth, all of that for a quick build. I think it's clear this way better road design for everybody, including drivers. I'm excited to see what the preliminary report says in a few weeks. Will every ATP project require a dragged-out battle of public comment like this? Are you really going to build out all of the changes in the ATP with this kind of process? As Reclined reminds us in Abundance, the real scarcity today isn't ideas or technology, it's permission to build. Endless comment periods, endless veto points, that's what kills change. We can't public comment our way to safer streets. Every year of delay means cars dominate, people get hurt, and emissions rise. 7 years to get here today, which is a great place to be, but let's go faster. Who remembers camcorders from the early 90s? Sony invented a brand new battery architecture to power those camcorders, the 18650 lithium-ion cell, which maximized energy density and manufacturability. About 20 years later, J.B. Straubel, one of the co-founders of Tesla, built an EV using that same technology, and it's changed the world. In the last 13 years, manufacturing capacity grew tenfold, and the cost of this cell dropped from about $7 to about $1 each. These cells now compete with gasoline on cost, energy density, and refueling speed, and power nearly all e-bikes and scooters we have today. For 150 years, fossil fuels have dominated transportation, but now we are living in a massive generational shift to electric mobility. Our streets must transition too, and you have the power to make it happen. Petaluma can lead. You have the plan, the community, and the funding, and all that's missing is the will to act. Fund the work, hire the staff to support Bjor's outstanding leadership, build faster, perform more projects in-house, streamline approvals, don't let red...
Thank you very much. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Hi. I just had a few thoughts about the presentation that we saw recently here. Apparently, 3/4 of parents don't send their kids to school biking or walking because it doesn't feel safe. So my question is, are we talking about kindergartners or are we talking about seniors? I mean, it seems a pretty expansive, you know, I think that makes a huge difference. And if it was safer, would the kids actually do it? Because a lot of kids don't want to have to walk. They don't want to have to ride their bikes. But actually, with e-bikes, we're not really talking about biking anymore. It's not exercise. It's a moped. And so kids would probably be much more likely to ride mopeds to school. But again, not kindergartners. The other question I had to do with the collision data, and I couldn't really see the thing very well up on the screen, but I didn't see a delineation between bike and pedestrian collision data. And those are two totally different requirements in terms of making intersections and streets safe. What's required for pedestrians is not the same as what's required for bikes. So which is it? Who's getting hurt? Is what I would like to know. I think we could probably all agree that e-bikes don't belong on sidewalks at the very least. E-bikes and e-scooters. They haul down sidewalks. It's super dangerous, and I think that is personally like a total no-brainer. You're never going to keep e-bikes out of bike lanes. They're just going to go faster and faster. They're actually going to be probably a danger to bikes. And definitely on sidewalks, you don't want to see them there. In terms of the sidewalk repairs, the complaint-driven process is, frankly, totally bogus. I mean, it literally is anybody can fill out a form with any kind of complaint about any sidewalk anywhere in town, and the city just sends you a letter and says, fix it. I had a neighbor who had, I swear, it was a 1/4 inch, and it was a little crack, and someone said they tripped. And so they get a letter. It's not only do you have to have a permit, you have to have a licensed contractor. You can't do it yourself. You have a time limit in which to do that. And the neighbor next to them has, you know, like 5 inches of red paint saying, oh, watch out, don't trip on this. So it's a totally unfair process.
Thank you. Maureen Gottschall, to be followed by Nina Zito.
Hi, thank you. I actually wasn't going to talk today, but Councilman Cater Thompson, thank you for mentioning my email, but I find it interesting that the point of my email wasn't voiced. So I'll go ahead and voice it myself. So what happened on Butter and Egg Day on D Street is that the visitors from D Street, which is 30,000 plus on that day, all parked in the bike lane. And they parked well past 10th Street. And what has happened when they've reconfigured the bike lane is that they've reduced the size. So people used to park on that side of the street and have this buffer zone where they would open their car and they would be able to pull their child out safely. What's happening with all these people, and what I saw is families pulling their babies out of the car seats in active traffic because there is no buffer zone. So to my feeling, that is not a positive outcome. That's seriously dangerous. And the fact that the city didn't plan for that, or the police, or the parents don't know. They didn't know. They just pulled up. They didn't know that they were opening the door to, people were swerving to miss these people into the other lane. How is that safer? So that was my biggest concern and why I did it. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that the observations of this highlights two critical points. The first is D Street clearly functions as essential overflow parking for downtown events. This function will become even more crucial when the Adobe Road Tasting Room, Race Car Museum, and Entertainment Complex opens, a development for which the city has yet to study the full impact of the parking, since per their own admission, they left out of the parking study since it was not opened yet. It's opening this year. Second, the council's stated objective of creating safer streets for all users is producing the opposite outcome on D Street. The removal of necessary parking on this busy thoroughfare has made conditions more dangerous. Local bicycle ridership on D Street remains practically non-existent, precisely because residents recognize it's dangerous and choose safer alternative routes to get around town. The primary beneficiaries appear to be a handful of weekend expert cyclists who could easily be directed to safer routes like B Street. This may add an additional 2 minutes to their route across town at best. Hardly an inconvenience for the rest of the community to be safe on D Street. The lack of comprehensive planning during this pilot project is exacerbating unsafe conditions directly attributed to the streets reconfiguration.
Thank you. Nina Zito, to be followed by Patricia Tuttle Brown. And I think I'm going to rein back in if it's not related to the active transportation. We're going to try and focus on the active transportation part.
Hi, I think I can stand up right now. Thank you so much for these thoughtful comments and observations. I appreciated, I guess it was Councilman DeCarli's observation that our bicycle traffic is not licensed or regulated. And it's my sad observation that we've got some road warriors who are like flying through stop signs and like giving me the finger as I pass, and that's not okay. And when we talk about appropriately safety, et cetera, I think we might push back a little and look at who's not driving unsafely. And I'm going to respectfully suggest that it's not, mom or dad driving to the market or to the Target Center who's driving unsafely. But it may be some of these cyclists who are following what seems to me are a kind of an aggressive pro-pavement, big build agenda around bicycle use that I'm not seeing supported, frankly, by wheels on the ground. I'm not seeing it. I've waited. I've seen the orange cones. And I'm waiting to see the bikes. And there's some lycra-clad, warriors who are cruising past. But where are the rest of them? And, are they carrying groceries with them as they do shopping? No, I don't think so. So, what's going on, folks? I understand that it's an attractive source of funding with capital improvements and whatnot, but, what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Tuttle Brown, to be followed by Eric Shear.
Okay. I think it's wonderful. Hi, Bjorn. I knew Bjorn years ago, and I have to correct Bruce. The first bike plan was basically written by me with a committee, and it started in 1993, and it passed when Patty Hilligus was mayor in 2003, and it was monumental and fabulous. And what I wanted to say is that there are a couple things that would be great to add in, and one of those things is lighting. And I'm not talking about lighting paths. I'm talking about the problem with LED lighting, people's homes, people's businesses that shine out into the areas where people want to walk. And if we want people to walk in our community, there need to not be brilliant LED lights shining in their eyes. You just walk behind the quilt shop at night. There are lights. People are putting up LED lights. So part of what we did at that time was to have things added to the city rules where lights could not be a certain amount of brightness. So there were several other things that allowed us to enforce at that time. One of them was that one of the bike committee members, namely me, was allowed to sit in with staff. And so many things happen with staff when nobody else knows the project is way beginning. And I was allowed to be there when Ken Savano was a lowly, whatever he was, bike cop. And we all talked about what was safe and what wasn't when the Clover on Madison was being created. There needs to be more interaction between staff and the people that run the committees. That's when Spark existed. Spark definitely needs to come back. And as the chair of the bike committee, I went to many, many Spark meetings and said, okay, we put 12 recommended conditions of approval out for this project, and all 12 of them were rejected. And I would like you to, and I'd like which ones are the most important. I'm going to beg for these two, and half the time it got put back in. So it was a very proactive committee. So I'd like to say that those are my, and crosswalks. The thing about crosswalks is that I live on the boulevard for 45 years. The new crosswalks, there's only one crosswalk at H Street. And if you walk on where my house is, nobody stops because it doesn't have the blinking light, but it still has a thing that says it's a crosswalk. That's a really ridiculous way and very cheap. You put 2 crosswalks. The other thing is the bathtubs, they have a light on all night. I can't even go on my nightly walk on H Street anymore. Please take the police cameras off of the tubs. No one I know has ever hurt them.
Eric Shear, to be followed by Christina White.
Thank you for taking on this very important topic. I want to just reaffirm, just for a few moments, some of our wonderful community members who brought up some of the safety issues regarding some of the bicycles or the e-bikes that we have. As a pediatric ER physician, I'm entrusted with my colleagues to care for our Bay Area children and actually adults as well, or certainly young adults. And we have found, myself and my colleagues, that we have a really great public health crisis. I mean, we're just going through infectious diseases like COVID and measles, but really number one right now has been injuries, critical injuries associated with e-bikes, specifically on bike trails that people are walking on or riding on, sidewalks, of course, as well. And so I and my community of physicians have asked our governance to be able to be part of the conversation, how we can work with this. We just had 3 critical injuries in the East Bay and 1 in San Francisco, 1 death actually as well, related to an injury associated with these e-bikes. They go very fast. I'm on Lynch Creek very frequently, and it's really scary. It's not just kids, which of course is an issue. It's adults as well. It's just not a appropriate instrument to be on a walking or bike trail. It's got real injuries. So please take this on and take it very seriously and really develop some ordinances to protect our pedestrians and the people who are riding these bikes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine White.
following the ER doctor on e-bikes because I wanted to speak about them and just ask. Marin County recently brought up about passing laws for e-bikes with children on them and that they should have licenses to ride an e-bike because they can go 20 miles per hour, or I've heard if they soup them up to 30 miles per hour. In our area, I walk the Thompson Creek Trail all the time, and there are a lot of kids that are on e-bikes. I'm walking my dog. Fortunately, I've talked to most of them. I have a pretty good relationship, and I've asked them, if you have a bell, can you please use it? We can't hear you, and sometimes we're chatty, and you have room to go around us. Can you go around us, or can you tell us we're coming, or give us some kind of signal? I will say that almost every child will do that. They've done that, but they are going extremely fast. At other times, I've seen them zooming down the street. They have another child on the back of their bike. They all are wearing helmets, so they do have that. But these kids are in the street riding these bikes, and one day they were trying to carry this giant board to build a bike ramp in the park. And cars were behind them waiting for them to get out of the way. So I talked to them and said, hey, kids, you need to move over here because they're cars. They were respectful. They, were very good. And they, please, can you consider doing something about ordinances for e-bikes, especially with regards to children? I mean, adults, we have licenses and it's kind of on us. But for kids, when I was a kid, you had to have a license to ride your bike. You had to go to the police station and they gave you lessons on the hand signals to use when you were making turns, and it just made it safe. They also licensed your bike, so if it was ever stolen, there was a record of it, thank you, with the police department, and that did help curtail some of the theft. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you very much, and that closes the public comment period on the active transportation plan. Bringing it back up to council, and Councilmember Barnacle, you were gracious enough to hold off your ideas rather than questions, and so you get first dibs here.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick it off. This is something that I've been pretty excited about. For me, the active transportation plan is like the core of our transformation in the city in so many ways. When I first was running for office, Chief Savano said that death and injury from traffic accident outnumber violent crime 2-1, and speeding and erratic driving is the number one, cause of danger on our roads and that our police are responding to. It's also the largest source of emissions, which multiple public commenters talked about, right? So it's the largest public safety direct threat to our community. It's also the largest sort of existential contributor to our existential crisis, which is climate change. So for me, the active transportation plan is everything. The climate plan says that we need a 75% mode shift by 2030, which is like insane. I think it's about 40% shifting to walk and biking and 40% shift to transit. So, if we're not taking this plan seriously, we're not taking our climate plan seriously. And that to me is, I think we're all sort of moved to do that. So that's sort of my intro on this. I also want to say thank you to Marja Tar for being a part of creating this, and everybody else who's done it, but in particular, we had Darren here from our tree committee. Just a tremendous amount of volunteer time goes into showing up to these meetings and coming and listening to the public comments, because I know for a fact that she's going to take all of your comments and all of our comments and try and incorporate them. And that's what we all owe the people who are on these committees a big debt of gratitude. So a couple of things. Some of these comments I said before, but I think I'm going to reiterate them because I think they pose some policy questions for the council. We're an aging community. I agree we need to be addressing our sidewalks. I also think that we need to make sure that we're prioritizing transit. And I think sidewalk grinding is something we need to look at. It's much lower cost. It can be done at scale, and we address the trip hazards that are in some ways kind of becoming an epidemic in some of the communities in the city. So I think there's a need to look at that. On the implementation section, I said that at the last meeting, I think that it's probably the weakest section of the plan itself, but I don't think you need to write much, because I think the city thread accelerated mobility plan or playbook, whatever it is, can be included as an appendix, and I would ask for council support in including that as an appendix. It really lays out the way to move these projects forward faster, achieve public buy-in proactively, and just make a lot more progress. So I'd hope we do that. I also, in the implementation section, I think there's a need for some sort of a checklist that just sort of references over to some of the plans, the future urban forest management plan, things like that, just to make sure that when we're doing these street projects, we're also looking for beautification opportunities and urban forestry opportunities and things. I think the accelerated mobility plan does this, but having some sort of norms for project development processes so that we don't get caught around the axle and just keep going back to more community meetings and more public meetings and no decisions and everybody just is upset. Let's try and move things forward faster. This is a policy question that I would ask for the council. Currently, plastic bollards constitute a Class 4 bike lane. So, but in my mind, that does not yield a protected bike lane. And so what I would ask for the councils is that we don't consider plastic bollards to be part of a Class 4 bike lane, or plastic bollards alone do not constitute a Class 4 bike lane. We need to have something that actually creates a physical separation between the bikers and the vehicles. In the planning documents, we didn't mention our 5-year paving plan, but that's an important plan to be referencing in there. And then I echo the thoughts about standard designs. I think that goes into a good streamlined project development process. And then the final piece, I think Marja hit the nail on the head, more of Bjorn's time, making sure that, you know, if money is one of our more scarce resources, time is right there as number one or number two. And so making sure that we keep the people who are going to be implementing this plan focused on implementing this plan, I think are some of my overall comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Okay, I'm just going to make some comments on from what we heard, but I just want to start off when people say that nobody rides a bike. I was in the parade twice because a friend of mine who's 80, at 70, she started riding an e-bike, and now she's riding an e-trike. But she does ride it on the east side, but she lives on the west side, and she stores it over on the east side because it's a lot safer. But B does this all the time, and she really learned how to, use the streets, and she loves it for exercise. And so I ended up riding with B in the parade, and I ended up getting a cart for my dog, which I never ever thought I'd be riding an e-bike with a cart on the back with my dog. But I did, and I plan on continuing it. And the dog loves it, and there's areas so I can actually go to the grocery store, which I never thought I would ever consider really going to a grocery store and doing this. But it's something that is a real probability, and I know that I will do it. But I just really want to talk about B because she's 80 years old right now and has every intention of them continuing riding. And she, moved from a 2-wheel to a 3-wheel, and I think it's great for a lot of senior citizens. These are pricey bikes, though, so I'm not saying that seniors are just going to be buying these, but it would be great, like even in our mobile home parks, if they were provided, so at least a few so they could be used. And as far as kids walking to school, my 17-year-old grandson calls Poppy in the morning and wants a ride to school, but the one who's 12 now, he's been walking to school since like second grade, but he has a whole group, and so they meet at the house on Howard Street. They all walk down to the school, and on the way home from school, they're all playing their instruments, and so they're actually pretty entertaining. But kids are different. 2 different kids, same family. And as far as what Dr. Scheer was saying, I've actually did contact our state reps, and I did contact Marin recently to talk about the ordinances that they did, but I know that the state's going to be doing biking ordinances or policy, and we really should be participating in that because kids are riding on the trails and they're riding too fast. They're just not thinking that we are there. When I ride on the trail, I have a bell. I'm going slow. I hit my bell and I say I'm on the left. But I'm older, so you can't compare how I act when compared to kids. But recently I know I was contacted because a kid was on a scooter. So it's not just bikes; it's also scooters. Just the movement on the trails, and hit a little person, and so we have to address the e-bikes and kids on trails because younger ones are easier to deal with than the older ones, because sometimes when you talk to the older ones and try and say, please slow down, people are on the trail, they'll just say, F you, you're not my mother. And that's what I've had happen to me. So I don't even talk to certain age groups at this point. But I am looking forward to working with the police department because I know that they're working on this to make it safer. So it's a long process. It just doesn't happen overnight. But it concerns me that so many kids are getting injured. And we're aware of this, aware of ordinances. And I do have the one from Marin County. It was sent to me to review. But, when you start doing another ordinance, it's a long process. So it's not a short process. So sometimes waiting for the state is almost a faster process than you can augment a policy for your city. With the going back to just climate change and stuff, like the smart stations, the north one just opened, and every station is exceeding the amount of people that was anticipated using these trains. And Windsor's going to be opening soon, and then it's going to be going to Healdsburg. And then I get the numbers, regularly, and they are just exponentially rising with people using the smart train. I do really want to see, standard design, so we're not, because engineers look at things differently. And so I'd like to see that. And I appreciate Councilmember Barnacle bringing up the plastic ballards. I personally would probably not go on McDowell, but there's a lot of bikers that do, and they feel very comfortable. So I think for me, it's just not for me. But I'm also of an older age group, and I'm a little bit more cautious. And so I think that's pretty much, but I do really worry about injuries, and I worry about speed and how we can actually work, whether it's through the schools or how we can get the message out there so parents are actually more responsible. Thank you.
That smart number you're fishing for is, I think, 30% year-over-year increase. 30%. It's amazing. And most of those people take a bike on board for their last mile needs, so the bike quantities are getting.
Well, exactly. And so it's.
Do you want to make a plug for the trail opening this coming week?
Actually, that's a really good idea. Okay, so Saturday, the 27th, 10:30 a.m. at the North Smart Station, the trail, public trail is going to be open from the station all the way to Pengrove. And so I hope people attend at 10:30, and then we're going to take a bike ride to Pengrove, and then you're on your own after that. And then actually on the 26th, there's another trail opening in Rohnert Park, and that is 10:30 on the 26th. And so that's a trail, I think it's from Rohnert Park to...
It's from golf course up all the way into Santa Rosa.
Exactly, into Santa Rosa. And so all of these trails are interconnecting. And, when we're talking about the active transportation plan, we're looking at how everything really interconnects, and it takes years and years for this to happen, but we're right at the perfect point right now that everything is kind of coming together. So a lot of us will see this, these great trails. Thanks.
Vice Mayor now.
Thank you. I won't be there because I'll be at Mass, but to the city-owned sidewalks, there's a lot of, I don't even know how many miles of sidewalks that are city-owned. One of them is around Wickersham Park, and there was recently a resident in that neighborhood who tripped and fell. I went out there, took a photo, put it up on our Engage Petaluma app, and they've since spray painted and as a hazard in bright red. But we could be a model to these residents by fixing our portion of sidewalks as a city. So I don't know how we can budget that, but I'm all in favor of being a model to the residents to get these sidewalks repaired. And especially on the east side where we have Adobe and the land shifts. As for our active transportation plan, I was on the council in 2008 when, and I was also on the Bike and Pedestrian Committee talking about the future of bicycles in Petaluma, and we really thought a lot more people were going to be riding bikes and now 17 years later, we have a little bit more, but I would love to know the percentage of how many more bicycles are on our roadways, because we're trying to do data on vehicles traveled, but how about the bicycles? In the, let me see, the 90s, I made my children walk to school. You know, I dropped them off at the bottom of the catwalk and made them walk over the highway to go to Kenilworth Junior High. I made them walk to Casa Grande, but we bought our house 40 years ago knowing that the children could walk to school. So I chose a neighborhood school for my children so that they could. Not everybody does that. And as a retired grandmother, I am now in charge of picking up children on minimum days because all the children get out early on Wednesdays and their parents are working and they need a transportation. I'm available. So sometimes it's 3 different schools and 3 different drop-off locations. Also, sometimes their parents need me to run to Kaiser to get a prescription because they know they can't get down McDowell on their lunch hour to get a prescription at Kaiser and come back. So as an aging Petaluman, I'm in my car probably more than I was when I was working. And I lived probably less than a mile from my school, but I had too much things to take to school every day that I couldn't ride a bike. I rode it recreationally. So everybody has a different use of a bike and they travel differently. The infrastructure, I think it was Bruce Hagen hit it on the head with, you know, we did 10 years of delaying or kind of fixing our streets, and we're playing catch up. So I agree with him on the St. Francis. I would love to see some changes to that, safe routes to school, because that's my neighborhood school. E-bikes are very dangerous, and we're going to have to see lots of legislation in the future about keeping not only the riders, but people that get hit by them, whether they're a vehicle or a pedestrian. So I look forward to anything that we can do to keep our public safe with e-bikes. But thank you for all the work, and I look forward to the final.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that last round. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, just to shift to just comments on this. I think Bruce came up, and I just want to reiterate what he said earlier, is that for every, when you get out of a bike or out of a car and get onto a bike, that reduces the road maintenance costs. And if you get 10% of the population to shift gears, you can save huge amounts of dollars in road maintenance. So it only takes about a 10% shift to really get that going, is what I've read. So that actually would save the city a lot of money long term, just in road maintenance. And then and also the traffic congestion would go down. So even 10% is all we really need to really make a trigger, a tipping point to really make that happen. Right now we're not at 10%, but when we get there, we'll really know the difference. Okay, on the, agree with Councilman with Brian Barnacle on the plastic bollards. Yes, real protection, a real separate physical barrier with plants and cement would be much nicer, but at least we have that. We'll go with that, whatever we can get. As far as the rules, I know I looked at the Marin over a year ago, I think. I noticed what Marin did, and they actually are banning anybody on 16 years or anybody less than 16 years old. You can't have an e-bike. You got to take a regular bike. And so that's what they did because of the amount of injuries that was occurring that we've just noticed from our ER doctor just came in, and it's starting to happen here. So yes, we are going to have to deal with that. And also because if we want to put money into paths and versus roads, yeah, maybe we need to consider a registration and licensing for everybody, tracking the bikes, and then even taxing bicycle riding, so to pay for all this. So I know the DOT is shifting its tax structure down the road here, at least considering it. Let's look down the road here for that. Let's look more futuristic, what might be possible. I think there should be more safety training, both for the young and also I think for the elders, because I've run into a couple older folks like myself who, I'll get back on a bike. They got back on a bike and then they had an accident day one because they didn't realize that the braking is a little different. The travel is a little bit faster. So I think we need to up our safety training for, especially since we have a large 65 plus population here who want to get on bikes back again. And there needs to be a safety training, hey, how to get back on a bike to start with. And then e-bikes are a little different than you remember. And so we should be offering more classes like that through our various services, nonprofits, or through the city, for the schools, whatever. So that needs to be bumped up quite a bit. The lighting on the paths, I know I was parked. So hopefully others can offer to maybe do that instead of automatically assuming 100%. As far as the, we need CIP for the dollars. We definitely, the bike pass it's going to cost money to do all sorts of things. So let's just look at various other sources that we might be able to get from the, for that purpose, either from the DOT and encourage DOT to put more into that versus cars. And then if we can offer $3,000 offers for sidewalk and rebates for toilets. Let's consider rebates for who really can't afford a car because it costs over $1,000 a month for a car. And there's folks who can't afford a car but really could use an e-bike to get to work or go to school. And we really need to have our own rebate program. So I'd like to see that upped down the road here. So let's find some money for that. So that's what I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Quint. Thank you. So I too believe that this is a keystone element of our general plan, and I believe it's incredibly important. This project's been in the work, as it's been mentioned, it's been in the work for several years. During this time, city staff has done an excellent job. It's vital for a number of reasons that have been talked about. So I'm probably repeating some stuff, but I think some of this stuff is worth repeating, and that's that our climate crisis is real. Giving our community safe choices on how they move throughout our town is one of the most important things that we can do to give back to our environment. I believe that making safe spaces for our community have profound beneficial health impacts. Getting out and around and having safe spaces to do that is vital. I think walking and rolling creates pride and connection. Speaking personally, before biking, when I would drive my car through town, I would pass my neighbors relatively quickly. My windows were up. I didn't really give much consideration to it. And when I started riding, I moved through my neighboring communities more slowly, more intently, and I found myself caring about our community to a much greater detail, or to a much greater level. And I think that's real. I don't think I'm not the only person I've heard say that. And I think I don't think I'm an isolated example of that. I'd like to echo some of the comments from a member of our climate committee. One of our community members wrote, as Petaluma moves forward, I'd like to emphasize the importance of shifting from a gray to green approach to integrated, complete green street strategy. So this approach aligns with Petaluma's climate blueprint, and it should prioritize green infrastructure such as trees, wells, and native plants alongside sustainable mobility. I would echo the implementation comments. We need to we need to find the right balance between input and progress. So how do we get work done that our community wants and do it more quickly and more efficiently? I'd also like to thank Marja for her input and her participation. She's been an incredible community member and partner in this project. And I would like to echo the comments about aging and the need to prioritize sidewalks. I'd also like to acknowledge some of the great work that's already been done. While some of our staff has been working on this project, we've had other members of our staff that has been doing really great work in our city. Our city today is far more walkable and rideable than it was just a few years ago. It's not perfect. There's a lot of work to do, but it's better. And I think this plan is gonna guide us as we make it great. And those are my plans or my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
First, before I start, I'd like to propose that after this, we take a 5-minute recess. We're 3 hours, 42 minutes into this thing, and I know everybody out there is not sitting in the most comfortable chair. And besides that too, I think with the next 2 agenda items, we're looking at a, midnight and then some sort of an evening. So I'd like to propose that we consider removing one of the next 2 items. But anyway, so, when I think about transportation, there's 2 angles I consider most, and that's safety and who's using it. I'll start with who's using it first. I don't know the exact numbers, but I bet that 99% of the traffic on our roads is vehicular. Those are cars. And so I don't like the idea of converting all of our streets to basically bicycle roads. And I say that as somebody who's put in a lot of miles in Petaluma on a bike. And, it seems that a lot of these efforts are not made so much by the cycling community, but people that are more ideologues of it. I think that, from a safety standpoint, I do want to go back to D Street because I think it is a good example of, a street that should not have bike lanes on it. I think that, for one, it's too narrow, but it's a fast street, and that's primarily why it's a bad thing. It's a busy street, it's a commercial truck route, and putting a bike lane there or any other busy street like that, you're encouraging children to be inches away from a semi-truck. And, we've had a doctor come speak to that tonight and talk about injuries, and he could probably talk for a lot more than the 3 minutes that he did, but it's extremely dangerous, and I don't think that we should be encouraging children, families, adults, anybody to be riding that close to vehicles, because I think we all know every single time the bicycle is going to lose. I think we need to be prioritizing streets that are calmer and not calming vehicular traffic in order for bikes. I think we need to be choosing those quieter streets, the bike paths, everything in between, so that people who ride bikes can get around town. Because I do want them to be able to ride. I do want them to be safe. I do want them to, to be able to live as they want. But again, the facts are that we're probably looking at, about 99% of the usage of our streets is cars. I think too that, I look at some of the methods of safety, and I wonder how they actually make things safer. If you look at a lot of intersections now, you see that the sidewalks are bubbled out. And that makes it harder for vehicles to turn, people with trailers. They often get run over. Obviously, it can cause damage. Look at where the SMART train comes through at Washington and Lakeville. How many times has that crossing signal that's out in the middle of the street been hit? I don't know. And I think that the more things we put in the street, while they're intended to make things safer, I think that they're actually making things more dangerous. It's one more obstacle for cars to hit while they're out there in the streets. And I don't like the idea either of road diets or any sort of similar thing. I think that, as Petaluma's growing, we can't choke the streets down. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because again, the more than overwhelming majority of travel on it is cars. So I don't think we should be choking our streets down. I don't like the idea of, a lot of these buffers, like on the south end of the boulevard where they did that road diet. And I mean, if Bjorn, you feel free to bring up that slide of, that type of system, but it makes it much harder to drive down. I think it makes it dangerous for bicycles. And then you've got cars trying to park in between them. I think just the more signs, the more paint, the more colors you put out there in the street, the more dangerous it makes for vehicles to get around. And this isn't just me saying this. I hear it nonstop from just about everybody I talk to. So I think that as we go forward with this plan, I think we really need to take a look at what is actually going to make things safer. Because again, I'll go back to D Street. Just last week, a young lady, a friend of mine, she got hit by an intoxicated driver going 40 plus miles an hour. And all the street striping and signage in the world didn't save her from that. And so my point is that if we're going to make things safer, it needs to be done in the right way where we're not mixing cars with pedestrians, with bicycles in situations that they should never be in to begin with.
Thank you. Where to start? Well, I think Vice Mayor Nell made a good point, is that we sent our kids to school on bikes, and we thought that was safe. But I think we've lived in a world that we've told ourselves is more unsafe and more unsafe. And now parents hold their children much closer than my parents held me, or our kids, the liberties that we impressed on our kid to take. And I think people have a fearful view of the world, so fearful that even when they see the statistics of safety concerns and safety problems, they're afraid to change, and they're afraid to take steps to make things better. And to couple that with the climate issue and the fear to leave behind all the destructive pattern that we have put in our world that we know is existential crisis and will choke us and kill us. We need to make these changes. I think that the ATP is a very modest plan. I mean, in one sense, it's aggressive in ambition, but it's not that much. And at every meeting I go to, I say to people, I'm not asking you to ride the bike. Just be nice to people so those people will ride the bike. And after the first year, we get 5%. Next year, we get 5 more. Pretty soon, we change the world. I ride my grandkids to school right now. They're in a cargo bike right now. When they get older, one of them is 5. He can ride a bike just fine. If we're on Lynch Creek Trail, he's in a good place. And as he's older and gets street smart, he'll be happy to go to school on his bike. And I'm hoping that that's what all parents of this generation are teaching their children. When Damon Connolly was carrying the law for Marin County about their safety and children shouldn't be on e-bikes and stuff, we brought him here and we had him speak to our bicycling community. And everybody's aware of that emerging e-bike problem. There's too much speed and power in a bike, and it can be unregulated and beyond the safety that the manufacturer might propose. So e-bikes are definitely a concern of the future, but building the infrastructure for the right way to get around town and what we're doing in the ATP, I think we're right on the money with the ATP. I just want to make sure that we see achievement with it, because I think you can get around town safely. And I invite you all to come with me to ride to Future Fest next week. I'll be at Lucchese at 11:30 on the day of Future Fest, and leading a bike group that goes across town to Lucchese. It's simple, but I think Councilmember Shribs is right. Well, I'll paraphrase. The kids need more training. Safe routes to school is helping with that. Drivers need more training so that they don't run over people and they can see that somebody new is on the road. I love the story about Thompson Creek, and the kids were bringing a piece of wood in the road on their bikes. I mean, that's a Huck Finn story to love. And, and cars were paying attention. Now, somebody has to tell them where the limits of these crazy things are. But, I'd love to see kids have that kind of open-mindedness to the world. So I wanted to thank you guys for everything you've got. Now, Councilmember Barnacle did bring up a couple ideas. One is the city thread report, and that was called. And I think the highlight from that was the achievability, which we've touched on. We need to achieve. So I'd like kind of a straw poll, and maybe Councilman Barnacle will weigh in on recommending to staff that they incorporate the best ideas of that in an appendix or something similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think just including it as an appendix would be fine, the whole report. There's some, I mean, I went through the report thinking I would be able to pull out a few things, and I was like, actually, this is pretty comprehensive. And so I struggled with that. That's why I suggested.
I'm not sure we've all seen it. Perhaps the recommendation would be to staff to distribute that report back out. It's on the webpage probably, right?
Which report is this?
You know, I can't recall if it's on the city website. It was not produced by the city, but
the city participated in the authorization of an outside consultant report on how to achieve more bike plan adoption more quickly. And so that's the report that.
Yeah, it would be very easy. It would be very easy to incorporate in the appendix.
Thank you. And the other thing we were discussing was the Class 4 whether Class 4 could be defined by plastic bollards. And when we were hearing the conversation about bollards being hit and bollards being over, I thought to myself, thank God there was a bollard there that woke that driver up, because otherwise they'd have hit, someone there, a parked car or a person in the bike lane or whatever. But thank God there was something there to wake that driver up. But I'm not sure where you want to take it for making parking protected or for concrete. Those all seem like case-specific solutions.
Yeah, I think that if we're calling for Class 4, it shouldn't be just plastic bollards. It should be either parking protected, it should be concrete, it should be something else. And what I've heard from Bjorn is that we can do concrete and the plastic bollards are pretty much the same cost. Right, so we can actually create a physical barrier for roughly the same cost. So
I would like to have a council debate on whether, or data back to council on whether the ability to pull out of lane and into, in our conversations about plastic bollards, it said a car could still pull in that lane if they need be. And so I'd like staff's feedback on that, perhaps at a later time. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the other key consideration I'll highlight there is our collaboration with our fire department and making sure that with protected bike lanes and with any street design elements that we're obviously in close collaboration with them and not impeding emergency response operations. Okay. And protected bike lane permeability comes up in certain instances. So, we're in our infancy when it comes to implementing protected bike lanes. This plan obviously envisions a lot more, and so I think there's plenty of opportunity for more, just to evolve our practices, our methods, and material selection as we do more of this work.
Thank you.
Maybe just send out like the best resource you have on sort of like traffic calming, so that we get the questions answered around like how bulb outs are better, and things like that, just so that we are operating from the same sort of like reference materials.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, staff. Great report and a milestone moment for us, and take it back to PBAC, and we're looking forward to seeing the final. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we're finished that, and we'll take a 5-minute recess and return in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're good to go. We're back in session, and we have our next item coming up, item number 9, and it's a public hearing, findings and receive comments on the city's 2025-2026 draft community development grant consolidated plan. And to help us with that, we have Sarah Wolf, our housing specialist. Please take it away.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, City Managers, staff, and community. Thanks for the opportunity to present our program tonight, the CDBG program and 2025-2030 Consolidated Plan, the fiscal year 25-26 Annual Action Plan, and the funding recommendations for the Annual Action Plan. Next slide, please. This is our, sorry, I'll wait till this slide comes up. Is it delayed? Oh, thanks. Oops. This is our agenda for this evening. We're really just focusing on the final approval of the 25-30 Consolidated Plan and the fiscal year 25-26 Action Plan. Just as a brief reminder and overview, the City of Petaluma receives funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the Community Development Block Grant Program, known as CDBG, and this is a flexible funding source used for community development projects and programs to assist individuals and families from low to moderate income households. As a condition of receiving this funding, jurisdictions must prepare a consolidated plan every 3 to 5 years. Next slide, please. So here you have the full timeline for our program, but what we're accomplishing this evening is to share the outcome of our community engagement effort and conduct the final public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the plans. And just a note that public comment is open until midnight tonight, so any comments received will be incorporated into our plan. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the key takeaways from our community engagement effort, which successfully reached over 350 Petaluma residents. We used a multi-channel engagement strategy to ensure that we heard from the widest array of our community members through our community workshops, stakeholder forums, targeted outreach to the Latina community, a citywide survey, and 2 public hearings. So here before you is a breakdown of the top community needs within each engagement format. The color on the chart represents a different need. Affordable housing is represented by dark red, public infrastructure in pink, small business support in light purple, public services in the teal, and inclusive communications is dark blue. On the axes, the horizontal axes, we have the frequency that these topics came up just to illustrate kind of how prominent the need was from the feedback we collected. So affordable housing constantly emerged as a dominant source of concern across all engagements. Public infrastructures, including roads and transit gaps, was heavily emphasized in the community surveys and workshops, as well as small business support and inclusive communication strategies were important themes in the more targeted outreach that we've done. So this slide kind of shows the consistency of priorities across different community members and settings and gives us confidence that our recommendations are firmly grounded in the data and lived experience of our community. Next slide, please. This chart is based on the insight from the Consolidated Plan's Housing Needs Assessment, Market Analysis, and our community engagement effort. Staff are proposing the first 3 goals highlighted in yellow to guide the direction of funding for the next 5 years Consolidated Plan cycle. The corresponding programs are recommended for funding in the far right column, but we'll dive more into that in the next slide. The highlighted blue goals were identified during the community feedback as well, but due to our limited federal funding, the city will address these priorities with other housing policies or leveraging alternative funding sources when available. Next slide, please. We felt it important that you see how organizations are leveraging funding. For example, PPSC's Meals Program, 49,500 are CDBG funds that we've proposed for this program year. That meets the 15% public services cap. As you can see in the second orange column, it only represents 8% of the total program budget, and the remaining $646,000 is supported through their other funding sources. Same with Rebuilding Together's program. They're excellent at leveraging their funding. The CDBG allocation at $250,000 only represents 37% of their program budget. And for city administration, we've proposed $30,500, which is reduced from the 20% allowable, which would have been approximately $66,000 in order to shift the additional funding to support programs. Next slide, please. This chart illustrates the funding sources that support the 16 housing and homeless services programs and 3 capital improvement projects within the housing division. As you'll notice, the vast majority of our funding at 76% comes from state sources, primarily through the Encampment Resolution Fund and the Permanent Local Housing Association. We appreciate the fact that CDBG for these programs is an important allocation, but we wanted you to see the percentage of this funding and how it fits within the larger program. So federal funding resources for the housing budget is approximately 12% of the total fiscal year 25-26 budget, and CDBG represents only 7% of that. Next slide, please. So that concludes this presentation, and we welcome questions from council on the item we've shared, and afterwards we'll open it up for public hearing to receive comments. We'd also like to acknowledge that Drake from Rebuilding Together is in the audience. Elise from PPSC is attending virtually, as well as Karen Shimizu, the Assistant Director. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and a special thanks to all of our community members who stayed extra late for this item.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for all the outreach you do to all the different groups to assess where the needs are. And from council, we have questions. Councilmember Shribs.
Is there, given the current state at the federal level and those federal dollars, are we going to anticipate either total loss of that monies and how to replace it?
Brian, do you want to take that?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. At this point, so we do have backup plans for all federal dollars. It's something we're tracking carefully as a city. At this point, we are moving forward with expecting this set of funds to come to us. And as things change at the federal level, we'll be able to pivot. But for now, we're expecting it to.
Yeah, and given the success of this program with rebuilding as much as they're doing and expanding all the work they're doing with the city and for our citizens, is there possibilities of actually expanding this program out or acquiring even more funding to do what we would like to do?
I think that's a really great question. For this program specifically, we're limited by what we're allocated from the federal funding source. However, I think that, by leveraging other grants and other opportunities, we might be able to, find some extra dollars and stretch the reach of our program, further.
Because the need is definitely higher than what is always going to be there. So whatever we can do is great. So thank you very much for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quinn?
Yeah, thank you. Can you go back to the slide, the program funding and leverage funding source, the proposed FY 25-26 CDBG program funding slide? Not this one, next one, or might be next one. Here we go. Can you, on the Rebuilding Together housing preservation, total budget $680,000, number of individuals served on this program 30. Can you kind of give some color to that in terms of what services are being provided?
Absolutely. Drake, I think, wouldn't mind taking this one. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for having me. It's a whole range of services. Primarily, it's critical home repairs and home modifications. So that's anything from replacing loose carpeting to repairing decks and stairs to installing ramps, wheelchair lifts. The past couple of years, it's meant a lot of roofs. You know, we had a couple of years of drought where we got off easy. Roofs are very expensive. New furnace or furnace repairs, water heaters going out. So it depends on which ones. The mobile homes probably need more repair because they're just, many of them are 50 years old and were built to last 25 or 30 years. Floors, subfloors, windows, but it's just everything that keeps us safe and warm.
Thank you. And how do individuals qualify for that? Like, how do we determine who receives help?
As far as how do we reach them or how do we determine it?
Yeah, so if someone comes seeking those services,
Okay.
if you could just give a little color as to...
Sure, yeah. So there's an application they fill out. There is an income qualification. We do use HUD standards. So for this year, that's low income or lower. Low income in Sonoma County, $77,000 a year for one person or less. Many of the folks we serve, though, are on Social Security or fixed incomes where they qualify as extremely low income. So many of them are, $24,000 a year or less. Yeah. So the income, and to verify that, we request bank statements, mortgage statements, or leases on rental spaces if it's a mobile home.
Sure, and so they have an issue with their home that makes it what they can't live in it, or it's just not, it's really substandard.
Yeah, so we hear about these issues multiple ways. Sometimes it's from the homeowners themselves, sometimes concerned neighbors, home health care workers. We have code enforcement contacts us. We work very closely with the police department. Fire department will let us know. We hear from all different sources.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the background on that.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli?
My questions have been asked already.
Thank you. Anyone on this side? Since we have Drake up at the dais, how much of the need you know about are you able to deal with your full budget? Is there pent-up demand for this in Petaluma?
We'll never get close to the demand. Well, I can say right now, we just ran out of money for this year, and we still have to go until, actually, by the time we receive funding again, we'll probably be about the beginning of August. So that's why I know you all know about all the other programs and leveraging that we're doing. It's to get us through this gap each year. Traditionally, we know this is happening, but that's when we just stop processing. We'll do the intake, but we stop promising at that point. We'll never be able to meet that demand.
Yeah, because I know, in our housing goals and our housing element, we have historically talked about either preserving, protecting, or producing housing. And I appreciate what you're doing to keep people in their houses and keeping them habitable at the same time. And then I have the same question for our food-related efforts. Granted, the money that's going into food from this program is quite small compared to the program, but I think there's over, what was the number, 300 people in the PPSC food?
I believe they served over 400 people
Over 400?
last year. Yeah.
And COTS has a number like that, and that's in the homeless arena, but it's an open kitchen for everybody. Do we have any idea of what the food insecurity is in Petaluma, other than much greater than what we're serving?
Is Elise attending via Zoom?
I am here. Hi, Mayor, council members. Thanks for having me. The Petaluma Bounty is just part of a Sonoma County food study. And as soon as we have that information, we'll get it out to you. But the numbers continue to increase. I will tell you that We received from our federal funder, through the county, additional dollars. So our home delivered meals program is now over $1 million, and we too have spent that down. And we have currently 55 people on the wait list. As soon as we add another list, we readjust, or somebody passes away and we fill that gap, we get 3 more, 4 more, 8 more, 12 more people on the list. So the number of people who are food insecure in our community continues to grow, and the gap between are extremely low, as Drake pointed out, and even our middle class continues to grow deeper and deeper and deeper.
Thank you. And that's a seniors only program?
It's 60 and older and adults with disabilities. So most of the, very few adults with disabilities are getting home delivered meals because there's other resources that they're able to tap into. But it is anybody 60 and older. Our average age is right around 83, though, getting home delivered meals. And they're living by themselves, or they are living not with anybody who can prepare a meal. So they are extremely isolated. They have a whole suite of other things that they're continuing to age in place with. And I think probably we're Rebuild Together's best referral, unfortunately, because in order to get home delivered meals, you have to get case management, and our case managements do home visits in order to see these individuals.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thinking budget in our next meetings and the state of the federal revenue streams of funds to locals. We're facing some pretty hard budget decisions and worse and worse community needs. And so I'm glad that there's CDBG funds for this. Other questions? And let's go to public comment.
Yes, we received 9 public comments ahead of time, and members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated.
Oh my, we have 7 cards tonight to speak, starting with Nicola Fry, followed by Melanie Bedslow, who is ceding time to Nicola. Is Melanie here? Okay, hi. There we go.
Yes, she's there.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Nicola Fry, and I'm addressing you as part of Rebuilding Together Petaluma. To learn more than I can tell you tonight, I invite you to go visit our website at rtpetaluma.org. I also encourage you to attend our upcoming community event, Building Together, a Celebration of Community, taking place on May 10th from 5 to 8 in the evening at Herzog Hall. This event is a great opportunity to connect, learn more, and celebrate the power of collective action. Rebuilding Together Petaluma is a nonprofit organization committed to improving housing stability and quality of life for low-income residents in the Petaluma area. As a member of RTP's Board of Directors, I'd like to share more about our mission and ongoing work. Our focus centers on ensuring safe and healthy housing for all, especially seniors, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and families with children. Our core program involves large-scale, volunteer-driven rebuild events, during which community members mobilize to repair and rehabilitate multiple homes in a single day. Our last big event was April 4th. We had over 80 volunteers, and we managed to do work on 25 individual houses in Petaluma. These efforts are supported by year-round emergency response services that address urgent health and safety needs, such as leaking roofs, non-functioning utility systems, and other critical home repairs. In partnership with the City of Petaluma, RTP also provides workforce training opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. These programs encompass a range of job readiness activities, including downtown beautification, graffiti removal, property maintenance, janitorial work, and operation of the city's mobile shower unit. This initiative supports both immediate employment and the city's broader strategy to reduce homelessness through structured reintegration and skill building. Community engagement remains, though, our cornerstone of RTP's model. Volunteer work days are regularly organized for mobile home communities, such as Youngstown and Capri Villa this year. Our volunteers also participate in a broader civic improvement efforts, like the Lynch Creek Trail cleanup. These projects not only enhance public spaces, but foster that cultural collectiveness of responsibility and inclusion. RTP adopts a holistic approach to home repair, with strong emphasis on health and safety interventions. Typical services like Drake just told you about include the installation of grab bars, wheelchair ramps, repair of essential plumbing and electrical systems, implementation of fire safety features. Looking ahead, we at RTP are planning to expand both the scope and the depth of our services. Strengthening our collaborations with local government, community partners will enable us to enhance job training programs and better meet the evolving needs of Petaluma's most vulnerable residents. Along with Drake and myself, Mary Ann Curtis, who was one of our program directors, is here tonight, and John Gorman, who's a vice president of our board, was here, but then he said, "Ooh, this is running too late for me," so he left. And since I have a little bit of time left, I'd also like to put a plug in for PPSC. They're our partners in this. We don't do food, and we do business planning and development of houses. They don't do houses, but they do food. It's the same people a lot of times who need all of these services all at the same time. So with PPSC, we really work at making sure the citizens and the representatives, the residents of Petaluma are safe, secure, well-fed, and housed with comfort and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Rebuilding Together Petaluma has and continues to be the lifeline to all Petaluma Mobile Park residents in both safety issues, potential park owner violation issues, and basic need issues. Last year, when Youngstown mobile residents were hit with inspection violations with the possibility of eviction, we reached out to Rebuilding Together Petaluma. Their response was simply yes. The Community Cleanup Day, which many of you also volunteered for, brought 90 volunteers and helped clean up all the senior citizen issues, a lot they couldn't do themselves. From the start, Rebuilding Together Petaluma was all in, as this developed into one of the most inspiring cleanups we have ever seen. In addition, they worked at the home of Lucy Camperell in Youngstown, who is 97 years young, and her partner, a veteran who is 98 years old. These seniors know Rebuilding Together quite well, as they have been their lifeline to safety and upkeep, including their weeds. A few months ago, Capri Mobile residents were faced with an upcoming HCD inspection. Rebuilding Together Petaluma worked with us offensively to offset potential violations that could be costly and out of reach for most residents. Residents felt the sense of community outreach through Nicola, Drake, and Turan. The state inspector said this was not the norm to have such strong outreach. Rebuilding Together Petaluma made it the norm, as this is the way they serve our community of mobile park residents. In addition to momentum, multiple residents have had siding, holes in the roof with rain pouring down, ramps and rotted wood stairs replaced or repaired. Drake, Nicola, Marianne, Deirdre, Turan, and their army of angels see the need and seek to help, which is why funding is so necessary for their valiant efforts. On December 18th of last year, we saved a longtime resident's life here at Youngstown Mobile Park. This resident had not let anyone in their house for many years. Food and Meals on Wheels were always delivered to a side porch. Residents delivered groceries and water. The week came that this resident started telling me she could not get to the door any longer to retrieve food or water. I finally said I had to come in to get her food and water. The door would not open, so I finally called the safe team to help me. After 30 minutes, as soon as we opened the door, we knew the rescue of this woman was far above our capability. As paramedics, fire, and police arrived, the horror of how a human being was living was beyond words. After the 45 minutes it took fire to even get to this resident, she was loaded into an ambulance. I then heard they were red tagging it, and I started to cry. I had promised her nothing would happen to her home when she agreed to let me in. I contacted the most incredible angel with Rebuilding Together Petaluma at 1 a.m. that night, and by 6 a.m., their angel wings began this woman's mobile home save.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Hello. I will tell you that this woman's life for years was confined to a chair and a table, unable to move or get through anything else in her mobile home. This secret of hers was inches from taking her life. What Rebuilding Together has done is nothing short of miraculous. These workers, I don't think, will ever forget this cleanup, inspiring men and women who are in a cleanup that you can't imagine and persevere day in and day out for the greater good of this resident. Rebuilding Together has taken on the heavy lifting and more. This resident will come home tomorrow to a clean, safe, updated home, something she has not had for many years. Their village of workers at Rebuilding Together Petaluma have made miracles happen for us and others. Finally, Petaluma People Services is the lifeline for many of our mobile park residents. Meal on Wheels directly impacts the difference whether a senior eats for that day or not. No less, this funding feeds and nourishes the residents in so many ways. Most do not know the feeling of being hungry, but Petaluma People Services always seeks a solution. As the number of senior meals has increased a lot. These angels, led by Elise Hempel, also doing the hard work day in and day out of the caring, supporting, uplifting, and always showing compassion to our seniors and vulnerable family. Petaluma Mobile Residents United, and we need these people. You guys need these people. Everybody really does. Please. Put them through, please.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Hi. He read everything. Okay. But I have a personal story to tell you, and that is a year ago, my partner was diagnosed with severe dementia. And I had been working 8 hours a day, every day in Marin County, so I was gone 12 hours a day. And I didn't see it. And when he was diagnosed, my world collapsed. I couldn't take care of him. I didn't know what to do. And it was Petaluma People Services who came to my rescue. The caseworker helped me with respite care and things to take care of me, which I didn't think I would need. They arranged Meals on Wheels for him. He's 90 years old, and he was all by himself in that house all day. And they saved our lives. And so I'm here to tell you that I have an emotional link to this organization, and how if it's me, and I'm thoroughly capable of conducting my life, there are 5 others out there who aren't, and they need this help. And so I just appreciate everything that you folks have done funding Petaluma People Services and Rebuilding Together. It's a lifeline, and it was mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Angie Cruz.
Yes, my name is Captain Babowski. A lot of residents, most residents that live in mobile home parks can't afford food or have their mobile homes repaired. Panel People Services and Rebuilding Together are a godsend. The city of Petaluma needs them. They're angels, and you should grant their funding for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Cruz.
That felt like a long walk. Well, there's a couple of residents I just want to acknowledge that are still here from the beginning of the meeting today. Although they may not speak, they're here in physical presence to show support to these two programs. And I want to read a quote from Chris from Littlewoods, who spoke at public comment earlier. He said, "Without Rebuilding Together Petaluma, many of us would lose our places." So some of the stuff that was already mentioned, I'll slightly bring up again. Rebuilding Together Petaluma has helped Littlewoods, Capri, and Youngstown in many ways. And the more personal note from my park is the 7-day notices we got not too long ago. And this has been really helpful for our seniors, those with medical issues, and low income. So some of those are water leaks, steps, painting, mobile home skirt fixing, heater repairs, and so much more that's coming. And alongside with what other residents have mentioned, not to make this a Me Too statement, but many of the residents that use these services also really use Petaluma People Services Center for their meals and other services. So these two programs really do work together and support our communities and the most vulnerable populations. So Chris is right. Without Rebuilding Together Petaluma, and also without PPSC, those who physically cannot or financially cannot afford fixing their homes or getting themselves a meal would face really hard difficulty going on in their lives. And for those with Rebuilding Together Petaluma support, they would have faced evictions. So Rebuilding Together's Petaluma's funding is really essential to keep people safe and keeping people housed. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker of public comment. We close public comment, bring it back up to the council. Looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Cater Thompson and a second by Now. May we have a roll call vote?
Are we going to do any comment first?
Yeah, I was looking for any hands rising up, and your hand is up, so if you have a comment, please make it.
I just want to say that I appreciate we have services that take care of people in our community that need it, especially with seniors. And, to be honest, I don't know if we have any veteran programs, but, I would think that we should be prioritizing veterans at the same time. I think, too, with seniors, we live in a different culture than most parts of the world where you have in other places, you have grandparents and beyond that are living with their children, their grandchildren, and they take care of them, till the final days. And, I don't think we have that in the United States. So it is nice that we do have programs that take care of people that need it and, don't have family to help them. And yeah, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, just echo all the tremendous leadership in both organizations. I'll acknowledge that, but also just the immense hard work of all the employees that work in the organizations and the volunteers. None of this happens without this enormous network that both of the communities have, and it's moving to hear the stories. I appreciate you all sticking around and sharing those stories, because this was going to pass no matter what, but it just shows how much love the community has for them, and I appreciate that. I also want to draw a couple of through threads here. We're an aging community. Nicola knows, she'll tell you that 30% of our community or 33% of our community are seniors. Frank reported out that we could see it as much as 40% of our community becoming senior citizens within the next 10 years, right? And so there's the demand for these services is already completely overstrapped right now, and it's going to continue to be, it's not going anywhere. It's going to continue to grow. And then we've got things like fixing sidewalks like we just heard about. And I just I've got to say, like, the need for these things and the interconnectedness between items like this, items like the active transportation plan, and items like we're going to hear on the next agenda item. Like it's easy.
At the JC.
At the JC, okay. And I hope everyone attends. And I do appreciate you staying and speaking. Is powerful, as we've noted on the mobile home issue. And our gratitude to the organizations. And may we have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Kadra Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes, maybe even more next time.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And that moves us to item 10, which, as discussed earlier, has been postponed for a different time. So that moves us to item 11, which is the findings of fact and mitigation and monitoring report for the downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay and the EKN hotel project, with a resolution to adopt a general plan amendment and with an adoption of second reading of ordinance 2900, amending the implementing zoning ordinance to add the downtown housing economic opportunity overlay. And before I turn this over to staff, I'd like to ask, do we have a recusal here you wish to declare?
Yes, I'll be recusing myself tonight, and I want to make it clear, as I did last time, that the reason I'm recusing myself is only my proximity to the to Zone A. Nothing more than that. There's been an attempt at manipulating public perception between the media and members of the community, where they're trying to say that there's actually more of a reason, but there isn't. It's strictly based on where I live, and I have brought up a couple different ways that I believe I should be able to participate, but still, there isn't any support on that. So I will be recusing myself tonight, and hopefully that's the last time.
Thank you very much. And while staff is teeing up this, we have a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, community, city manager. Brian O, Community Development Director with the City of Petaluma, also joined here in person by Heather Hines, our Special Projects Manager. And we also have some staff joining remote for the discussion component. I have a short set of slides, 10 slides to walk through to recap with this agenda in mind. So one purpose of tonight, a quick summary of previous hearings. We've had a number of them. A quick but extensive account of the proposed overlay. There's some modifications, some additions that have happened that led us to the reintroduction, and so that will tee us up nicely to conduct a public hearing, receive public comment from those that have waited patiently throughout the evening, and then over to a council discussion / Q&A. So tonight's purpose, conduct said public hearing. Much of the documentation that's in the staff report should be very familiar with the March repeal of the general plan, the reintroduction of the downtown overlay that was directed with the reduction to sub-area A, is bringing back forward a package of resolutions And so the first one that the mayor identified, the findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So that's something that we would do for each project when there's a project for a body to consider. And so that is attachment 1 in the staff report. Attachment 2 is the resolution for the general plan amendment. Again, the modification there was to be specific to the sub area A, the 1 block by 2 block that we discussed, and we'll talk a little bit more about at the end of the presentation. And this is the second reading. So every ordinance before council requires 2 readings. So council introduced it, directed staff at our March hearing. We're back now for the adoption. And so there's it's important to just provide that context. There's, of course, questions that may come up throughout the process and the presentation, and we're happy to answer any of those questions. So prior and future, again, this is a good way for us to show the past, where we are here this evening, and then the future process with respect to any projects. And so there's been a number of workshops, study sessions, public hearings with both our planning commission, our historic and cultural preservation committees over the course of several years, June 2023 to November 24. The meeting in February of this year, earlier, council elected to certify the EIR. And then come March 17th, that was the revision for staff to come back with sub area A. And so again, we're back here in front of you with those documents ready for adoption, focused on sub area A, with the general plan amendment, as well as the CEQA resolutions. Next step after this meeting would be for a project such as the hotel to go through its own entitlement process. It's purely discretionary action. We have received and are currently reviewing a resubmittal of the hotel, and so there's going to be a series of back and forths before it's ready to come before Planning Commission. Planning Commission would be the approving body for the conditional use permit, which the overlay creates, and the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee would be the approving body for the historic site plan and architectural review. And so staff is working diligently to move that forward. So a little bit of background, why you've seen this slide a few times now. Why an overlay? I think it bears repeating, how we got here. There's a number of other options that were considered when the project was initially submitted. We looked at, can this be processed as a variance? What are other ways? A rezoning of the MU2, the mixed use designation that's throughout the downtown. Is there an exception process that we could consider? And all roads led to the overlay process. It's a much more focused approach. It balances a number of considerations. It also creates additional discretionary review, so there's opportunity for the public and our CCBs to our committees, commissions and boards to weigh in. And so a few more steps to get to the end of this process, but also a lot of opportunity for the community to weigh in moving forward. Not only does the focused approach create that discretionary review, it enhances historic preservation. This was as we continue to have conversations, there's members of the audience here with representing the Petaluma Historic Advocates. It's a meeting that staff is looking to set when they are available to help further provide education and information on how this process, as devised, further enhances and protects our historic resources. And it was very much a surgical look at the boundaries. So the initial planning exercise looked at the downtown as a whole as one of our key economic engines. And then throughout a number of discussions and hearings, and most recently through the focusing down to sub-area A, we've taken a very surgical look at how do we create these housing and economic opportunities in downtown Petaluma. So what does the overlay do? It supports our local businesses. It creates opportunities to fill our vacant properties, whether it's vacant land or underutilized or vacant buildings. Again, it protects our historic downtown. And one of the key driving factors is that it meets our city economic and sustainability goals. This was I believe, a unanimous discussion and consensus during the goal setting earlier this year by council about creating these economic opportunities in order to support our community, have it be sustainable for the future. And that was, again, a driving factor in what the overlay does and does not do. There's a couple slides. Overlay does create a discretionary process, a conditional use permit approved by Planning Commission. It has not only does it have the existing findings and the requirements that any conditional use permit would have to have to conditionally approve a project in the city of Petaluma. The overlay proposes an additional set of findings. And so if a project is able to provide community benefits, if Planning Commission is able to make that determination, there's additional allowances to most notable with respect to height and lot coverage to go from 80% to 100. And then the increase of the FAR with those additional regulations to go from 2.5 up to 6.0. And I think this is a good opportunity to use a real world example with the hotel as we're continuing to process and go through the review of that. That is a project that is coming in at just under 4.8 FAR. And so by creating this doesn't necessarily mean every project is coming in at that 6.0 full max build out, but this does provide that flexibility for projects such as the hotel to be considered by the city. And again, all of that going through an extensive discretionary conditional use permit process. And then one key thing was the provision there, so that remains. It's the sunsetting for when the zoning ordinance for the general plan, which is in process. We just wrapped up part 2 of the land use workshop. And so as we're about a year out from adoption of the general plan, the zoning code will follow and track very closely. There's a provision in what is before you for that to sunset and align with the general plan. What the overlay does not do, does not mandate or require redevelopment. This is creating opportunities for property owners to do something more with their property. There's nothing that is being proposed that can compel anyone to do otherwise. This does not eliminate the existing site plan architectural requirement. So the findings that I mentioned, that each and every new project goes through, this does not supersede any of that. This is, any of these new requirements are additive. So again, a much higher bar for any project coming through seeking the overlay benefits. It does not replace our existing historic design district guidelines. Again, each project goes through a thorough review to ensure protection of our historic resources. This does not approve the hotel project, does not require or permit the demo of any building. We have policies and rules in place to, for just those reasons. And so this is not changing any of that. It's not modifying any of the base zoning of any of the parcels within the overlay. Essentially, this is just additive, something that some property owner could seek. So no changes there. It does not eliminate CEQA. So each of the projects that come in will have to be evaluated with the environmental impact report that council certified in February. Also does not conflict with the general plan update and does not change our existing parking standards. The two additions that council wanted to see at the end of last year that we've rolled into the overlay, this conditional use permit requirements. How do we create more rules to compel better design? And so council spent a lot of time and a lot of energy into developing and making sure that what we put in this overlay, what a future project will have to be measured by, produces a good design. And so the change there, again, hasn't changed. It's essentially raising the bar, at least 3 of the following. And then also the staff supplement for a qualified professional to help review the project design. This was a comment that one of our community members had mentioned earlier with respect to Spark. And so ensuring that there is a process akin to that staff is able to seek the expertise of an outside qualified professional to help us evaluate these projects. And then through some advocacy to just get a better understanding as each and every one of these projects come through, how is the city, how is the community considering these projects with respect to housing? We just had a really nice presentation about the need for affordable housing. We were expecting to have the presentation with respect to our housing element. We're going to come back to you in May with that, but making sure that there aren't unintended consequences with our actions. And so the big change that spurred the reintroduction, we are down to sub-area A. It's a 1 block by 2 block area with the highest opportunity sites, one being the 1/3 acre, which is the proposed hotel. It's 2.91 acres as an area. And again, a number of vacant lots, buildings. And so even with the shift from A, B, and C down to A, we do think this has high value with respect to creating housing and economic opportunities downtown. And to wrap up, just in the underline, those are the actions that we're seeking from council. Again, making the findings of fact, mitigation, monitoring, reporting program, and so adopting those future projects will have to, will be required to meet those as part of their CEQA requirements. You now have the general plan amendment back in front of you, as well as the second reading of the Downtown Housing and Economic Opportunity Overlay, just focus on sub area A. And so with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for that recap on things. Does council have a question on the materials this evening? Councilmember Shribs.
So I think I've got 3 questions right now. And just to establish that for the zoning just down the street, both at the Petaluma Boulevard and D Street, the empty lot there, I believe is already, last I saw the zoning on that, it's already currently zoned as for 6 stories right now, has been for a while, and that many of the areas on either side of that boulevard are already right now zoned for 4 stories. So I just want to check, was that a true statement? So I'm saying that close by, we already have 6 stories and 4 stories already allowed in the whole South Petaluma Boulevard leading up to that part of town.
So in the, good evening, Mayor, council members, Heather Hines.
Thanks for joining us.
Manager, sorry. So in the Central Petaluma Specific Plan and the associated SMART code, both the T5 district, zoning district, and the T6 zoning district allow up to 6 stories. And the area on the opposite side of the boulevard is T5, some T6. I don't have it up in front of me, but yes, both of those would allow up to 6 stories. There is a limitation to require a step down on the boulevard of 3 stories in the Central Petaluma Specific Plan and the SMART Code. So you see that with the La Villa development that went in where it's 3 stories and then it steps immediately up to 4 stories right off the boulevard. So yes, that area does allow currently up to 6 stories.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to check a fact maybe with the developer that is here, I see. I did watch on the video, wasn't there present, but I did watch the video of the presentation to Know Before You Grow. And one of the interesting little facts I thought they threw out, which I just want to make clear what they said and what they actually meant, is that the economic benefit, the total package of economic benefit for central area for the city was upwards of $18.5 million per year of economic benefit. That would include not just the taxes and everything, but all the employment, all the money that's being spent and rotated back in, all the things that would be purchased by them and then by the clients that are coming in, all that was be it. So we're really talking, because I thought I was guessing $3 to $5 million possibly, but the statement was 18 million. I just want to make sure that that is a correct statement and fact checked it.
Thank you, Councilman. So you're referring to a fiscal impact study that was submitted by the applicant, which was peer reviewed by Strategic Economics. So Strategic Economics is a firm that we have on contract as part of our general plan update. The 18.5 million is in reference to the projected, they call it like spin-off benefits. So you have, or secondary or spin-off benefits. What the idea is you create this energy, this opportunity, this catalyst, which is visitor serving. So you have people staying, multiple days at a time. You're bringing in, larger sort of events, meeting spaces, and then that is bolstering our local businesses and our economy. So 18.5 mil is broken down in a couple different industries, but you are correct. There's some analysis there that shows not only is there a direct benefit to the city of Petaluma, Big C, but also why we're doing all this, which is it's supporting our local businesses it is absolutely going to support. Yes, there's a full service restaurant that's part of the project, but as you can imagine, if someone is visiting, they're going to go to other restaurants in town. They're going to be spending dollars in our local businesses into our local economy, and so that's what that reference is about.
Good. So that would be a correct statement according to what outside consultants have said about this project.
Yeah, and I do have it in front of me. I'm happy to give you sort of the breakdown.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to just make sure I heard the right thing on that. Then one of the other issues that have been asked and questioned is maybe the financial risk of the project and what might happen. Like we saw with Adobe Road, it got stalled. They had to go back and get lots of more investment to complete the project to get it done. So the amount of risk that is taken, the monies that are up front. So I'm just looking at the financial risk factor. Does the staff look at the financial picture? I know the bank is probably looking, say, hey, go or no go. The bank's already probably, if it's approved, makes it a go. But is staff also double checking on that and giving us an evaluation of financial stability and longevity of the project and of the team that's going to be running it?
Good
Again,
question.
Are you fact checking everything?
That's a good question. We are, fact checking everything. I will say, while it's important that we have good partners, good developers that are invested in the community, there isn't a finding or a requirement that we would look at from a project review. As we're evaluating a project, I know there's been a number of public statements that the developer has put out to address some of the questions and concerns about different projects. But at this point, there's no reason to not think that this can be a successful project in town.
Good. And I guess finally, in that presentation, I think we did see a new design show up. And I was wondering when that new design goes public and gets public comment on. When does that happen?
So it's already happening. So we do have to your point, Councilman, we did receive a resubmittal. So it's, the public can access it on our website. It's a full architectural plan set, so you can really dig deep into it. The place for that the deep digging is going to be part of the CUP process and the site plan and architectural. So that is the mark that we're working towards, is a joint hearing with both our Historic Cultural Preservation Committee and our Planning Commission. And then we have staff now currently going through and evaluating the redesign. And then, as I mentioned earlier, teeing up meetings with members of the community that want to meet and discuss the project.
Good. So is there a box on the website that you can say make a comment on it if they so wish at this point in time? Is it open for comments by the public?
Yeah, so there isn't a public comment window per se, and so again, we'll start doing a lot. Once this, if and when we move forward with the second reading, now we have the regulation framework in place. Then we'll start hitting the pavement really hard with. There's a new design that's been submitted. Let's work it through the design review process, just like any other of our projects. And so we look for a timely meeting with both Planning Commission and HCPC.
Thank you. That's what I had at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Then I'd like to open the public comment on this item. And will you read our messaging, please?
Yes, we did receive 3 public comments ahead of time. I have a stack of cards and a few more coming in, but this is the moment to turn a card in if you'd like to make a public comment. And just a reminder, please be respectful in your comments. This meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Shalana Moreta, to be followed by Kim Scott. 3 minutes.
Hi, Shalana Moreta. This isn't an us versus them thing. This is a thing where Petaluma wants to have a say in its own future. I would hope that this council would do a more thorough job of representing our community. It's just opposite of what the people seem to want. I keep hearing that the overlay doesn't usher in the hotel, but the overlay is because of the hotel. One look at social media comments should give all of you a good idea of how many people really do not want our downtown changed this much. You guys are not trusting the people of our town to know what we want for the future of our town. You're not trusting the people of the past who have fought for the right things for our town. You say that there will be a lot of opportunity for comment for the public to weigh in, but it's very clear that you aren't listening to the community. A lot of things could be resolved with communication, but instead of communication, it seems one side is being shut down and shut up. Ironic, that is the side that is from Petaluma. This is nothing against Ebby. He seems like a very nice man. But the fact is, we do not need an outside developer to reinvigorate our downtown. We need communication among our community. We need support from the city. Lean into what the community wants. Look at other towns that have utilized their downtowns in a way that embraces the historic feel, bolsters tourism wrapped around that historic feel. Talk to the small businesses downtown and see what they want and need. Help them. Not bring in a big dog from out of the area to compete against our beautiful local businesses. It's just not respectful of what Petaluma is. You're using studies provided by the developer. You guys aren't doing your own. You're not trying anything to boost our own community first. I swore I wasn't going to come in here and call you guys lazy again, but holy smokes. Can we get some people in here with a little bit better business sense than this? The local businesses don't want this unless it's the ones who've been promised that they'll buy product from them. It's like offering a kid some candy and asking if they like you. Come on. Guys, Petaluma can handle its own self. We don't need outside developers coming into our town to fix things. We need support for the small businesses to get into their buildings faster, to upgrade a pizza oven in less than 3 years. The word on the street is that Petaluma is terrible to do business with. Why? Why can't we fix that first? I'm not just saying this stuff, I'm doing it. I'm getting out and I'm communicating with the community. Did you guys all go by Foster Freeze during the parade? That's from a little bit of communication. We can fix our own downtown. Help us out. Come on.
Kim Scott, to be followed by Ebby Nakanjabi.
5 hours ago, I had something prepared, but I'm a changed woman. So I'm feeling mostly my heart. I'm feeling sad for all the people who've worked so hard on this, sad for all the people who have worked so hard to let it not happen. Sad because I think it's a real mistake. But I'll jump back and say that I came here with my thoughts were about the EKN Hotel, something I have been against from the beginning, and about what I call the mastodon, or the herd of mastodons, the situation in our country. As I've sat here the last 5 hours, I've almost thought, what? Maybe it's not a problem. But I don't believe that. I believe that everything in this room is about money. No, there's a tremendous amount of heart in this town. But what we're really talking about is the needs for money and people who believe that this hotel will do that. I don't believe it for a minute, and I really don't believe it now. I don't believe I believe we're living in a different world. So my big idea, and some of this I heard in the last speaker, but I was wondering, why are we competing with the lodging and the restaurants we have in this town? It doesn't make sense to me. And then all my other thoughts were about what an amazing town this is. And sitting here listening, and y'all know I've been around living in many towns, and
2 countries and a couple of continents. This is an amazing town. And my thought is that if we made a concerted effort, if we brought together our incredible minds, our incredible talents, and honestly promoted Petaluma, not just to our neighbors, because I don't think people are going to be traveling a lot, but this is a great place to come. There's a great story to tell. And if we put together a campaign of telling our story, but not just for people around us, I really feel that the shop local is underused here, undervalued. And I really believe with a concerted effort, we could, and some facts about what local taxes do, we could make probably as big a difference as we could with a hotel, which I think is very chancy. But yeah, I've lived in towns where we did that, where everybody really got together and supported their own town. And I think it's a much more viable way to go. I really thank you, and I thank everybody who's really put their hearts and their time into this.
Thank you. Evie Giovanni, to be followed by Tom Jacobson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I prepared the letter that I submitted earlier, and I have certain portions of it that I thought were relevant to some of the comments that were made, and I'll just like to read that for the pleasure of the council. The Appalachian Hotel is designed to fill a critical gap in downtown Petaluma. Currently, the city's hotel options are dominated by mid-range limited service properties that generate significantly lower nightly hotel taxes and don't attract higher spending travelers. As a result, Petaluma continues to lose valuable hospitality revenue to surrounding cities. Our project aims to reverse this trend and help Petaluma capture its fair share of tourism-driven economic activity while enhancing the downtown experience for both visitors and the locals. Anchored by 2 signature Charlie Palmer culinary concepts, the hotel will attract a new traveler demographic while providing vibrant gathering spaces for locals. We conservatively project the hotel will generate between $750,000 to $1 million annually in transit occupancy tax. This is money that goes directly to the city, and sales tax revenues. To address very quickly, the $18.5 million is in primary, secondary, and tertiary markets where you buy produce, the person who makes the produce hires the labor feeds their family, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that was done by an economist on our behalf. And the TOT sales tax and revenues funds that can directly support local road improvements, all of the subjects that we were talking about tonight, parks, senior and youth services, and cultural programs. Moreover, our guests will spend time at local shops, restaurants, and service providers, bringing sustained business to Petaluma's downtown merchants and helping to preserve the vitality of the city center. As an example, our recently completed hotel in Tempe, Arizona, similarly contributes $1.1 million annually in TOT taxes, already operating and generating this revenue for the city. We've been meticulous in our approach to scale and massing. The building's massing was carefully crafted to be complementary with this context. We employed a 15-foot storefront height, which roughly aligns with the adjacent Ace Hardware and other typical storefronts downtown. We also set back the storefront plane to allow for a more generous pedestrian experience and allow for substantial plantings at the street level to soften the edge of the storefront and celebrate Petaluma's rich farming traditions. As we prepare to bring this project before you formally, I respectfully ask for your support. The future of this pivotal parcel and the considerable economic, architectural, and cultural benefits it can offer are in your hands. We believe Appalachian Hotel will be a source of pride for Petaluma, a place where local gather, visitors return, and city story continue to unfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sonia Carabel, to be followed by Marty Bennett.
Hi, I'm Sonia Carabel, and I'm here with Unite Here Local 2. We're the Hospitality and Hotel Workers Union in the Bay Area, and we represent over 1,000 hotel workers in Sonoma County, including the workers at the largest hotel in Petaluma, the Petaluma Sheraton. As the Hotel Workers Union, we believe that hospitality can be a key part of a sustainable economy, but the status quo is not working. Many hotels currently cater to the 1% while their employees make minimum wage or just above it. And currently, we have no reason to believe that the proposed Appalachian Hotel will be anything other than status quo. Our members know firsthand how hard it is to afford to live in Petaluma and the surrounding areas. They fight for fair contracts with wage increases, but these raises at work get eaten up by rising rent. For non-union workers, the situation is even worse. A Petaluma minimum wage full-time worker earns roughly $3,200 a month. Average rent in Petaluma is $2,900 a month. This is the reality for workers in the service industry. Petaluma has a serious jobs housing imbalance. The jobs that are here largely do not pay enough to live here. So I want to thank the council for amending the overlay to include the jobs housing analysis for commercial projects. I am hopeful that this will help the city truly consider the impacts of the Appalachian Hotel on the people of Petaluma, particularly as it relates to the affordable housing crisis. We are still opposed to the hotel. We have heard nothing from the developer to make us think that these jobs at the Appalachian will be good jobs that will allow workers to live here in Petaluma. As approvals come forward for the hotel, please demand a strong jobs housing analysis that can shed light on wages, benefits, and number of employees. We would love to be proven wrong by a real commitment to good jobs at this hotel. But please don't approve the hotel unless you can find that it will benefit Petaluma as a whole, including working class Petalumans. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Bennett, to be followed by Patricia Tuttle Brown.
Good evening. I'm Marty Bennett with Unite Here Local 2 also. I've been organizing with Unite Here since the late 1990s. Our fight started here in Petaluma with the Petaluma Sheraton. Sheraton workers joined our union in 2006, and the council has consistently supported labor rights and higher labor standards, particularly in hospitality. I want to thank the council for amending this overlay to require a jobs housing analysis for commercial projects, and I echo my colleague Sonia Carabel. I am hopeful that the study will help the city to consider the impacts of the Appalachian Hotel, particularly as it relates to the vast expansion of low-wage jobs in hospitality and the affordable housing crisis. According to the MIT Living Wage Calculator, updated annually for Sonoma County, 2 parents, each working full-time to support 2 children, must earn more than $33 an hour to pay for necessities without relying on any government assistance. According to the California Employment Development Department, the entry-level wage for a housekeeper in the county is barely above the minimum wage, about $18. Rarely do non-union hotels provide medical and retirement benefits. Given the disconnect between stagnant wages in hospitality and rising rents, workers in the proposed Appalachian Hotel will have to commute to more affordable housing markets outside of the county and will be unable to participate in their children's school and community life. To reiterate, we remain opposed to the hotel. We have heard nothing from the developer to make us believe these jobs will be good jobs and will allow workers to live in Petaluma. As approvals come forward for the hotel, please demand a comprehensive jobs housing analysis that can shed light on wages, benefits, and the number of employees. I want to emphasize, because I've been working for the city for over 20 years on labor issues, that the city has done much to raise the wage floor by approving a living wage ordinance in 2006 and a citywide minimum wage law in 2019. However, we think a comprehensive jobs housing analysis will reveal that the hotel will undermine these gains by creating about 60 low-wage jobs without benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patricia Tuttle Brown, to be followed by Lydia Aslan.
Well, when I hear rhetoric, I guess you call it, by businessmen and women, you only have mid-range properties, not high-standard travelers. I really feel sick. I worry, is the city so broke that it has to just kiss ass? If we are, well, then you should be talking about that. Because were it in my business, and I don't make tons of money, though. Although some of the projects are doing great, maybe, but I'd say, I'm sorry. I'm ashamed. All of these honest-looking people are up here saying, no, we have a beautiful downtown. It's actually one of the largest, pretty historic downtowns around. I would feel terrible, and I would say, okay, I'll build 4 stories with a bar. I can make it work. I'm a good businessman. I don't need to do this. And that's all I can think of to say. I just feel that whatever I just said.
Thank you. Lydia Aslan, to be followed by Christine White.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald, Vice Mayor Now, council members, city staff. I'm Lydia Aslan with PHA. So after almost 2 years of discussion regarding the pros and cons of the downtown overlay, I'd like to distill this down to a single question. Is a 244% increase in the current allowable floor area ratio from 2.5 to 6.0 prudent? As we heard right here last week in the council's land use workshop, what's actually being considered in the general plan update for downtown is a rather modest increase in FAR to 3.0, which, as I understand it, would help to establish an appropriate baseline when weighing the state housing density bonus impacts. And regarding housing density, I'd like to add one more item to the list of what the overlay does not do. It does not increase the allowable housing density beyond the current 30 dwelling units per acre. So for those of you that are watching at home who are unsure about the term FAR, or floor area ratio, I found this helpful layman's description of what FAR is used for. FAR can be used to balance the interest of developers who want to maximize building volume and residents who may be concerned about density and congestion. By setting FAR limits, planners can create a balance that allows for development while preserving the character of a neighborhood. So here's my personal takeaway. At the end of the day, FAR is a tool for smart urban planning, not a party favor for developers. One last thing. At last week's Know Before You Grow event with EKN in Appalachian, there was a piece of pro-hotel advertising that had been placed on every seat. It referred to the concerned community of Petalumans who are against the proposed downtown zoning changes as, quote, a special interest group with an underlying agenda. I'd say this ad got that backwards. We're a group of concerned citizens who love our historic downtown and who are pushing back on a special interest developer with an underlying agenda. So our next step is to move forward and try to get a referendum on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina White, to be followed by David Boyd.
Thanks, everybody. Brian, when you pulled up the changes, I think you talked about the architectural changes, but I don't know, were there any changes to the site requirements part? that was something that was going to be looked at, and I sent some information to Councilmember Barnacle to take a look at that, because my understanding is, and I could not find the overlay on our site, so it could be user error or it could be that it's really hard to find, but on site requirements it was still optional for garbage and recycling, and they only needed to complete one of the listed site requirements. And when asked about it during that last meeting when I was here, the person who was sitting over there said, we wanted to make it easier for the developer. So I urge you to relook at the site requirements for it, because garbage and recycling should not be optional. It should be something that is a requirement. It shouldn't be part of a choice in site requirements. And I'm not an architecture or an engineer. But you say that this protects our historic downtown, and I don't know how allowing 6 stories, and in some locations, if you allow the 6 stories, then they add affordable housing, it can go up to 9 stories, is protecting our historic downtown, and also that would also enable people to not have a parking requirement. So I don't understand that, and I wish we would really take a look at that, because all these studies that were done saying we don't have a parking issue, we have a parking issue downtown. I drive downtown at different times of the day, and there are times when I can find a parking space, and there are times when I can't. When I can, it's usually because I'm parking in what used to be my bank's parking lot. That will not be the case. So we have some areas that people are using as parking now that when that building is developed will no longer be available. So we don't necessarily, I think we have a false sense that there isn't a parking issue. Also, when you're saying that we asked at that meeting about why does it have to be 6 stories? I like a rooftop bar. I do look for them. I think what you want to do, have a hotel. I don't think we need another one, but why does it have to exceed? Because the answer given was that that's what makes it viable, essentially, not your words. We need it to be 6 stories to have so many, or 5 stories to have so many rooms. But we have a typical vacancy rate here in Petaluma that's been talked about of about 30%. So my question is, if you make it at 4 stories, and wouldn't you have 100%? And then maybe you wouldn't have that vacancy. You want a boutique situation. Also, people want Charlie Palmer, but how often is he really going to be there? Thank you.
David Boyd, to be followed by Wayne Ekstrom, who I see is seating. Is Wayne in the house? There you go. Hi, Wayne.
Council, Mayor, staff. My name is David Allen Boyd. I am an architect by profession. I have lived in Petaluma and the surrounding areas for around 20 years and currently live just west of the city limits. We stand at a pivotal point in the urban history of Petaluma. You, the elected representatives of this community, are about to approve significant changes to the zoning of our historic downtown core. Changes that could reverberate through downtown with more inappropriately scaled buildings in a national historic district, a district that your predecessors worked to create and have fought to preserve. I suspect that all of you know the story of Helen Putnam, of how she worked tirelessly and heroically to save Petaluma's historic downtown, championing restoration and having the historic downtown registered as a National Historic District. But that's only part of the story. In 1969, Petaluma was in the midst of the destruction of its historic urban core, with the demolition of historic industrial buildings just east of the river and of historic homes along Washington Street. Putnam chose to back a federal urban renewal plan that would have demolished 3 blocks of the east side of Petaluma Boulevard, turning it into a vehicular promenade and parking lot, and turning Kentucky Street into a downtown mall. A bond issue was put on the ballot to fund Petaluma's contribution to the federal plan. The citizens of Petaluma rose up and soundly defeated the bond issue and narrowly reelected Putnam mayor. And here is where Putnam showed true courage. she pivoted away from urban renewal and took up the banner of historic preservation and adaptive reuse. Petaluma faces a similar crisis today. Urban renewal is now unrestricted private development, modifying existing zoning protections to satisfy the desires of outside private development interests. A modification that will enable bloated buildings totally out of scale with the historic urban fabric. And you know, and we know, and your developer friend knows, is saying so, that this will not be the last of this type of overscaled project in the historic downtown Petaluma. Your vote to approve zoning changes allowing 6 stories and an FAR of 6.0 in historic downtown is a gateway drug. Nothing about your affirmative vote this evening will significantly change the most important problems facing downtown Petaluma and its citizens. It will not increase the availability of affordable housing. Indeed, it may actually raise property values and the cost of housing. It will not eliminate chain link fences and vacant lots. And if history is any guide, the financial benefits to the city are overstated. What it will do is irrevocably alter the character of historic downtown by introducing overscaled buildings into a national historic district. The City Council and Mayor have allied themselves with the special interests of a out-of-town developer with an agenda to turn a corner of our beloved historic district into a playground for hotel guests. Another Healdsburg without the architectural sensitivity to the urban fabric. And you are doing this over the wishes of a majority of the citizens and at the expense of the people who live and work in Petaluma, especially the working class, people on fixed incomes, and marginalized communities. Your predecessors worked hard to protect the historic downtown core in response to citizen activism. When you approve this zoning change, you will have broken with history and violated the trust with the citizens who have put you in to protect what is important to them and what they have fought for years to preserve, Petaluma's special character, a place that we are proud to call home. So once again, as in 1969, citizens will rise up to defeat the wayward plans of city government. There will be a referendum to reverse your decision. The petitions will be circulating within the next 2 weeks. And hopefully then you will listen to the people, protect the historic heritage of this special place, and create true economic sustainability by raising up what is special about Petaluma and its people. Because we know that we are not blighted, nor are we in need of outside help to make ourselves okay. We know that we live in a special place. We are strong. We are proud to be Petalumans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Hanania, I see you have a card. Do you want to cede time to?
If he wasn't going to use it, he was going to use it, but if not, I'm going to speak.
To be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Good evening. I would like for you to bear with me. There is a strong message behind this. I don't know how many of you have been to San Rafael, to Garbarino. If you go there to Garbarino, as you walk, as you stand in a line to go in to dump your stuff, if you look on the right-hand side, you have all kinds of animals. And if you watch, you see the peacock, the male peacock spreading his feather, beautiful feather, doing the beautiful dance around the female peacock until he gets what he wants. Once he gets what he wants, no more feather, no more dancing. Do you see the connection between the peacock getting what he wants and Petaluma elected official when they were canvassing and making promises that they're going to listen to their community? So, Mr. Quint, I heard you say something about how this will be helpful to our police and fire. So I'd like to throw something at you. I can only speak since 1990. You know how many times I've heard that? But yet, the structure of our police department, as I said here many times, is nothing but a dump. And I think Councilmember Now corrected you when you said that, when she reminded you about what happened with the auto mall and outlet. Those are the same promises. You guys make all kinds of promises to get what you want, but nothing's happening, okay? Barnacle, you said, I welcome referendum. That's when the rubber hit the road. Have you guys looked what happened in the Bay Area when the rubber hit the road? We got council members being booted out. We have mayors being booted out. We had sheriffs being booted out. We had a district attorney being booted out. That's when the rubber hit the road. Okay? So I'm not against change. I'm not against growth. But the bottom line is, are you listening to what the community want? We all know what the vote is tonight, 5-1. So what's all these people here talking to you? What's the point? Last time, 2 people spoke in favor. How many people spoke against? Were you guys listening? So whether it is true or not, whether it's going to community want, it's not what the 7 of you, Chippewa City, Santa Rosa. So but you go like this, you're constantly comparing Petaluma to other cities. Well, I invite you to go and look. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's all be respectful. And Chantel Rogers is the next person up, to be followed by Tom Gaffey.
Hi. I'm not going to stand here and tell you guys why I'm not in favor of the overlay and hotel, because it doesn't make any difference. I've been coming to meetings for years. Lots of people have been coming to meetings for years. These meetings, the Planning Commission meetings, Know Before You Grow, and it really feels like it was just a done deal from day one, and that's what makes me really sad, actually. This entire process, you think, that the public can make a difference, that they can come down, that they can work with the city, that you can come up together with proposals and compromises, and there has never in this process been any of that. And it just makes me really sad. And it also makes me a little, you're not going to get rid of me that easily, so I'm sure I'll be back. But it does make me wonder, why we bother. Why are we bothering? And is this what we want Petaluma and its government and its relationship with its citizens to look like? To have so little communication that we're going to hit the streets with petitions to put this on the ballot, to take it to the people, because the hubris of city government would not allow itself to work with the people of Petaluma, who, contrary to popular belief, are not against all change, who are not scared of change, who don't want nothing to change. We just want to salvage our historic city and to save our charm and to save what is best about our town. And this entire endeavor has been like banging our heads on a wall for years. So here we are. And you guys seem to think that the populace is behind you. And we'll see. We'll go out and see whether or not this referendum gets put on the ballot or passes through. And if it does, I hope that you might take a step back and think the next time that some relatively contentious prospect comes before the city council, that you might make a little extra effort to include and to not create such a chasm between the populace and the governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Gaffey.
Thank you, everybody. Tom Gaffey, and tonight I am representing kind of PHA. I'm a member of PHA. One correction to Kevin. I believe your youngest son was actually skateboarding to school, not biking, but we want the skateboarders to have safe roads also. So That's a good thing. $18.5 million. Is that how the other hotels are doing for Petaluma? Are we making that much money per room on those? Charlie Palmer wants to bring in his restaurant, and that's part of that 18.5, but he's expecting 40% of that to be from the hotel. 60% will be business that he'll be peeling off from our other local hotel restaurants. So 18.5, if you looked at it per room, that's $203,000 per room every year. This town's got to be rolling in cash if our hotels are already making us that much money. I don't think they are. And I'll be quicker. I think if you're listening to the people in the town, to your constituents, it sure seems like there's an awful lot of people that are not in favor of this hotel, and I don't think you're hearing them. We're going to referendum this thing. It's going to happen. I have a feeling they're going to get the signatures they need, and I think it's going to go to a vote. And I just think that's the way it's going to go.
Thank you. That was our last public speaker for the evening. Close public comment. Bring it back up to council.
I'd like to speak.
And
I'd like to speak first.
Councilmember Kidder Thompson.
I actually had this prepared for April 7th meeting, but I've added on to it a little bit, but I just want to give a little context of what's been going on. So now I want to talk about hateful speech on social media posts and the Petaluma Historic Advocates and the advocates. On a recent social media post, there is a caricature post of me with a large nose, which was absolutely anti-Semitic. The comments by people I know were equally disturbing. Unfortunately, these people are connected with the Petaluma Historic Advocates. I also learned people involved with the Petaluma Historic Advocates are spreading lies about my deceased parents.
No, please keep this together here for tonight's meeting, or are we asking for...
I'm going to continue.
You can either, you've had your
opportunity.
opportunity.
You know what? You have not been respectful since you started with terrorism. So I'm speaking. Can you control
this? Let's take a breath while I call...
I'd appreciate
I'm going to call the Sergeant at Arms into the room to ask and dismiss Ms. Moreta unless she ceases her comments, because this is not public comment period. This is her opportunity. You're out of line. I'll ask the officers to come in. Have we taken a deep breath? And I'm sorry, Ms. Chantel Rogers is now out of line. Another comment, and she'll be asked to depart. And that's broad for everybody now. We know what the rules are, and we're returning to council.
Unfortunately, these people are connected with the Petaluma Historic Advocates. I also learned people involved.
And I never said terrorism. I said extremists. They're literally listed on the FBI website.
Please, you need.
I also learned people involved with Petaluma Historic Advocates are spreading lies about my deceased parents. They may not be here to defend themselves, but I have a voice. A member of the Petaluma Historic Advocates on Nextdoor, someone's license plate they took a photo of and put it on social media. I think Shalina is Alex's girlfriend and speaking for him. So now I've got that one out too.
So
I'm not done.
Okay.
So they posted a license plate connected with EKN, and that's called doxing, and that's illegal. And the follow-up language about that doxing was even more disturbing. And this is all, there's screenshots of all this stuff. I hope the Petaluma Historic Advocates understand who they've surrounded themselves with. They should have taken responsibility for their actions and the actions of their supporters. Petaluma Historic Advocates has not done this. Saying the council is kissing ass, I'm ashamed of these comments. I've spoken to many people in our town, and I have more appointments to meet with more people who actually are opposed to the project. Now they're asking for facts because they realize there's been so much gaslighting. Nobody knows the facts of this project. Today, our historic downtown could not be built under today's current zoning. So people love our historic downtown, but they don't want to recreate that. Well, I don't want to recreate the historic downtown either. But the existing heights could not be built today under this restrictive zoning. Petaluma does not have a high-end hotel. I am the council rep on the TOT committee, which is the Transit Occupancy Committee, and all the hotels and motels in Petaluma support the project. They know it will bring in customers for their businesses because not everybody can afford a high-end hotel. I knew Helen Putnam, and she would have supported this hotel. I have aligned with, I feel like business owners, in my opinion, because I've talked with them, and the majority of residents of Petaluma don't even know this is going on. But I assure you, our businesses downtown do know what's going on. And they're very supportive of this because our downtown is deteriorating. Earlier on, we were talking about streets. We're talking about sidewalks. Well, this type of money, a high-end hotel, which Petaluma does not have, they only have a hotel at the north end of town, and we have a vacant lot that's been vacant for 30 years. And all of a sudden, the Petaluma Historic Advocates is created. Well, that's not a historic site, unless you consider a gas station a historic site. Chinatown that was there was a historic site, but unfortunately, they probably got a penny on the dollar for those properties. I just think that this has been an attack. The social media attacks have been unacceptable. And I think that there's not a huge number of residents in Petaluma here tonight opposing this project. But I do know that I'm talking to people that do oppose this project because they want facts and they're not getting the facts. They're only getting the gaslighting. And there's been nothing but gaslighting all along. And if you want to go ahead and do a referendum, fine, go ahead and do a referendum. That's going to cost the taxpayers $100,000, and it will probably fail.
Okay.
And that's it for now, but I might come back later.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone, another comment on the evening here? Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the item. Small corrections. We're modifying the zoning to grow the customer base for our local ag and retail businesses. We love this, our downtown, just as much as anyone else. I really resent the idea that anyone loves our town more than anyone else. We have different ideas about policy and about planning, but the idea that the people up here have somehow caved, or we're doing this for some out-of-town developers' interests. Now we're doing it for our town's interests. We're doing it so that we can maintain our parks, so that we can pay our police and fire, so that we can fix our damn sidewalks, and so that we can feed people who can't afford to feed themselves. It's this right here. If we, if using the occupancy numbers from the strategic economics memo, if we assume $200 per day per room, that's $5 million in spending in our downtown. If this is a luxury hotel, I think we could probably see that jump up. Maybe it goes up to $10 million a day. I say that to some people who are on the fence and like, wow, that's a lot. I say that to people who are opposed to it, and they say, so what? And I think there's more people on the fence than there are against it. And I'm looking forward to getting out there and having the conversation because facts come out. And if you think that the people who have been silent and not saying anything are going to sit back and just let the conversation be dominated over the next few months, over the next 30 days, think again. Like we're going to speak up too. We have to watch out for the Brown Act about what we say, why we support things, because we've got to, make sure we don't have to force ourselves to recuse. But once we're up here, we get to speak our mind, and that's what I'm doing right now. This is, I think, the idea that our zoning has preserved our historic district, when you look at the amount of neglect citywide for our infrastructure, for our historic buildings, our trestle is crumbling into the water right now. That's not what preservation looks like. That's not like, figure out how to solve those things. That's what advocacy should be for. You're not trying to do things. You're trying to stop things. That's not moving the city forward. I'll move the item.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Barnacle, a second by Cater Thompson, but before we do any of that business, since I suspect comments will take us after 11, I'd like a quick vote of acclaim that we continue the meeting past 11. Is that?
Well, we need to make a motion. I'll make the motion to go after 11.
Second.
Thank you. And second, okay. And so we all good with that? Good. Okay, that's done. We're back to comments. Did you want to weigh in?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to weigh in. One of the public comment, I think it was David Boyd, he told a lot of the history that I was going to mention. The top 2 rows of our past Petaluma mayors, I'm like, what would they do? Well, Mayor Helen Putnam was my mentor when I was in high school. I was a high school sophomore living out on a farm, and I was always interested in historic buildings and Petaluma, and she taught me a lot. So most of my deep beliefs about our city and our historic Victorians and buildings and iron fronts are because of Helen Putnam. She was a wonderful, classy lady, and I hope that I can make her proud. Some history here. We had Heritage Homes in Petaluma. It was a very wonderful nonprofit that saw that buildings were being demolished for gas stations. They came together. It was a group of individuals who cared about our downtown. And ironically, I was a babysitter at these meetings. And so I was overhearing things as a teenager about how wonderful our downtown was. And it was a historical district because of Helen Putnam. And it is unfortunately that this nonprofit is no longer in existence. And many of the members are older members in our community who can't come down to City Hall at 11 o'clock, who barely know how to handle a computer. But they were on our Spark committee, they were on our planning commission, they established the guidelines for our historic district, and for many years was a very vocal part of our meetings, reminding us where Petaluma has history. And I've seen a lot of change in growing up since the 70s in Petaluma. Tom Gaffey's father had a wonderful building that is now an In-N-Out building. And so I know the changes, and I now live on the east side because that's what we could afford 40 years ago. Our downtown withstood the 1906 earthquakes. Our iron front buildings are still there. The yesteryear volunteers remind us when they walk around downtown to the hidden gems that tell about our history, things that are hidden in buildings and sidewalks. And this is our history, our tribute to the past that our children and my grandchildren will look at to learn as they move forward into the future. I don't support the overlay. I do not support high-rise buildings in Petaluma. I don't believe that the luxury hotel will hurt our other hotel businesses. I just don't like the hype. I was hoping we could compromise, and I've met with Abby and Tom, and they're very sincere, I believe, but a bar on a roof sounds wonderful if you're old enough to stay up past 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and not at a city council meeting. a hotel bar, there's a noise ordinance in Petaluma, not just a height ordinance. That bar is going to have to shut down at 10 o'clock because it's going to be noisy. So someone brought that to my attention, and, you know, a rooftop bar in the afternoon would be wonderful. I might even go. A luxury hotel will bring shoppers downtown, just like our yachts, and the people that cruise in on those yachts, they have a bigger paycheck than I do. So I think Charlie Palmer would bring another level of foodies, and I like to see the farm to fork. I'm an ag family, and I would love to see that. But we don't want to ruin what we have in Petaluma already by overbuilding and bringing in something that doesn't fit with our downtown. If we could have it under 60 feet, I'd be on board. But I just can't see us building up our downtown to 75 feet. And I will be voting no. And I hope Helen Putnam's looking down at me and smiling. And thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, I think we've had this discussion several times now and going on. And I think at this time, with the amount of controversy that we're now seeing, and it would be appropriate to actually take this to the people's vote. So I'd say, come on, referendum. We actually probably should have it at this point to actually find out what the people feel. Because this is a critical point in our whole general plan. It's a critical point of where are we going to go in the future. And do we want economic development? Do we want 6-story hotel? Because we're already also proposing 6-story industry, 6-story mixer with housing and light industry. We're proposing 4 to 6 stories all over town, basically, in our land use right now. So if we need the people to actually say, okay, we want economic development so that we can do all the green things we want to do. There's at least $100 to $200 million I would like us to spend on green infrastructure, from open spaces to the trestle to parks to all sorts of things. And we need the economic engine to do that. So I'm very green. I want all that green stuff, but it's got to be paid by somebody somehow. So I'm willing to go, okay, let's have some economic development. If it's going to take 6 stories, it's not going to be the 8 stories that other cities see, 6 stories, especially with setbacks. Visually, I've been to a lot of the cities. 6 stories with the setbacks doesn't bother me. The new design, I like the new design that's being proposed. It's much better than it was. People should look at it and say, okay, is this, we have developed over time, look at all the other folks that have been up here, mayors over the years. A lot of them had the money, were real estate folks who developed this town with all sorts of strange, ugly things all over town. That's what they produced. They didn't produce, except for maybe a few historic towns. Yeah, we have some nice buildings looking at, but they produced all sorts of other stuff here in town, took the risk because they needed economic engine to run this town. And they were extremely successful, making this richest town in the U.S. in the early 1900s. We had the highest income per capita than anybody in the U.S. at that time because of our industry. And that's what our forefathers did. They built an economic engine. So if we want to look at history, we need to build an economic engine. So that's where I'm in favor, so that we can do all the things we really want to do to make happen. So I'm for both. I want to do that. And the hotel, actually, I'm in favor of the hotel, the way it looks now, much, much better and improved. And we do need some more structures downtown, and we need to get rid of our vacant lots. So one way of doing it, and there's many other ways if we need to do. And let's do all those other things. I want to do all those other things too, to increase our economics downtown and do all those other things. So we have to do it all. We just can't say no to this. We want all this green stuff, but no to any of this economic development type stuff. We don't want to do that. That's not acceptable. We got to get rid of our vacant lots too. All right, so that's where I'm standing in now. I'm going to go for the overlay at the moment. There's still lots of opportunity to evaluate the hotel and to evaluate any other structures that come on by. There's SPAR, there's the Planning Commission, the Historic. There's lots of discussion still to be had, but I think a referendum will tell us, where do people want this town to go? Do we want to stay static and get more congested? just because we have no economics with nothing to do? Or do we want to grow economically by putting in small industries, hotels, apartment buildings, and grow enough so that we have the economic base to do what we want to do? So let's leave it to the people. I'd like to see a referendum actually happen.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Quint, any?
Thank you. So I'm already on the record that I'm for this, and I think the last time I spoke about this, I talked about the economic benefits, and honestly, that hasn't changed. I believe the economic benefits are real, and I believe the economic benefits are will make a difference in our community. I think, but I want to take just a moment and say that I'm for this because I think it's a good project. I think the hotel is a beautiful building. The renderings, the most recent renderings that I've seen, I think it's beautiful. I think it will make our downtown more beautiful. It'll make that empty lot more beautiful. From a size and scale standpoint, all you have to do is go stand next to the Mutual Relief Building, 63 feet tall, with no setbacks. It's right up to the sidewalk, and this building is going to feel less tall than that building when you're standing next to it. I'm not in any developer's pocket. I've never had a private conversation with the ECAN developers. I first heard Evie talk and the team talk at the Know Before You Grow presentation that they gave. And what I saw was a group of sincere people, good business people, but sincere, wanting to build something special in a special place. And I was even, I didn't realize this before going there, but Charlie Palmer and I forget his partner's name, Chris Hunsberger. These people, they're the ones that it's their brand, and it's a Sonoma brand. It's a brand that's from Sonoma, run by people who have lived in Sonoma for 25 years and who have raised their families in Sonoma. And I think they want to have a positive impact in the place that they choose to call home. And I'm excited about that. And I have no problem going out and telling people why I'm excited about that. And yes, I think it's going to help us pay our public safety people. And it's going to help us fix our roads. And it's going to help us fix our pool. And it's going to help us invest in our parks. And all of those things that make this community better. And so that's where I'm at.
Thank you. And, I think I want to start with saying that, we've heard the people come to the podium for many a meeting and reiterate louder their concerns, and we hear them. And I think that staff and council has modified this proposal over the duration of what we've done. And, we've surgically reduced Area C, we took out B and C, we put in conditional use permitting so it's not blanket to 6 stories. So many efforts to try and address and meet with the concerns of the public. It's possible that sometimes that things can't make everyone happy, but I think that council has tried to hear the public and incorporate things that still proceed with council's goals and city needs and show respect and listening to the public. I do think that the council is actually the preservation advocate. The idea here is that by having more people downtown, whether in housing or hotel, those people downtown spend money at historic buildings, and the historic building gets the rents and invests in the buildings. So the decline of buildings doesn't continue. because they're well-populated, lot of business going on in there. And also, we haven't allowed any historic building to be impacted by anything involved in this. So everything we've done is surgically just outside or non-impacting of historic buildings. In the end, this is about helping the historic buildings, helping the existing merchants, helping the vitality of the city, and making Petaluma a better place going into the future. And I think with that, that kind of wraps our conversation for the evening. And we have a motion and a second. And I believe we're ready for a roll call vote.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Now?
No.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, sorry to break in, that's just confirming that's on all three actions under item 11 on the agenda.
And I'll ask
taken as one action.
Motion, and we're good there?
Correct, that was the motion.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And we have Councilmember DeCarly rejoining us just in time for me to say this meeting.
Actually, I've got something to say.
The meeting is closed.
That's fine. I have something to say.
Mike.
I have never been anything but nice to you, Janice.